Welcome back in, my exhausted dumplings. Tonight we're looking up at the sky the way people have for thousands of years, with curiosity, worry and absolutely no weather app to rescue them. This is the story of how we learn to predict the sky, from watching clouds, winds, animals and changing seasons to building instruments, recording patterns and slowly turning guesswork into meteorology. Before we begin, please get comfortable and let me know how your day went, what the weather is like where you are and what time it is for you tonight. If you're new here, leaving a 5-star review helps these stories find more people who may need a calmer place to leave it all on the table. Now dim the lights, take a sip of water as I'm starting to recommend for the best sleep. Listen to the room settle, and let's follow the first signs in the sky. This is not a short journey. It stretches across roughly 10,000 years of farming communities, watching clouds build on the horizon, scholars filling notebooks with hard-won observations, engineers stringing telegraph wire between weather stations, and scientists who decided that the atmosphere was a physical system that could be understood, predicted, and even argued about in public. All of them were asking the same essential question: what is the weather going to do? Long before anyone had a word for science, someone was watching the sky and trying to figure out what it was trying to say. Picture the scene. A hillside somewhere in the ancient world, perhaps 12,000 years ago, in the early period when human communities were beginning to settle in one place and plant seeds instead of following the food wherever it moved. The air carries the cool mineral smell of last night's rain. A person stands at the edge of a clearing, watching a dark bank of cloud build slowly against the mountains to the west. There is no notebook, no vocabulary for pressure systems or cold fronts, no concept of an atmospheric science. But there is focused attention, and there is memory, and both of those qualities will turn out to matter enormously in the long story that follows. This is where meteorology begins. Not in a laboratory and not in a university, but at the edge of a field where someone needed to know whether the barley was about to get soaked. The earliest weather observation was survival, plain and immediate. If the clouds darkened in a particular way toward evening, you moved the animals under cover before dark. If the wind changed direction suddenly in the middle of a calm afternoon, you pulled the boat above the waterline. If the swallows were flying unusually low and the gnats had clustered in thick formations near the surface of the water, you moved toward higher ground before any storm was visible at the horizon. These were not lucky guesses. They were patterns noticed over many generations, tested through long repetition, and passed from one generation to the next through story, demonstrated practice, and the careful teaching of people who understood that inattention to the sky could cost you everything. In communities where oral tradition carried the most important knowledge, weather wisdom became some of the most carefully tended knowledge anyone held. You find traces of it in the proverbs that survived long enough to become clichés, repeated so many times they lost the flavour of insight and became part of the background hum of daily life. Red sky at morning, sailors take warning. When the dew lies heavy on the grass before dawn, the afternoon will hold clear. If the wind swings south before the clouds thicken, expect rain before nightfall. Some of these sayings hold up surprisingly well in their regional contexts. The red sky proverb works because of how sunlight scatters through dust particles carried eastward by weather systems approaching from the west, which is the predominant direction of travel for weather systems across the North Atlantic. The people who first said it had no idea why it worked. They simply noticed it reliably enough, over enough years and enough harvests, that the pattern stayed in daily circulation for centuries, which is a form of empirical validation, however informal. The Babylonians of ancient Mesopotamia, the civilization that flourished between the Tigris and Euphrates rivers, kept records that historians now call weather omens. These were careful accounts of unusual atmospheric events, solar halos, sudden violent winds, cloud formations that looked unlike anything the previous season had produced, written in cuneiform on clay tablets, alongside records of significant political and social events that followed. The underlying framework assumed that the sky was communicating something about earthly affairs. The logic connecting specific atmospheric observations to specific outcomes was not always reliable, but the habit of noticing the sky carefully, writing down what was seen, and looking for patterns connecting observations to outcomes was exactly the right instinct, even when the interpretive framework surrounding those patterns was not yet correct. In ancient Egypt, the relationship between sky and survival was organised around the Nile flood calendar, which may be one of the oldest functional environmental prediction systems anywhere in the world. Farmers there understood which stars to watch at the eastern horizon before sunrise. The heliacal rising of Sirius, the moment when that bright star first appeared at the horizon, just ahead of the dawn after its long period of invisibility below the horizon, reliably preceded the annual Nile flood by a margin that Egyptian farmers could plan around with confidence. They did not need to understand the astronomical mechanics of this relationship. They needed to know when to plant their crops, and watching Sirius gave them exactly that information year after year, with the kind of regularity that a modern planting schedule might envy. Across the ancient world, weather was almost universally understood as something the gods managed directly. This makes complete sense when you consider the experience from the inside, without the benefit of any atmospheric science. Thunder is startling even when you know exactly what causes it. Lightning moves with apparent intentionality, choosing targets and starting fires in ways that look purposeful to an observer who has no knowledge of electrical charge or ionized air. Rain arrives or refuses to arrive at moments that determine whether entire communities eat well or face starvation. Given what people knew, the most reasonable available explanation was that some very powerful and occasionally temperamental force was expressing itself through the atmosphere, and that force had opinions. In Mesopotamia, the storm god Enlil controlled wind and rain and ranked among the most powerful deities in the entire pantheon. In Greece, Zeus made his displeasure known through thunderbolts, and based on the surviving mythology, he found quite a lot to be displeased about on a fairly regular basis. Thor drove storms across the skies of northern Europe with his hammer. Indra commanded the monsoon rains in the Vedic tradition of the Indian subcontinent. Tillamook brought rain and agricultural fertility to the Aztec world, and elaborate seasonal ceremonies were organised around keeping him reasonably cooperative during crucial planting periods. These divine rainbringers emerged independently in cultures that had no contact with each other, which suggests that the basic explanatory logic was simply the obvious conclusion that anyone would reach while standing in a field watching lightning choose a tree. The divine framework for weather was not purely superstition, it also served as a practical organisational system. When the storm gods held responsibility for what happened in the atmosphere, communities had a clear social structure for responding collectively to crisis. A drought was not a random misfortune that each household had to manage in isolation. It was a message that required a communal response. The rituals and ceremonies and collective prayers that surrounded extreme weather events held communities together under enormous stress. They gave people purposeful collective activity when the situation was otherwise beyond their control. They preserved the social bonds needed for the practical communal work of rebuilding after a flood or rationing carefully through a dry season. The cosmology was not accurate, but the social function it enabled was genuinely useful. In indigenous cultures around the world, weather knowledge was woven into detailed practical systems that were often far more regionally precise than anything the ancient cities were producing. Aboriginal Australians developed seasonal calendars that divided the year not into months, but into periods defined by the convergence of wind patterns, temperature shifts, plant flowering, animal movement, and rainfall behaviour. In parts of what is now Northern Australia, These calendars recognise 6 or more distinct seasons, where European observers later perceived only the broad division of wet and dry. Each named season carried embedded information about what the landscape was producing, what travel conditions were safe, and what was worth harvesting at that particular moment in the environmental cycle. The Lakota people of the North American Great Plains tracked weather in part through the movement of bison herds and the behaviour of prairie grass. Bison respond to the approach of certain storm systems with movement patterns that experienced observers learn to read accurately as weather signals. Inuit communities developed one of the most detailed weather and environmental vocabularies in any language, with precise terms for dozens of different snow and ice, conditions that encoded practical information about which surfaces were safe to travel and what hunting prospects looked like at a given time of year. Polynesian navigators learned to read the long, rolling swells of the open Pacific as information about distant storms. A swell carries the signature of the wind that generated it for hundreds of miles across open water, and a skilled navigator could feel the characteristics of a distant weather system through the movement of the hull beneath him, well before any visual sign appeared on the horizon. What all of these knowledge systems share is the same essential quality: patient, accumulated attention paid to the sky and the world beneath it, an honest willingness to notice what actually happened, remember it well enough to pass it on, and trust the pattern over the individual exception. The knowledge these communities built was real. The accuracy of its conclusions was often genuinely remarkable. The scientific explanation for why those conclusions held true would come much later, through very different methods. But all of that later work would begin exactly here, with this same impulse, looking up, paying attention, asking what the sky was going to do, and caring very much about the answer. For much of human history, the weather had an explanation, and that explanation was divine. What the ancient world was moving slowly toward was something different. An account of the atmosphere that relied not on the mood of a storm god, but on the behaviour of matter itself. The shift was gradual, and it did not happen everywhere at once. But in certain places and at certain times, thinkers began asking, not who was causing the rain, but how the rain came to exist at all. That shift is visible most clearly in the work of Aristotle, the Greek philosopher who wrote on every subject available to him, and who approached each one with an enthusiasm that could charitably be described as comprehensive. In the year 340 before the Common Era, Aristotle composed a text called Meteorologica. The word meteorology descends directly from this book. In ancient Greek, the term meteor did not refer specifically to a rock falling from space. It referred to any phenomenon occurring in the sky, or in the region between the Earth and the Moon. Lightning was a meteor. A halo around the Moon was a meteor. A rainbow was a meteor. Wind was a meteor. Aristotle was interested in all of them, and his text represents the most ambitious attempt anyone in the ancient Western world had yet made to explain the atmosphere as a system governed by its own internal logic, rather than by the preferences of powerful supernatural beings. His theory centred on what he called exhalations. He believed the Earth produced 2 distinct types of vapour rising continuously from its surface. A moist exhalation rose from water and damp ground, and eventually became rain, dew, hail, mist, and snow. A dry and smoky exhalation rose from the heated surface of the Earth and became wind, thunder, lightning, and other energetic atmospheric phenomena. The details of this framework were not correct. Aristotle had no experimental tools in any modern sense, no controlled conditions, no instruments to measure what he was proposing. But his framework carried enormous explanatory ambition. He was attempting to describe weather as the product of natural physical processes. In doing so, he was walking quite deliberately away from the divine management model that had governed atmospheric thinking for thousands of years. The Meteorologica covered an extraordinary breadth of territory: winds and their directions and seasonal patterns, the nature of clouds and the mechanism of rainfall, hail, snow, frost and dew, thunder and lightning, rivers and seas, earthquakes, comets, and the Milky Way. Aristotle gathered all of these under the same roof, proposing natural causes for each. Some of his observations were genuinely accurate. He understood that water evaporated from the surface of the earth, rose into the atmosphere, and eventually fell again as rain, which is a reasonable early sketch of the water cycle. He noted that certain winds consistently brought certain kinds of weather, which led him to discuss wind patterns with some accuracy. Other ideas were badly wrong in ways that are easy to understand given the absence of instruments or experimental testing. The Meteorologica was nevertheless immensely influential. It remained a standard reference text in European universities for nearly 2,000 years, which is a remarkable run for any book on any subject. While Aristotle was writing in Athens, a completely different tradition of weather observation was developing in China, one that was less concerned with theoretical explanation and far more focused on practical administration. The Chinese imperial bureaucratic system was enormously fond of records, and weather records were kept as a matter of state management from very early periods. If you are administering an agricultural empire that extends across a continent, knowing whether the northern provinces received adequate rainfall this season is not merely an academic question. It bears directly on tax assessments, regional grain reserves, and the anticipation of food shortages that could destabilise local governance. Chinese records of weather conditions extended back centuries before the Common Era. Rain gauges appeared in China in the 13th century of the Common Era, several centuries before equivalent measuring devices were systematically used in Europe. The measurement of rainfall at stations across the empire allowed administrators to build a rough regional picture of precipitation and use it to inform planning. The Chinese also developed the system of 24 solar terms, a division of the year into half-month periods defined not simply by astronomy, but by the convergence of seasonal weather conditions, agricultural tasks, and ecological events expected at each moment in the year. Each solar term carried embedded practical knowledge about what the land and sky were doing and what activities were appropriate to the season. This system remained in active agricultural use for centuries and is still consulted by some farming communities in East Asia today. In India, classical scholars produced texts that took weather seriously as a subject of organised knowledge. The Brihat Samhita, compiled around the 6th century of the Common Era by a brilliant and wide-ranging scholar named Varahamihira, contains extensive chapters on rainfall prediction. Varahamihira wrote about the appearance and behaviour of clouds, the significance of wind patterns arriving from different directions, the meaning of halos forming around the sun and moon, and the ways that animal behaviour and the condition of plants could serve as weather indicators. Many of his practical observations were accurate enough to remain useful in Indian agricultural practice for a long time after his death. The Islamic world brought a different kind of contribution to early atmospheric knowledge. From the 8th century through the 14th century of the Common Era, scholars working in the great cities of Baghdad, Cairo, and Cordoba were translating, expanding, and building upon the scientific texts of the Greek and Persian traditions. The scholar Ibn Rushd, known in Europe as Averroes, wrote detailed commentaries on Aristotle's work that kept the Greek scientific tradition alive and extended it into new areas of discussion. The geographer Al-Idrisi compiled geographical and climatic knowledge from across a vast range of the known world, creating descriptive accounts of weather patterns in regions that European scholars of the same period had no access to or knowledge of. The libraries of the Islamic world preserved and transmitted scientific knowledge through centuries, during which European scholarship was primarily organised around theological concerns rather than natural philosophy. The debt that later European meteorology owes to this period of preservation and translation is substantial. At sea, practical weather knowledge was advancing in ways that the scholars working on shore could not always replicate. Arab sailors crossing the Indian Ocean had mastered the monsoon system with a precision that functioned as a reliable seasonal forecast. The word monsoon itself comes from the Arabic word for season, mausim, which is a weather word of the most practical kind. Arab sailors understood that the wind would blow from the southwest, from roughly June through September. carrying ships from the Persian Gulf and East Africa toward India, and then shift to blow from the northeast from November through March, carrying them home again. The timing of these seasonal reversals was consistent enough year to year that entire trading empires were organised around the monsoon schedule. Merchants planned year-long commercial cycles around a weather system they understood well enough to trust, even though no one had yet offered a scientific explanation for why the monsoon behaved as it did. Viking sailors of the North Atlantic had developed their own practical meteorological tradition, built around reading the sky, the ocean's swells, the colour of the water, and the behaviour of seabirds. A sailor entering unfamiliar coastal waters could estimate the distance from land by observing which birds appeared and how they behaved at different distances from shore. Certain cloud formations appeared reliably above islands, even when the islands themselves were still far below the horizon. These observations were not fanciful. They were the hard-won knowledge of people who understood that the North Atlantic in an open wooden vessel was an environment with extremely limited tolerance for navigational or meteorological error. Every maritime culture that ventured onto open water in small vessels developed similar systems. Chinese navigators in the South China Sea read approaching weather through the particular configurations of incoming cloud, the quality of wind shifts, and the way ocean currents change character ahead of major storms. Polynesian navigators, perhaps the most skilled open ocean navigators in human history, encoded weather and navigation knowledge in songs and recitation systems that could be mentally retrieved far from land in conditions where there was no room for uncertainty and no margin for forgetting. These were living meteorological databases, maintained in the memory of communities who needed them in order to survive. All of this accumulated knowledge, Western and Eastern, scholarly and practical, maritime and agricultural, was pointing in the same general direction. The weather was a physical system. It had patterns. It responded to measurable conditions. The tools for measuring those conditions had not yet been invented, but the desire to measure was spreading across cultures and centuries, waiting for someone to figure out what to build. For much of human history, the description of weather relied entirely on language, and language, for all its richness, is not particularly reliable when you need to compare observations made by different people in different places. A monk recording weather conditions in a 12th century English monastery might write that the winter of a particular year was the most severe that any living person could recall. A farmer in the same county might describe the same winter as merely bitter, having grown up somewhere colder. These were honest observations from honest people, and they were completely impossible to compare in any meaningful way. The medieval chronicle tradition was nevertheless a genuine contribution to the long record of atmospheric observation. Monks and clerics across medieval Europe kept detailed accounts of weather events, particularly when those events had visible consequences for agricultural production, local food supply, or epidemic disease. English chronicles from the 12th and 13th centuries contain accounts of specific flood events, severe winters, summer droughts, and storms with enough detail that modern climate historians have been able to extract a rough picture of conditions across several centuries. Some of these records are remarkably specific for their era. A flood that inundated the low areas around a cathedral city would be described with enough precision that the event could later be matched to dated evidence found in the sediment layers of the same rivers. The data was qualitative, built on impressions and language rather than numbers, but it was real data, carefully preserved by people who are paying genuine attention to the world outside their windows. The fundamental limitation of qualitative description is comparison. Without standardized measurement, you cannot place your observation alongside someone else's and determine whether you experience the same conditions. You cannot track a change in temperature with precision. You cannot know whether the pressure has risen or fallen by a specific amount. The next step in the history of meteorology required someone to build something, and the person who took that step, or at least a version of it, was the Italian scientist Galileo Galilei, working in the 1590s. Around 1593, Galileo built a device he called a thermoscope. This was a glass tube with a bulb at one end, partially filled with coloured water that rose and fell in the tube as the surrounding air temperature changed. Warmer air caused the liquid to fall, cooler air caused it to rise. The device worked on the principle that air expands with heat and contracts with cold, and it was genuinely sensitive to temperature changes in a way that a human finger or a general feeling about the day was not. What it lacked was a numerical scale. It could tell you that the temperature had changed since this morning, but not by how much, or in any unit that could be shared with someone working in a different city or a different country. Various people contributed improvements over the following decades. Florentine scientific academies refined the glasswork. The Venetian physician Santorio, who was so devoted to measurement that he reportedly spent years weighing himself and everything he consumed and eliminated in the interest of tracking metabolic changes, added a numerical scale to a thermometric device, which was a crucial step. Now the instrument could produce a specific number. The problem was that everyone had a slightly different scale. If you reported a temperature of 20, the usefulness of that number depended entirely on whether your correspondent was using the same reference points, which increasingly they were not. Temperature scales proliferated across Europe, each calibrated differently, making comparison between observers in different cities considerably more confusing than enlightening. The German physicist Daniel Gabriel Fahrenheit resolved a large portion of this problem in the 1710s. Fahrenheit produced mercury thermometers of high reliability and introduced a temperature scale calibrated to specific repeatable reference points that any observer with access to the same materials could verify. His scale placed the freezing point of water at 32 degrees and the boiling point at 212, creating a fixed range within which temperature comparisons were meaningful. A few decades later, the Swedish astronomer Anders Celsius proposed a centigrade scale, placing the freezing point of water at 0 and the boiling point at 100, which created a cleaner arithmetic relationship between the two anchor points, and eventually became the preferred system for scientific work across most of the world. Two systems, different reference points, both producing numbers that meant the same thing to any two observers who had agreed which system they were using. This was progress of a genuinely fundamental kind. The barometer came from a different direction entirely, and its origin is a small masterpiece of experimental thinking. In the 1640s, the Italian mathematician Evangelista Torricelli was investigating why water suction pumps could not lift water more than about 34 feet, regardless of how well the pump was made. The prevailing philosophical view was that nature refused to allow a vacuum to form, and that this refusal was what kept the water rising in the tube. Torricelli suspected the real answer had to do with the weight of the air itself pressing down on the open water surface, and he built an experiment to test it. He filled a long glass tube with mercury, sealed one end, inverted the tube into an open bowl of mercury, and observed what happened. The mercury settled in the tube at a height of roughly 30 inches above the surface of the bowl. The space above the mercury in the sealed end was empty. This was a vacuum, sitting quietly on a laboratory table in Florence, in direct contradiction of the prevailing philosophical position that nature would never allow such a thing. Nature, apparently, had not been informed of this position. What Torricelli had built was a barometer. The mercury column was being supported by the weight of the atmosphere pressing down on the surface of the mercury in the open bowl. When atmospheric pressure increased, the column rose. When pressure dropped, the column fell. And the connection between atmospheric pressure and weather was something that careful observers began to notice quickly. Falling pressure often preceded storms. Rising pressure after a storm passage often indicated clearing skies ahead. The barometer was not just a philosophical instrument, it was a tool with immediate practical value for anyone paying attention. The French mathematician and philosopher Blaise Pascal arranged an experiment in which a barometer was carried up a mountain in southern France, and its readings were taken at regular intervals during the ascent. The mercury level dropped steadily as altitude increased, confirming that the atmosphere had finite extent and that its pressure was not uniform at all heights. This was an important step toward understanding the atmosphere as a physical column of compressible gas with measurable properties, rather than an infinite featureless background against which weather simply happened. The hygrometer, which measures the moisture content of the air, appeared in various forms across the 16th and 17th centuries. The Swiss naturalist Horace Benedict de Saussure built a hygrometer using a single human hair in the 1780s, observing that hair responds to humidity by changing its length slightly, lengthening when damp and contracting when dry. He attached a hair to a mechanical indicator that amplified this small change into a readable measurement on a scale. The device was elegant in its simplicity and accurate enough for practical use. It remained in service in various forms well into the 19th century, which says something quietly affectionate about the usefulness of human hair as a scientific sensing element. Wind direction had been indicated by vanes of various designs since antiquity. The Tower of the Winds in Athens, a beautiful octagonal marble structure built in the 1st century before the Common Era, had bronze wind vane figures mounted at its summit indicating which of the 8 named winds was blowing. Metal vanes on church towers and manor houses spread across medieval Europe, often in the form of roosters, which is why wind vanes are still sometimes called weathercocks. These were useful for knowing where the wind was coming from. They said nothing about how hard it was blowing. The anemometer, the instrument for measuring wind speed, appeared in early forms during the Renaissance period. Leon Battista Alberti, the Italian architect and polymath, described a device around 1450 that measured wind force by the angle at which a hanging disc was deflected from vertical. Robert Hooke, the English scientist who made contributions to almost every corner of natural philosophy during the 17th century, built his own version of a deflection anemometer. Various designs circulated across Europe through the 17th and 18th centuries, each with its own limitations. The design that eventually became standard was the cup anemometer, in which 3 or 4 hemispherical cups mounted on horizontal arms spin faster as the wind increases. This design was developed by the Irish astronomer John Thomas Romney Robinson in 1846, and versions of it are still spinning on weather stations around the world today, turning the same wind that the first weather watchers felt on their faces 12,000 years ago. By the mid-17th century, the measurement toolkit was in place. Thermometers for temperature, barometers for pressure, hygrometers for humidity, vanes for wind direction, early anemometers for wind speed. The question now was what to do with all of these instruments and all the numbers they produced, and the answer that slowly emerged was this. You needed to take many readings in many places at the same time and see what the full picture looked like. The problem with a thermometer or a barometer sitting on your windowsill was that it told you about the weather at your windowsill and nothing else. The atmosphere does not organise itself around individual observation points. It moves. It stretches across hundreds of miles simultaneously. A pressure system building over the ocean affects conditions from Ireland to the North Sea before any observer on the coast notices it. What meteorology needed was not one observation but many, taken at the same time in different locations and reported to a central place where someone could see the full picture at once. This was an organisational problem before it was a scientific one. Convincing a large number of people in geographically spread locations to take careful instrument readings at the same hours every day, record them in consistent formats, and send those records to some central receiving point required exactly the kind of coordinated effort that is simple to describe and genuinely difficult to sustain. The first serious attempt at this kind of organised network was sponsored by the Grand Duke of Tuscany, Ferdinand II, in the 1650s. Ferdinand was an educated man with a genuine interest in natural science and sufficient resources to act on that interest. He arranged for weather observation stations to be established at locations across Italy, and as far away as Paris, Warsaw and Innsbruck. Each station was equipped with standardized thermometers and barometers manufactured in Florence, so that the readings could be directly compared. Observers were trained in how to take the measurements and instructed to send their records back to the Florentine Academy on a regular schedule. It was the most ambitious attempt at coordinated atmospheric observation that had yet been made anywhere in the world, and it lasted about a decade before the logistical complexity and the political instabilities of the period made it impossible to sustain. The records that survive are considered historically valuable. The network itself did not. A later effort, the Societas Meteorologica Palatina, organised from Mannheim in Germany in the 1780s, went further. Observers at stations across Europe, Russia and Greenland used standardised instruments and took readings 3 times daily at designated hours, producing coordinated data sets of genuine scientific value. This network also eventually collapsed, disrupted by the wars and political upheavals sweeping Europe at the end of the 18th century. The history of early meteorological networks is partly a history of what becomes possible when political circumstances allow, and what disappears when they stop. Over the course of the 18th century, weather observation became something of a fashionable occupation among educated Europeans. Keeping a daily record of temperature, pressure, wind direction, and general conditions was considered a sensible use of a thoughtful person's time. Some of the resulting diaries were maintained with remarkable consistency. The English gentleman farmer Thomas Barker kept detailed weather records for his estate in Rutland for more than 50 consecutive years, from 1736 to 1798, producing one of the longest continuous instrumental weather records that England possesses from that period. Gilbert White, the naturalist whose account of the village of Selborne in Hampshire remains a beloved piece of English writing centuries after his death, kept careful weather notes alongside his observations of birds, insects, flowers and hedgehogs. White was not primarily a meteorologist. He was a careful observer of the entire natural world, and the weather was simply part of that world. In the American colonies, the same habit of careful observation attracted some notable practitioners. Thomas Jefferson maintained weather records throughout his adult life. He took readings on the morning of the 4th of July, 1776, among many other days. Whatever else was happening that morning, Jefferson noted the temperature. George Washington recorded weather observations at his Mount Vernon estate with similar dedication, and his records from the period of the American Revolution include notes about conditions in the field that provide an unexpected supplement to military history. Both men believed that systematic attention to the natural world was part of what an educated person did. The weather was not merely something that happened to you, it was something worth knowing. Into this tradition of careful watching and noting came one of the most charming episodes in the entire history of meteorology. In the autumn of 1743, Benjamin Franklin was in Philadelphia and had planned to observe a lunar eclipse that was expected to be visible that evening. An inconvenient storm blew in from the northeast and blocked the sky completely before the eclipse could be observed. Franklin was the kind of person who responded to inconvenience with investigation rather than resignation. He started asking questions. He learned that his brother in Boston had been able to see the eclipse clearly before the same storm arrived in Boston. The storm had moved. It had blown in from the northeast, but its path of travel had been from the southwest toward the northeast, in the opposite direction from the surface winds it generated. Franklin found this puzzling in a productive way. He began gathering reports from correspondents along the Atlantic coast, asking about the timing of storms at different locations, trying to trace the path of moving weather systems. Over time, Franklin assembled enough information to conclude that major storms along the east coast of North America moved consistently from south to north from the region of the Gulf of Mexico toward New England, even when the surface winds within those storms blew from the northeast. This was the first serious attempt in the history of American science to understand weather as something that moved through space, as a coherent entity with a trajectory rather than simply a local event happening wherever you happen to be standing. A storm was not just your storm. It was something that had come from somewhere and was going somewhere else. and if you could track its movement, you might be able to say where it was headed before it arrived. Everyone who knows anything about Franklin knows the other story. The kite. In the summer of 1752, Franklin flew a kite in a thunderstorm and observed that a metal key attached to the kite string produced sparks when he brought his knuckle near it. This was a demonstration that lightning was electrical in nature, the same phenomenon that could be generated on a laboratory benchtop, simply operating at a vastly larger scale. The experiment was genuinely dangerous, and Franklin was very fortunate to survive it in usable condition. Several scientists in Europe who attempted similar experiments using vertical iron rods did not survive their attempts, which is a reasonable argument for the kite and the silk, insulating ribbon, and the dry shelter that Franklin had the good sense to stand inside. The conclusion was significant far beyond the laboratory. Lightning was not the anger of the gods, it was electricity, a natural physical phenomenon operating according to principles that could be investigated and described. The atmospheric was, at its most dramatic, a product of physical processes that obeyed discoverable laws. The lightning rod that Franklin devised as a practical consequence of this discovery, a pointed metal conductor attached to the top of a building and grounded in the earth, redirected lightning strikes harmlessly and protected structures and ships from fire. It saved a significant number of lives and also, in its effectiveness, served as a public demonstration that understanding the weather as a physical system had immediate practical value. You could study the atmosphere not just to satisfy curiosity, but to protect people from it. The impulse toward prediction was still far ahead of the available tools. Franklin could demonstrate that a storm had travelled from one city to another, but he could not say where the next storm would form or when. The instruments were improving, the diaries were accumulating, the networks, despite their collapses, were teaching everyone involved what kinds of coordination were necessary and what data actually mattered. The pieces of a predictive science were being gathered, one wet afternoon at a time. In the winter of 1802, a pharmacist in London named Luke Howard sat down and gave the clouds names. This was, in retrospect, an act of quiet genius. Howard had no university appointment and held no official scientific position. He manufactured pharmaceutical chemicals and had spent years watching the skies above London with an intensity that would have seemed eccentric to most of his neighbours. He had become convinced, through long observation, that clouds were not simply random formations wandering through the sky. They fell into families. Each family had a distinct form, a distinct altitude range, and a distinct relationship to the weather it accompanied. They could be classified. Howard presented his cloud classification to a small scientific society in London in December of 1802. He proposed 4 fundamental cloud types, using Latin names borrowed from the taxonomic language that natural science had recently begun to standardize. Cirrus, from the Latin for a curl or tuft of hair, described the high, thin, wispy formations that appeared at great altitude and spread across the sky in long translucent streamers. Cumulus, from the Latin for heap or pile, described the rounded, vertically building clouds that developed on warm afternoons and rose into the sky in towering structures. Stratus, from the Latin for layer, described the flat horizontal sheets of cloud that covered the sky in a continuous blanket and sat at low altitudes. Nimbus, from the Latin term for rain cloud, described any cloud actively delivering precipitation. Howard also defined a set of compound forms. Cirrostratus was the thin, milky veil of high cloud that often produced halos around the sun and moon, a reliable indicator that weather was likely to change within a day or two. Cumulonimbus was the enormous vertical cloud of a thunderstorm, building upward for miles and carrying within it the machinery for lightning, heavy rain, and hail. Cirrocumulus appeared as small, regularly spaced rounded cloud puffs at high altitude, creating what sailors had long called a mackerel sky. Each compound form carried its own associations with the weather to come, and each could be identified by anyone who had learned the vocabulary. What Howard had done was create a taxonomy, and taxonomy is the essential first step towards systematic understanding of any natural phenomenon. You cannot study something rigorously until you have agreed on what to call it. You cannot compare one observer's description to another's without a shared vocabulary. Before Howard, one person's storm cloud was another person's bad patch of sky. After Howard, a cumulonimbus was a cumulonimbus, recognisable to any trained observer regardless of location. Howard's classification spread rapidly across Europe. The German poet Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, who was deeply interested in natural science and who had spent years looking at the sky with philosophical attention, wrote a cycle of poems in Howard's honour after reading his cloud essay. This is possibly the only occasion in the recorded history of atmospheric science that a taxonomic naming system inspired poetry. Goethe was genuinely moved by the idea that the formless and shifting shapes crossing the sky had identities that careful attention could resolve. He may have been the only person who read Howard's taxonomy primarily as a romantic document, but his enthusiasm helped spread Howard's name across Europe faster than the scientific networks of the period might have managed on their own. While Howard was naming cloud shapes, a different kind of organisation was being applied to the wind. Francis Beaufort was a naval officer in the British Royal Navy, a meticulous and practically inclined man who had spent many years at sea, and who understood from direct experience what the wind could do to a ship and its crew. In 1805 he developed and began using in his own logbooks a wind force scale, a system of numbered grades from 0 to 12 that described wind conditions in terms of their observable effects on a fully rigged sailing vessel. 0 meant perfectly calm conditions, with the sea flat and the sails hanging limp. 1 through 3 described gentle winds producing small ripples and allowing comfortable progress under all sail. 4 through 6 described moderate to fresh breezes where good speed was possible, and larger waves were beginning to develop with some consistency. 7 and 8 described conditions where reducing sail became necessary for safety. 9 through 11 described serious weather requiring progressive reduction of canvas as quickly as hands could manage it. 12 described a hurricane force in which no sail could be kept set, and the sea surface was entirely obscured by foam and driven spray. What made the Beaufort scale cleverly practical was that it required no instrument. A sailor standing on deck in any weather could observe what the wind was doing to the sails, the rigging, and the sea surface, and match what he saw to one of Beaufort's 12 descriptions. The result was a standardised number that could be entered in a ship's log and compared meaningfully with a similar number recorded by another ship in another ocean. The Beaufort scale became the standard for wind reporting in the Royal Navy, and was later extended to cover land conditions as well, with descriptions revised to reflect what the wind did to trees, chimney smoke, pedestrians with inadequate coats, and umbrellas that would never be quite the same again. These were advances in vocabulary. What atmospheric science needed now was a way to carry the observations collected in that vocabulary across large distances, quickly. And in the 1830s and 1840s, something arrived that did exactly that. Samuel Morse demonstrated a working electrical telegraph in the late 1830s in the United States, and by the mid-1840s, telegraph wires were spreading rapidly across North America and Europe. The telegraph did something genuinely unprecedented in human history. It allowed information to travel faster than the weather itself. A storm sitting over Pittsburgh could be reported to Philadelphia before it arrived there, because the telegraph message made the journey in minutes while the storm required hours. This transformed what weather observation could accomplish. Previously, the only warning of an approaching storm was the storm's own advance signs at your location, the falling barometer, the thickening cloud, the shifting wind. Now, an observer upwind of a coming storm could send a warning ahead of the weather itself. The idea of a forecast as something more practical than a local guess based on local signs became thinkable for the first time. Joseph Henry, the scientist directing the Smithsonian Institution in Washington, organised one of the first systematic telegraph-based weather observation networks in North America during the 1840s. He arranged for observers at telegraph offices across the eastern United States to send weather reports to Washington at regular intervals. Those reports were plotted on maps at the Smithsonian. These were among the first weather maps ever produced, and they revealed something that is obvious in retrospect but that no previous observational system had made visible. Weather systems were large. They covered hundreds of miles simultaneously. They moved across the landscape in patterns. The map made the pattern visible all at once, in a way that any sequence of individual reports could never achieve. Across the Atlantic, similar realizations were driving similar efforts. The first International Meteorological Conference, held in Brussels in 1853, was organised by the American naval officer and oceanographer Matthew Fontaine Maury, who had spent years extracting weather and current information from the logbooks of hundreds of ships that had crossed the Atlantic and the Pacific. By pooling those records, Maury had built a picture of the prevailing winds and currents across the major ocean basins that no single national navy could have assembled alone. The Brussels Conference established the principle that weather was a common interest requiring common effort, and that the atmosphere did not stop at national borders. Neither could the network of observers studying it. The idea of predicting the weather publicly remained a somewhat uncomfortable one. In scientific circles, the connection between observation and reliable prediction was still being worked out. In popular culture, weather prediction was still associated with almanacs and the pronouncements of eccentric local characters. Moving from a map of current conditions to a statement about future conditions required both scientific confidence and a public willing to take the forecast seriously enough to act on it. Both of those things were about to arrive, in the person of a naval officer with a gift for ambition and an unfortunate talent for attracting controversy. Robert Fitzroy had spent the better part of his working life at sea. He is remembered in general history primarily for commanding the HMS Beagle on its survey voyage of the early 1830s, during which a young naturalist named Charles Darwin collected the observations and specimens that would eventually become the foundation of the theory of natural selection. By most accounts, Fitzroy and Darwin held rather different views of the world and debated them at considerable length throughout the 5 years of the voyage, which must have made the dining room on a 90-foot ship a lively and occasionally exhausting place to have breakfast. After his naval career, Fitzroy was appointed to lead a new government department called the Meteorological Department of the Board of Trade, established in 1854 primarily to collect maritime weather statistics and contribute to a reduction in the number of ships lost at sea. Fitzroy took the job seriously, and then, in the way of people who take things very seriously, he took it considerably further than the original mandate suggested. By 1859, he was using telegraphically gathered weather observations from stations around the British coast to produce what he called synoptic charts, maps that showed weather conditions across a wide area at a single moment in time. By looking at those maps and observing how the patterns on them related to the weather that followed, he began making predictions about what conditions would be the following day. He called these predictions forecasts. The word existed before Fitzroy used it in this context, but he gave it its modern specific meaning, a publicly issued weather prediction based on systematic observation of current conditions rather than local signs or seasonal almanac wisdom. In 1861, he began sending daily weather forecasts to British newspapers for publication, so that ordinary readers could consult them before deciding what to wear to work. He also organised a system of storm warning signals for harbours around the British coastline, visible cones raised on poles at port entrances to warn incoming vessels of expected dangerous conditions. It was the first government-operated public weather warning system in the world, and it saved ships. The public forecasts were received with a mixture of enthusiasm and scepticism that anyone who has ever tried to predict a complex system will find familiar. When Fitzroy's predictions were right, they were welcomed and useful. When they were wrong, which given the state of the available science, happened with a frequency that modern meteorologists would consider entirely understandable, but that the Victorian public found less forgiving. The criticism was sharp. Critics suggested that the practice of public forecasting should be abandoned as a waste of public money and a source of public misinformation. Fitzroy lacked upper atmosphere observations, numerical models, satellite imagery, and nearly all of the other tools that would eventually make weather forecasting a reasonably reliable enterprise. He had surface observations from a limited telegraph network, and a profound conviction that the behaviour of the atmosphere was knowable. When the forecast failed, the gap between his conviction and the reality of the science was turned against him personally. Fitzroy bore this criticism badly. He was a conscientious man in an unforgiving public role, and the combination wore him down through years of pressure and doubt. He died in 1865 at the age of 60. His story is one of the sadder chapters in the history of meteorology, and the sadness is compounded by the fact that his fundamental instinct was correct. The weather could be forecast. The synoptic method was the right approach. The science simply needed more time, better data, and instruments that did not yet exist. The national meteorological services that developed across Europe and North America over the decades following Fitzroy's death built directly on the foundation he had established. The United States Army Signal Corps took responsibility for weather observation in 1870, creating the organisation that would eventually become the National Weather Service. The British Meteorological Office grew from the small department Fitzroy had led into one of the most important scientific institutions in the country. French, German, Dutch, and Scandinavian meteorological services expanded and improved their capabilities. The International Meteorological Organization, founded in 1873, worked to coordinate observation standards and data sharing across national boundaries, formalizing the principle that understanding the global atmosphere required global cooperation. The growing services still faced a fundamental limitation. Weather at the surface was one thing. The atmosphere extended far above the surface, and what happened in that upper region determined much of what occurred below. The clouds that delivered rain formed at altitude. The winds that steered storm systems blew at levels that surface stations could not reach. The temperature structure of the atmosphere at altitude governed its stability and its behaviour in ways that surface measurements could only suggest. The weather balloon provided the first practical means of reaching those altitudes routinely. Balloons carrying scientific instruments had ascended into the atmosphere since the late 18th century, but the development of the radiosonde in the early 20th century transformed balloon observations from occasional dramatic events into routine meteorological practice. A radiosonde was a small package of instruments measuring temperature, humidity, and pressure, attached to a hydrogen-filled balloon and equipped with a radio transmitter that sent readings back to the surface as it ascended. Ground-based receivers could track the balloon's position as it rose, measuring wind speed and direction at different altitudes in the process. Twice daily, from stations distributed around the world, radio sondes ascended through the atmosphere from the surface to altitudes of 15 miles or more, transmitting their readings continuously before the balloon expanded beyond its limits and burst. The upper atmosphere data revealed structures that surface observations had only suggested. In the early 20th century, the Norwegian meteorologist Wilhelm Bjerknes and his colleagues in Bergen developed what became known as frontal theory. A front is the boundary between two air masses of different temperature and humidity. When a cold, dense air mass and a warmer, lighter air mass come into contact, the cold air slides beneath the warm air and pushes it upward. As the warm air rises, it cools, its water vapour condenses, and clouds and precipitation form along the frontal boundary. The Norwegian school mapped these frontal boundaries systematically and showed that much of the weather in the middle latitudes was organised around the movement and interaction of these boundaries. This gave forecasters a powerful conceptual framework for interpreting synoptic maps that was far more useful than anything previously available. The practical demands of aviation created urgent new requirements for atmospheric information. An aircraft entering clouds without knowing the temperature at altitude risked ice accumulating on its wings faster than anyone wanted to think about. Understanding winds aloft was essential for navigation and for calculating the fuel needed to reach a destination. The young commercial aviation industry of the 1920s and 1930s required weather support that had not previously existed, and meteorological services expanded to provide it. The two world wars accelerated meteorological development in ways that peacetime science would not have managed on its own. The artillery of the First World War was highly sensitive to wind. Shells fired without accurate wind measurements travelled trajectories that caused them to miss their intended targets by distances that artillery officers preferred not to dwell on. Military meteorologists became essential to effective field operations. The use of poison gas added another dimension of atmospheric dependence, since the consequences of a wind shift at the wrong moment were catastrophic in ways that required no further elaboration. The Second World War brought perhaps the most consequential weather forecast in history. The Allied landings at Normandy on the 6th of June 1944 depended entirely on a narrow window of acceptable conditions in the English Channel. A team of Allied meteorologists led by the Scottish meteorologist James Stagg was responsible for advising the Supreme Commander on whether conditions would allow the operation to proceed on each proposed date. Stagg's team identified a brief favourable interval within a stormy period and recommended proceeding on the 6th of June. They were right. The operation succeeded, in no small part because German meteorologists had not identified the same window, and the German command had not anticipated an assault on that specific day. After the war, radar technology developed for detecting aircraft was recognised as highly effective at detecting precipitation. The first operational weather radars were working by the late 1940s. They revealed the internal structure of storm systems, the bands of heavy rain, and the gaps between them, in a detail that no surface observation network could provide. A forecaster with a weather radar could see inside a storm as it developed, tracking the areas of heaviest precipitation in real time. The age of modern, operational weather forecasting had begun in earnest. In April of 1960, a small satellite called TIROS-1 was launched into orbit around the Earth and began transmitting images back to the surface. The images were grainy and showed the planet in shades of grey and white. They were also the most extraordinary thing that atmospheric science had ever seen. For the first time, a camera above the atmosphere was looking down at the full sweep of cloud patterns across ocean basins the size of continents. Spiral storm systems stretching 300 miles across the open Atlantic. Long, sinuous cloud bands associated with the polar front winding across entire ocean basins. Weather over the southern oceans where no ship routinely sailed and no observation network had ever maintained stations. Data gaps that had always made ocean weather notoriously difficult to forecast began to close, one orbit at a time. Tropical storms forming over the warm Atlantic or the western Pacific could now be detected by satellite when they were still disorganized collections of thunderstorms over empty ocean, days before surface observations could have identified them. The storm's early development could be monitored continuously. Its track as it moved across open water could be followed from space. The arrival of meteorological satellites fundamentally changed the information available for regions that covered roughly 2/3 of the Earth's surface, and it changed it almost immediately. By the time TIROS-1 was transmitting, another revolution in weather forecasting was already underway, one that had begun with an idea that was technically correct but practically premature by several decades. In 1922, the English mathematician Lewis Fry Richardson published a book outlining a vision for the future of weather prediction. Richardson understood that the atmosphere obeyed the laws of physics, and that those physical laws could be expressed as mathematical equations. If you knew the state of the atmosphere at one moment, and if you applied those equations forward in time in small steps, you should be able to compute what the atmosphere would be doing at any future moment. This was the principle of numerical weather prediction. Richardson had actually attempted to compute a weather forecast by hand for a specific date, dividing Europe into a grid of cells and working through the equations for each cell. The calculation took him several months, produced a wildly inaccurate result because the initial observations he was working from contained errors and only covered 6 hours of atmospheric time. He estimated in his book that doing this faster than the weather itself evolved would require 64,000 human computers working simultaneously in a vast circular building designed specifically for the purpose. The idea was correct. The technology to implement it did not yet exist. The first electronic computers changed that. In 1950, a team at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton, working with one of the early electronic computers and including the mathematician John von Neumann, produced the first successful numerical weather prediction. It took 24 hours of computing time to produce a 24-hour forecast. This was not yet useful for telling anyone what to expect tomorrow morning, but it was a proof that the principle worked. As computers grew faster, numerical weather prediction became more practical. By the 1960s, numerical models were contributing to operational forecasts. By the 1980s, they were central to them. By the early 21st century, the computers running weather models at major meteorological centres were among the most powerful in the world, occupying rooms the size of warehouses and consuming electricity at rates that would have seemed implausible to anyone watching Richardson work by hand in 1916. Hurricane tracking brought the combined capabilities of satellites, radiosondes, aircraft reconnaissance, and numerical models into vivid public awareness. A tropical disturbance forming over warm ocean water can now be detected by satellite, when it's still a loose collection of thunderstorms far from any coast. Specially instrumented research aircraft fly directly into the storm when it is organised enough to study, penetrating the eye wall to take measurements of temperature, pressure and wind from inside the storm's core. Satellite imagery and radar track the storm's movement continuously. Ensemble models compute dozens of possible future tracks simultaneously, giving forecasters a sense of both the most likely path and the range of uncertainty surrounding it. The combination allows track forecasts 5 or more days ahead of a potential landfall, giving coastal communities the time needed to prepare, evacuate or reach a reasoned decision that the storm is likely to pass them by. Doppler radar, which became operational across the United States weather network in the late 1980s and early 1990s, added another capability that changed what could be done for communities in storm-prone regions. Standard radar showed where precipitation was occurring. Doppler radar showed how fast that precipitation was moving toward or away from the radar antenna, which allowed forecasters to detect the rotation within a storm that precedes the formation of the tornado, sometimes before the tornado had even touched down. The average warning time for tornado events improved substantially after Doppler radar coverage became widespread. For communities in tornado-prone areas, those additional minutes of warning represent a significant reduction in deaths from events that previously struck with almost no notice at all. Ensemble forecasting, developed in the early 1990s, represented a shift in how meteorologists thought about prediction and uncertainty. Rather than running a single numerical model from a single best estimate of the current atmospheric state and producing a single deterministic forecast, ensemble systems run the same model dozens of times simultaneously, each time with slightly different starting conditions that reflect the real uncertainty present in the observations used to initialize the model. The spread of the resulting forecasts quantifies the uncertainty in the prediction. When all the ensemble members agree closely, confident communication is appropriate. When they diverge widely from each other, the atmosphere is in a sensitive state, where small differences in initial conditions lead to very different outcomes after a few days. An honest communication requires conveying that uncertainty to the public, rather than presenting false confidence about which way the week is going to go. The mobile weather application on your phone is the consumer-facing endpoint of this entire infrastructure. Temperature for the next hour, rain probability for the afternoon, wind gusts on Saturday, the 7-day outlook displayed with small cloud icons. Behind that simple, friendly screen is an infrastructure of genuinely remarkable complexity. Geostationary satellites keeping continuous watch over the same regions of ocean and land around the clock. Polar orbiting satellites sweeping across every part of the planet twice each day, measuring temperature profiles of the atmosphere all the way from the surface to the stratosphere. Radio sondes ascending from hundreds of stations twice daily, taking measurements all the way to the edge of the atmosphere. Commercial aircraft transmitting temperature and wind observations from cruise altitude without any of the passengers being aware this is happening. Networks of surface stations, automated ocean buoys drifting through every major sea basin, tide gauges, river level monitors, soil moisture sensors. All of that data flowing continuously to supercomputers at national meteorological centres, where it is combined with the output of numerical models that have been running continuously since the previous observation cycle updated them. You check the rain probability for your afternoon walk and it says 40%. Climate science grew from the same observational infrastructure as researchers began looking not at individual weather events, but at the long-term statistical patterns of those events across decades and centuries. The instrumental temperature records maintained by weather services, some of them extending back to the mid-19th century, provided evidence of systematic changes in atmospheric conditions that were too large and too consistent to be explained by natural variability alone. The growing understanding of atmospheric chemistry, particularly the role of certain gases in trapping outgoing heat near the Earth's surface, provided a physical mechanism for those changes. Climate science is now an enormous interdisciplinary field of its own, drawing on meteorology, oceanography, chemistry, ecology, and many other disciplines, but its foundations lie in the same patient observational habit that began with monastery weather notes and farming proverbs centuries earlier. Traditional ecological knowledge has returned to serious consideration in research contexts. Atmospheric and climate scientists have increasingly recognised that indigenous communities have been observing specific local atmospheres and landscapes for far longer than any instrumental record exists. The seasonal calendars of Aboriginal Australians, the precise environmental vocabulary of Inuit communities, the phenological observations woven into farming traditions in every part of the world, these are observational records with a depth and local specificity that no satellite can replicate. The combination of long historical depth, regional precision, and accumulated generational testing makes traditional weather knowledge a serious complement to instrumental data, and the field is increasingly looking for ways to incorporate it alongside model output and satellite imagery. And yet, after all of this, after 10,000 years of accumulated observation, after the thermometer and the barometer, and the radio sonde and the satellite, and the supercomputer, the atmosphere remains what it always was, a chaotic physical system of such enormous complexity that perfect prediction is not possible. The mathematical theory of chaos demonstrates that small uncertainties in our knowledge of the current atmospheric state grow steadily over time until the forecast and reality diverge completely. Most atmospheric scientists place the theoretical predictability limit at somewhere between 2 and 3 weeks. Beyond that horizon, no model, however sophisticated, can reliably outperform a well-informed guess about typical conditions for that time of year. This is not a failure. It is a fact about the world, and it is worth sitting with for a moment. The atmosphere is a fluid system approximately 5 miles deep, wrapping a spinning planet, heated unevenly from below, losing heat from above, exchanging vast quantities of water with the oceans, deflected by mountain ranges, operating on timescales that range from seconds to millennia. The fact that anyone can forecast it reliably for 7 days is remarkable. The fact that certainty dissolves beyond 2 weeks is simply true, and no amount of computing power will change it, because the mathematical structure of the system itself prevents it. The meteorologist working a forecast desk at 2 in the morning, watching ensembles spread on a computer monitor and deciding how to phrase the public forecast for the coast, is doing what the farmer on the hillside was doing 12,000 years ago. paying close attention to a system that will not hold still, asking what it is likely to do next, accepting that the answer carries some uncertainty, and offering the best guidance available to the people who are depending on it. The sky has been speaking all along. The history of meteorology is the history of how human beings, over 10,000 patient and curious years, learned to understand what it was saying. Sleep well tonight, weather dreamers. Whatever the sky decides to do out there will wait until morning. And if you're still awake and wondering, go check what tomorrow's forecast says, then put the phone down. You already know everything that matters. The clouds have been sorting themselves into families since long before anyone had a name for them, and they will keep doing it regardless of whether you're watching. Somewhere above you right now, a weather satellite is crossing the dark in silence, recording the cloud patterns with meticulous consistency, keeping the longest watch there is. You're settling into the late 1800s and early 1900s, when people first began studying the mind not through philosophy alone, but through careful observation and quiet experimentation. This was a time when psychology was new, uncertain, and filled with more questions than answers, when researchers worked in small rooms with simple tools, trying to understand something that had never been systematically studied before. Before psychology existed as a formal discipline, people already knew their own minds quite well. You woke each morning with thoughts forming before you opened your eyes. You noticed how attention shifted from task to task throughout the day. You felt emotions rise and fade. You remembered yesterday while planning tomorrow. All of this happened naturally, without textbooks or laboratories. In the middle 1800s, if you wanted to understand thinking, you simply observed yourself and others going about ordinary life. You noticed that some memories stayed clear while others faded within hours. You recognized that concentrating on one thing meant other things slipped away. You understood that tiredness changed how you thought, making simple decisions feel difficult by evening. People describe these experiences to one another constantly. A teacher might mention how students seem to learn better in the morning. A shopkeeper might notice that familiar customers' faces came to mind more easily than their names. A parent might observe that children remembered stories better when they were calm and rested. These observations weren't scientific, but they were accurate in their own way. The idea that thoughts could be studied systematically seemed strange at first. Thinking felt private, invisible, and impossible to measure. Unlike the heart or lungs, the mind produced nothing you could weigh or see under a microscope. It simply existed, creating experiences that only you could know directly. Yet people had always been curious about why they thought the way they did. Why did some faces seem instantly familiar, while others remained strangers even after multiple meetings? Why could you remember a song from childhood but forget what you ate 3 days ago? Why did solving a puzzle sometimes require stepping away and returning later with fresh eyes? These questions didn't feel urgent. They were simply part of being human, noticed during quiet moments or mentioned in passing conversation. No one expected definitive answers. The mind was just something you lived with, accepting its quirks and patterns as part of daily existence. By the mid-1800s, a few people began wondering if these everyday observations could lead somewhere more organised. Perhaps patterns existed that applied to everyone. Perhaps memory, attention, and thought followed rules that could be discovered through patient study. Perhaps the mind, despite being invisible, could still be understood. This shift happened gradually. It wasn't a sudden revelation, but a slow accumulation of curiosity. Someone might keep a journal noting when they remembered things clearly versus when details blurred. Another person might wonder why certain tasks felt automatic, while others required constant attention. These small questions began gathering into something larger. The people asking these questions weren't revolutionaries. They were teachers, doctors, philosophers, and simply thoughtful individuals who noticed patterns in daily life. They had no special equipment and no established methods. They just had questions and the patience to sit with them. What made this period interesting was how little anyone actually knew. There were no textbooks explaining how memory worked, no diagrams showing how attention functioned, no theories about why practice made some tasks easier. Just people noticing, wondering, and occasionally writing down what they observed. This uncertainty created a kind of openness. Without established answers, people could explore freely. They could propose ideas, test them gently, and revise them without feeling they were contradicting established truth. The mind was a mystery, but it was a mystery they lived with every day, making it familiar even while remaining unexplained. Daily life provided constant opportunities for informal observation. Walking through a city, you noticed how quickly you stopped hearing the constant noise of traffic and conversation. Your mind filtered out the familiar, attending only to unusual sounds or sudden changes. This happened automatically without conscious decision. Reading a book demonstrated similar patterns. Your eyes moved across words, but you weren't aware of each individual letter. Somehow, meaning emerged directly from the marks on the page. Only when you encountered an unfamiliar word did the process slow down, becoming deliberate and conscious. Conversations revealed other aspects of thinking. You could follow what someone said while simultaneously planning your response. You remembered earlier parts of the conversation while hearing new information. You interpreted tone and expression alongside actual words. All of this happened smoothly, requiring no apparent effort. Yet certain mental tasks felt genuinely difficult. Learning a new skill demanded concentration. Remembering long sequences of information took work. Maintaining attention on something boring required constant effort. These difficulties were just as much a part of mental life as the effortless aspects. People noticed that moods affected thinking. When cheerful, problems seemed manageable, and ideas flowed easily. When sad or worried, even simple tasks felt burdensome, and concentration became difficult. The connection between emotion and thought was obvious, though no one understood the mechanisms behind it. Physical state mattered too. Hunger made thinking harder. Illness disrupted concentration. Pain drew attention away from other concerns. The mind clearly depended on the body, though the exact nature of that dependence remained unclear. Age brought changes in mental abilities that everyone could observe. Children learned quickly but struggled with abstract ideas. Adults could think through complex problems but sometimes had trouble learning new skills. Older people accumulated vast knowledge but might struggle to remember recent events. These patterns were familiar, noticed across generations. Individual differences were equally apparent. Some people seemed naturally good with numbers. Others had exceptional memories for faces or names. Still others could learn languages easily, or showed talent for music or art. These variations suggested that minds, while sharing basic features, also differed in significant ways. All of these observations existed before formal psychology, accumulated through ordinary living rather than systematic study. They formed a foundation of common knowledge about mental life, reliable enough for practical purposes even without scientific explanation. What early psychologists would attempt was taking this informal knowledge and making it precise. They wanted to move from noticing patterns to understanding why those patterns existed. They hoped to transform everyday observations into systematic knowledge that could be tested, refined, and extended. This ambition faced an immediate problem. Unlike studying rocks or plants or chemical reactions, studying the mind meant studying the very thing doing the studying. Your mind had to observe itself, creating a kind of circularity that made objective investigation difficult. Despite this challenge, the attempt seemed worth making. The mind shaped every aspect of human life. Understanding it better might improve education, help people think more clearly, and address the suffering caused by mental difficulties. The potential benefits justified working through methodological problems. So in small rooms and quiet laboratories, with simple equipment and careful notes, the first psychologists began their work, building on everyday observations but trying to go beyond them, seeking patterns and principles that could explain the rich, complex, frustrating, and fascinating experience of being a conscious thinking person. The first people who tried to study psychology formally worked in small rooms with simple tools. They used pocket watches to measure reaction times. They created basic puzzles to test memory. They kept detailed notebooks, recording observations in neat handwriting by lamplight each evening. Wilhelm Wundt opened a laboratory in Leipzig, Germany, in 1879. This wasn't a laboratory in the modern sense, with gleaming equipment and computer screens. It was a room with tables, chairs, paper, and a few instruments for measuring time and basic sensory responses. The work done there was quiet and repetitive. Researchers would sit with volunteers and ask them to describe their thoughts while performing simple tasks. Someone might look at a coloured card and try to explain exactly what they experienced. Another person might listen to a tone and describe how it felt different from another tone. These descriptions were recorded carefully and then reviewed later. The goal was to break consciousness into its smallest parts. If thinking was made up of basic sensations, feelings and images, perhaps understanding those pieces would reveal how the whole mind worked. It seemed logical. Scientists had been breaking physical matter into smaller elements for decades. Why not do the same with thought? This approach, called introspection, required patience. Volunteers had to pay very close attention to their own mental processes and describe them accurately. Researchers had to listen carefully and record everything precisely. Then they had to compare notes, looking for patterns across different people and different tasks. The work was slow. A single experiment might take weeks to complete, with the same simple task repeated hundreds of times. Researchers wanted to be thorough, to make sure their observations were consistent. They avoided rushing toward conclusions. But problems appeared quickly. When different people described the same experience, their accounts often differed. One person might report seeing a colour as a simple sensation. Another might immediately think of an object that colour, mixing memory with pure perception. A third might feel an emotion connected to the colour, adding yet another layer. These differences were confusing. If everyone's mind worked the same way, shouldn't their descriptions match? The researchers tried being more precise with their instructions. They trained volunteers more carefully. They repeated experiments again and again. Still, the variations persisted. Some researchers began to suspect that asking people to describe their thoughts might actually change those thoughts. The act of observing your own thinking seemed to interfere with natural mental processes. It was like trying to study how you walked by, thinking about every step. The attention required for observation altered what you were trying to observe. This created a genuine dilemma. How could you study something that changed when you looked at it? The problem felt fundamental, not something that better equipment or more careful methods could solve. It was built into the nature of consciousness itself. Other scientists tried different approaches. Hermann Ebbinghaus decided to study memory using something that had no prior meaning. He created nonsense syllables, combinations of letters that formed no real words. Then he memorized lists of these syllables, testing himself repeatedly to see how memory changed over time. This work was tedious. Ebbinghaus sat alone, memorizing lists, testing himself, recording results, then doing it all again the next day. He continued for months, building a careful record of how quickly he forgot and how repetition helped him remember. The data accumulated slowly, filling notebook after notebook. What he discovered was both interesting and limited. Memory did follow certain patterns. Information faded quickly at first, then more slowly over time. Repetition helped, but with diminishing returns. Spacing practice sessions worked better than cramming everything at once. These findings were genuine, but they also felt narrow. Memorizing nonsense syllables wasn't like remembering your childhood, learning a skill, or recognizing a friend's face. The controlled simplicity that made the experiment possible also made it feel distant from real mental life. Still, the work demonstrated that memory could be studied quantitatively. You could measure how much was remembered, how long it took to learn, and how quickly forgetting occurred. These measurements provided something solid to work with, even if they captured only a tiny slice of what memory actually was. Other researchers explored different aspects of thinking. Some studied how people reacted to unexpected sounds or lights. Others investigated how practice improved performance on simple tasks. Each study added a small piece of information, but no grand picture emerged. The early psychologists kept working despite this uncertainty. They revised their methods when problems appeared. They borrowed ideas from each other. They published their findings in new journals created specifically for psychological research. The field grew, but slowly, without dramatic breakthroughs. What sustained them was genuine curiosity and the belief that patience would eventually yield understanding. They weren't expecting quick answers. They were building something from nothing, establishing basic methods and questions that future researchers could refine and expand. Equipment remained simple throughout this early period. A chronometer for measuring time, cards with colours or shapes, lists of words or syllables, simple mechanical devices for presenting stimuli at controlled intervals. Nothing required advanced technology or significant expense. This simplicity had advantages. Experiments could be replicated easily in different laboratories. Students could learn methods quickly. The focus stayed on observations rather than getting distracted by complex apparatus. The questions being asked were fundamental enough that simple tools sufficed. Funding for this work came primarily from universities, which supported research as part of their educational mission. Amounts were modest. A laboratory might operate on the equivalent of a few thousand modern dollars per year. Researchers didn't expect wealth from their work, just enough support to continue. The pace of publication was slow by later standards. A researcher might publish 2 or 3 papers in a good year. Each paper reported carefully conducted studies, often representing months of work. The emphasis was on quality and thoroughness rather than quantity of output. Reviewing others' work for journals was taken seriously. Researchers read submissions carefully, checking methods and questioning interpretations. They provided detailed feedback, helping authors improve their work. This peer review helped maintain standards even as the field was still defining what those standards should be. Mistakes were common and acknowledged openly. An experiment might fail to produce clear results. A method might prove unreliable. A theory might be contradicted by new observations. Researchers reported these failures alongside successes, treating them as valuable information about what didn't work. This honesty created a culture where admitting difficulty or uncertainty was acceptable. No one expected researchers to always be right. They expected them to be careful, honest, and willing to revise their thinking when evidence demanded it. Debates occurred regularly. Researchers disagreed about methods, interpretations, and the field's proper direction. These disagreements were conducted through journal articles and conference presentations, with each side presenting arguments and evidence. The tone was generally respectful, focused on ideas rather than personal criticism. Some debates continued for years without resolution. Different laboratories used different methods and reached different conclusions. Without clear ways to decide between competing approaches, both might persist, each gathering supporters and continuing to produce research. This theoretical diversity could be frustrating, but it also protected against premature consensus. If the field had settled too quickly on particular methods or theories, it might have locked itself into approaches that later proved limited. Ongoing disagreement kept options open. What unified researchers, despite their differences, was commitment to empirical investigation. Whatever their theoretical preferences, they agreed that observation should guide understanding. Speculation alone wasn't enough. Ideas needed testing through systematic study. This empirical commitment didn't eliminate bias or error, but it provided a standard for evaluation. Theories that couldn't be tested or that contradicted. Repeated observations lost credibility. Those supported by consistent evidence gained acceptance, at least provisionally. The relationship between psychology and philosophy remained close during this period. Many psychologists had trained in philosophy and continued reading philosophical work. They borrowed concepts and questions from philosophical discussions of mind and knowledge. But psychology was trying to establish independence from philosophy by emphasizing empirical methods. Philosophers might debate the nature of consciousness indefinitely. Psychologists wanted observations that could settle disagreements or at least constrain speculation. This tension between philosophical questions and empirical methods would persist throughout psychology's development. The deepest questions about mind and consciousness often resisted experimental investigation, yet focusing only on what could be measured risked missing what was most important. Early psychologists navigated this tension with varying degrees of success. Some maintained broad philosophical perspectives while conducting careful experiments. Others focused narrowly on what could be measured, setting aside larger questions. Both approaches contributed to the field's development. As psychology developed, researchers gathered in universities, forming small communities of people interested in the same questions. These weren't large departments. Often, psychology existed as a corner of philosophy or physiology, with just one or two people pursuing it seriously. Students came to study with established researchers, learning methods through direct apprenticeship. They attended lectures, observed experiments, and eventually designed their own studies. The teaching was personal and informal, with much of the learning happening through conversation rather than formal instruction. Universities in Germany became early centres for this work. Leipzig, where Wundt worked, attracted students from across Europe and America. People travelled considerable distances to spend a year or two learning psychological research methods. They lived simply, attended lectures, worked in laboratories, and discussed ideas during long walks or evening gatherings. This created networks. Students who studied together stayed in contact after returning to their home countries. They wrote letters, sharing observations and asking questions. When someone developed a new experimental technique, others heard about it through correspondence and tried adapting it for their own research. Academic conferences began to include psychology. Researchers presented their findings to small audiences, often just a dozen or 20 people. These presentations sparked discussions that continued informally afterward. Someone might mention a problem they encountered in their research, and others would suggest possible solutions or alternative approaches. The atmosphere was collegial rather than competitive. Everyone recognized that the field was too new and uncertain for rivalry to make sense. They needed each other's ideas and insights. They were all struggling with the same fundamental challenge of how to study something as elusive as thought. Professional journals dedicated to psychology started appearing in the late 1800s. These provided formal channels for sharing research beyond personal correspondence. Articles were typically short and descriptive, reporting observations and methods without much theoretical speculation. The emphasis was on careful documentation rather than bold claims. Reading these journals meant encountering a mixture of promising findings and acknowledged failures. Researchers routinely reported experiments that didn't work as expected. They described problems with their methods. They questioned their own interpretations. This honesty reflected the field's uncertainty, but also its commitment to gradual, honest progress. Teaching psychology to undergraduates required developing new courses. What should be included? How should it be organised? Professors tried different approaches, some emphasising philosophical questions about the mind, others focusing on experimental methods and findings. Course structures varied considerably from one university to another. Students often found psychology interesting but frustrating. The field had few definitive answers to offer. Unlike anatomy, which could show you exactly how the heart worked, psychology dealt in probabilities, tendencies, and ongoing debates. This uncertainty could feel unsatisfying, but it also attracted students who enjoyed open questions. The growth of academic psychology created opportunities. Universities began hiring people specifically to teach and research psychology, rather than fitting it into other departments. Laboratories expanded beyond single rooms to include multiple spaces for different types of research. Funding, though modest, became more available, as institutions recognised psychology as a legitimate field of study. International connections strengthened. Researchers visited laboratories in other countries, observing different approaches and techniques. They discovered that while fundamental questions were universal, cultural context shaped how those questions were explored. A researcher in America might emphasize practical applications, while someone in Germany focuses on theoretical foundations. This exchange of ideas happened through multiple channels simultaneously. Letters, journal articles, conference presentations, and personal visits all contributed. The field developed unevenly, with some areas advancing faster than others, but the overall direction was toward greater sophistication and wider participation. What held these communities together was a shared commitment to understanding the mind through observation rather than speculation alone. They valued careful methods, honest reporting, and patience with uncertainty. They recognised that answers would come slowly if they came at all, but the process of searching seemed worthwhile in itself. Language differences created some barriers. Much important work was published in German, requiring researchers elsewhere to learn the language or wait for translations. French and English also served as languages of psychological research, but no single language dominated. This meant ideas spread more slowly than they might have otherwise. Translation work became important. Researchers who knew multiple languages helped make findings accessible across linguistic boundaries. They translated articles, summarized foreign work for local audiences, and facilitated correspondence between researchers who didn't share a common language. Women faced significant barriers entering psychology during this period. Universities often excluded them from formal programs or restricted their participation. Despite these obstacles, some women pursued psychological research, often working informally or in subordinate positions. Their contributions were frequently overlooked or attributed to male colleagues. If few women managed to establish themselves as serious researchers, they had to be exceptionally talented and persistent to overcome the barriers they faced. Their presence gradually began changing assumptions about who could do psychological research, though full inclusion would take many more decades. The social class background of early psychologists was typically middle or upper middle class. University education required resources that working-class families rarely had. This limited the diversity of perspectives in the field. Research questions and interpretations reflected the backgrounds and concerns of relatively privileged academics. Awareness of these limitations was minimal during the period. Researchers generally assumed their findings applied universally, without considering how class, culture, or other factors might matter. This assumption would be questioned more thoroughly in later decades, but early psychologists worked within it unconsciously. Academic hierarchies shaped research practices. Established professors held significant authority, and their theoretical preferences influenced what kinds of research seemed worthwhile. Junior researchers often worked on problems their mentors considered important, gaining independence only gradually as they established their own reputations. This hierarchical structure had both advantages and disadvantages. It provided mentorship and maintained standards. It also sometimes stifled innovation when established figures rejected new approaches. The balance between tradition and innovation remained a constant negotiation. Informal gatherings were as important as formal ones. Researchers met for coffee or tea, discussing ideas in relaxed settings. They dined together, took walks, and visited each other's homes. These social interactions built trust and understanding that facilitated intellectual exchange. Personal relationships influenced intellectual ones. Friendships formed during student years often lasted throughout careers, creating networks of mutual support. People helped each other find positions, reviewed each other's work, and collaborated on research projects. The academic year's rhythm shaped research. Terms filled with teaching left less time for experiments. Breaks allowed intensive focus on research and writing. Summers might be spent travelling to visit other laboratories or attending conferences. This cyclical pattern became the framework within which psychology developed. Universities valued research but also demanded teaching. Balancing both required careful time management. Some researchers excelled at both. Others found one or the other more congenial. Most did what was necessary to maintain their positions while pursuing the work that interested them most. Research students provided essential assistance. They helped conduct experiments, organize data, and maintain equipment. In return, they learned methods and eventually developed independence as researchers themselves. This apprenticeship model ensured continuity across generations. The relationship between research and teaching was seen as mutually beneficial. Teaching forced researchers to organize their knowledge clearly. Research provided fresh material for teaching and demonstrated the active nature of the field. Students benefited from learning from active researchers rather than just textbooks. Public interest in psychology was growing but remained limited. Occasional lectures for general audiences introduced psychological ideas to non-specialists. Newspapers sometimes reported on research findings. But psychology hadn't yet captured widespread popular attention the way it would in later decades. This relative obscurity had advantages. Researchers could work without excessive scrutiny or pressure for immediate practical results. They could pursue questions that interested them without worrying about public opinion or funding pressures beyond basic institutional support. The communities forming around psychology were small enough that most active researchers knew each other, at least by reputation. This created a sense of shared enterprise. Everyone was contributing to something new, building a field that hadn't existed a generation earlier. Early psychologists noticed quickly that mental work required rest. After several hours of concentration, attention wandered. Memory became less reliable. Simple tasks took longer. The mind, like the body, had limits. Research sessions were typically kept short. An hour of focused work was often the maximum, before researchers and volunteers both needed breaks. Continuing past that point produced diminishing returns. Fatigue introduced errors and made observations less trustworthy. This wasn't seen as a problem to overcome, but as a basic fact about how minds worked. Just as muscles needed recovery after exertion, thinking required periods of rest. Pushing beyond natural limits didn't produce better results. It just produced tired people making mistakes. Researchers built rest into their schedules deliberately. They worked in the morning when minds were fresh. They took long lunch breaks, often including walks outdoors. Afternoon sessions were shorter and focused on less demanding tasks like reviewing notes or discussing findings. Evening work was typically light, perhaps some reading or organising materials for the next day. This rhythm felt natural. It matched how people had always worked, before electric lights and demanding schedules made continuous activity seem normal. Early psychologists trusted that their best thinking happened when they weren't forcing it, when they allowed ideas to settle and clarify through patient reflection. Universities supported this approach through their structures. Academic schedules included long periods between terms when research could proceed without teaching obligations. These breaks weren't seen as vacations, but as essential time for deep work, writing, and careful thought. Walking became an important part of intellectual life. Many researchers took daily walks, using the time to think through problems without the pressure of producing immediate answers. The gentle, repetitive motion of walking seemed to help ideas flow more freely than sitting at a desk trying to force solutions. Some discoveries happened during these walks or during other restful activities. A researcher might struggle with a problem for days, then suddenly see a solution while lying in bed before sleep. This pattern reinforced the value of stepping away from work rather than grinding through difficulty. Sleep itself became a subject of interest. Researchers noticed that sleep changed thinking. A problem that seemed impossible in the evening might appear manageable after a night's rest. This wasn't magical, but reflected how sleep allowed mental processes to continue working without conscious effort. Dreams were noted, but not yet deeply studied. They seemed to reflect daily concerns mixed with random images and feelings. Some researchers kept dream journals, curious about patterns, but without methods for systematic study. dreams remained mostly personal experiences rather than scientific data. The importance of rest extended to longer timescales. Researchers took summer holidays seriously, using the time to recover from intense academic work. They travelled, visited family, pursued hobbies, and generally let their minds wander away from professional concerns. Returning in autumn, they often found themselves refreshed and ready for new projects. This approach contrasted sharply with later academic culture, which would emphasise productivity, output, and constant activity. Early psychologists worked hard, but they also trusted that rest was productive in its own way. Ideas needed time to develop. Understanding required patience, not just effort. The same principles applied to students. Cramming for exams was recognised as ineffective compared to steady, spaced study with regular breaks. Teachers encouraged students to maintain balanced schedules, warning against the exhaustion that came from excessive work without rest. None of this was formalised into theory. It was simply accepted wisdom based on observation and experience. People knew that tired minds didn't work well, so they avoided becoming unnecessarily tired. This seemed obvious rather than insightful. What made it noteworthy was how it shaped the pace of research. Psychology developed slowly, partly because researchers refused to rush. They worked carefully, rested thoroughly, and accepted that understanding would come gradually. This patience wasn't laziness, but recognition that the mind, including their own minds, had natural rhythms that should be respected rather than fought. Seasonal changes influenced work patterns. Winter brought longer periods indoors, suited to reading and writing. Spring invited more outdoor activity and social interaction. Summer allowed travel and rest. Autumn marked returns to teaching and intensive research. This natural cycle was accepted and incorporated into academic life. The quality of rest mattered as much as its quantity. Simply stopping work wasn't enough. Rest needed to involve genuine disengagement, allowing the mind to turn toward different concerns or simply wander without purpose. This kind of rest restored mental energy more effectively than forced inactivity while still thinking about work. Some researchers found particular activities restorative. Music, gardening, conversation with friends, and light physical exercise all provided relief from mental labour. These activities weren't seen as distractions from important work, but as necessary components of a sustainable intellectual life. The relationship between physical and mental rest was acknowledged but not fully understood. Exercise seemed to help mental clarity, perhaps by improving circulation, or simply by providing a break from thinking. Fresh air and natural light were valued, with many researchers preferring to work near windows or taking breaks outdoors. Time away from research often led to fresh perspectives. Returning to a problem after days or weeks away, researchers sometimes noticed aspects they had missed before. Distance provided clarity that close attention obscured. This made vacations and sabbaticals not just restorative but intellectually productive. The academic calendar's structure supported these patterns. Long summer breaks, shorter winter holidays, and periodic sabbaticals allowed researchers to step back from immediate concerns. They could read broadly, consider new directions, or simply rest without feeling they were neglecting responsibilities. Conversations about research often happened during restful activities. Walking with a colleague, sharing a meal, sitting in a comfortable room with tea. These settings facilitated discussion that felt less pressured than formal meetings. Ideas could be explored tentatively, without commitment to particular positions. The value placed on rest reflected a broader understanding of intellectual work as requiring the whole person, not just focused concentration. Physical health, emotional balance, social connection, and mental rest all contributed to thinking clearly. Neglecting any of these diminished intellectual capacity. This holistic view would be challenged by later emphasis on productivity and specialization. But for early psychologists, it remained a guiding principle. They were whole people trying to understand the whole mind, and that required attending to all aspects of human life, including the fundamental need for rest and renewal. Early psychologists developed simple experiments to understand how minds processed information. These studies used ordinary materials and straightforward tasks, nothing complex or intimidating. Memory research often involved lists. A researcher would read a series of words or numbers, then ask volunteers to recall as many as possible. By varying the length of lists, the speed of presentation, and the time before testing, researchers mapped basic patterns of remembering and forgetting. What they found was that memory had clear limits. Most people could remember about 7 items after a single presentation. Longer lists required repetition. Items at the beginning and end of lists were remembered better than items in the middle. These patterns appeared consistently across different people and different types of material. This consistency was encouraging. It suggested memory followed regular principles, not random processes. If you could predict memory performance based on simple variables like list length and position, perhaps deeper understanding was possible. Researchers tested many variations. Did meaningful words work differently than nonsense syllables? Did pictures produce better memory than words? Did emotional content affect recall? Each question led to careful studies, producing a gradual accumulation of findings. Forgetting proved as interesting as remembering. Ebbinghaus's work showed that most forgetting happened quickly, within the first hours or days after learning. After that, the rate of forgetting slowed considerably. Material that survived a few days often persisted for much longer. This pattern made sense of common experiences. You might forget a name minutes after hearing it, but information you still remembered a week later would likely stay accessible for months or years. The initial consolidation period was crucial. Repetition helped memory, but not in simple ways. Spacing repetitions over time worked better than massing them together. 10 practice sessions spread across 10 days produced better retention than 10 sessions in a single day. This spacing effect appeared reliably across different materials and tasks. Understanding why spacing helped required speculation. Perhaps memory needed time to consolidate between practice sessions. Perhaps spacing reduced interference between similar memories. Perhaps it simply maintained motivation better than tedious repetition. The mechanisms remained unclear, but the effect was consistent. Perception studies examined how people noticed and interpreted sensory information. Researchers presented simple stimuli like lights, sounds, or touches, then asked volunteers to report what they experienced. By varying intensity, duration, and context, they explored how minds translated physical sensations into conscious experience. One persistent finding was that perception wasn't passive. People didn't simply receive sensory information like blank pages accepting ink. Instead, expectations, attention, and prior experience shaped what people noticed and how they interpreted it. The same sound might be heard differently depending on what the listener expected or what else was happening around them. Context effects appeared everywhere. A grey patch looked lighter against a dark background and darker against a light background. A tone sounded different when preceded by other tones than when presented alone. A touch felt different depending on what area of skin received it. Perception was always relative, always influenced by surroundings. This relativity complicated attempts to identify simple laws of perception. What seemed like a straightforward relationship between stimulus and sensation turned out to involve multiple factors. Researchers had to control context carefully to get consistent results. Attention itself became a focus of study. Researchers noticed that concentrating on one thing meant missing others. They tested this with simple tasks. While focusing on counting sounds, people might fail to notice a light flashing. While watching one object move, they might miss another object appearing nearby. This revealed attention as selective and limited. You couldn't pay full attention to everything simultaneously. Instead, focus moved from one thing to another, with most sensory information going unnoticed. This wasn't a flaw, but a necessary feature of how minds worked, filtering vast amounts of information to manage what seemed most relevant. The capacity limits of attention were measured in various ways. How many objects could someone track simultaneously? How quickly could attention shift between different tasks? How did dividing attention between multiple things affect performance on each? The answers varied somewhat but showed consistent patterns. Visual attention was studied using simple displays. Arrays of letters or symbols were presented briefly, and people reported what they saw. Results showed that only a few items could be consciously perceived at once, even though the eye received information about the entire display. Most visual information never reached conscious awareness. Auditory attention showed similar selectivity. In a room full of conversation, you could focus on one speaker and follow what they said, while other voices became background noise. This selective listening, later called the cocktail party effect, demonstrated how powerfully attention could filter information. Learning through practice showed interesting patterns. When people first attempted an unfamiliar task, they needed to think through each step deliberately. With repetition, the task became smoother and required less conscious attention. Eventually, it could be performed almost automatically. Researchers traced this progression carefully. They had volunteers practice simple activities like tapping patterns or solving basic problems, measuring speed and accuracy across many sessions. The improvement curves were consistent. Quick gains at first, then gradual refinement, eventually reaching a plateau where further practice produced little change. This suggested that learning involved forming habits, stable patterns of action that required minimal thought once established. Habits freed attention for other things. An experienced piano player could focus on expression while fingers found notes automatically. A skilled reader could attend to meaning while recognizing words without conscious effort. The role of mistakes in learning was noticed early. When people made errors during practice, they often corrected themselves on subsequent attempts. This self-correction seemed important for improvement. Simply repeating actions without noticing and adjusting mistakes didn't lead to better performance. Feedback proved essential for learning. When people received clear information about whether their responses were correct, they improved faster than when practicing without feedback. This applied to both simple motor tasks and more complex problem solving. Researchers also studied how people grouped information to make it easier to remember. Instead of memorizing 15 random numbers, someone might notice patterns or break the sequence into smaller chunks. This organizational strategy helped memory even though the amount of information remained the same. The capacity to organize information seemed to distinguish expert from novice performance. Experts didn't necessarily have better raw memory. They organized information more efficiently, recognizing patterns and chunking details into meaningful units. This reduced the memory load and made information easier to retrieve. Context affected everything. People remembered information better when tested in the same environment where they learned it. They performed tasks more successfully when conditions matched their practice sessions. This suggested that memory wasn't just about storing information, but about connecting it to circumstances and surroundings. Physical state during learning also mattered. Being tired or uncomfortable during study made later recall more difficult. Being alert and comfortable helped. The body's condition influenced the mind's function in ways that were obvious, but not yet understood. Researchers noted individual differences throughout these studies. Some people had naturally better memory. Others learned motor skills more quickly. Still others showed superior attention or faster perception. These variations were documented but not easily explained. The question of whether practice could overcome natural differences remained uncertain. Some evidence suggested that extensive practice could bring almost anyone to high levels of performance. Other evidence suggested limits that practice couldn't fully overcome. The interaction between talent and training remained complex. Fatigue effects appeared repeatedly in studies. Performance declined after extended periods of work. Errors became more common. Reaction times slowed. Rest restored abilities, sometimes even improving them beyond pre-fatigue levels, as if the break allowed consolidation of learning. This made long experimental sessions impractical. After an hour or two, participants showed clear signs of tiredness. Continuing produced unreliable data. It's better to stop, rest, and resume the next day than to push through declining performance. The accumulated findings from memory, perception and learning studies created a picture of minds as active, limited and shaped by experience. People didn't passively receive information but actively processed it, filtered by attention, organised by prior knowledge, and stored in forms that made later retrieval possible but not guaranteed. These findings were modest but genuine. They described real regularities in how minds worked. They could be replicated in different laboratories by different researchers. They formed a foundation of reliable knowledge, even though much about underlying mechanisms remained unknown. As daylight faded, early psychologists often turned from active research to quieter work. Evenings were for reviewing the day's observations, organising notes, and writing up findings. This transition from doing to reflecting was built into the rhythm of scholarly life. Laboratories emptied as evening approached. Volunteers went home. Equipment was put away carefully, cleaned, and prepared for the next day. Researchers gathered their notebooks and returned to offices or personal studies to continue work in a different mode. Writing was done by hand, sometimes by lamplight or gaslight, before electric lighting became common. The physical act of writing was slow, requiring thought about each sentence before committing it to paper. Revisions meant recopying entire pages. This enforced deliberation matched the careful nature of the research itself. Notes from experiments needed organisation. Raw observations had to be sorted, patterns identified, and preliminary interpretations considered. This work required concentration but was less mentally taxing than conducting experiments. It felt more contemplative, allowing researchers to see their findings from a slight distance. Many researchers kept detailed research journals separate from their experimental notes. These journals included thoughts about methodology, questions that arose during the day, ideas for future studies, and reflections on challenges encountered. They served as private spaces for working through uncertainty without the pressure of formal presentation. Writing for publication was a different task entirely. Articles needed clear structure and precise language. Findings had to be presented objectively, without overstating their significance. Methods required enough detail that others could replicate the work. This demanded clarity that was harder to achieve than the original research. The process usually began with an outline. Main findings would be identified, then organised into a logical sequence. Supporting evidence would be arranged. Connections to previous research would be noted. Only after this organisational work would actual writing begin. First drafts were often rough. Getting ideas onto paper mattered more than polish. Later revisions would refine language, clarify arguments and correct errors. Multiple drafts were normal, each improving on the last through careful editing. Reading drafts aloud helped catch awkward phrasing and logical gaps. Hearing the words revealed problems that silent reading missed. Many researchers made this part of their revision process, speaking their writing to themselves in quiet rooms. Colleagues sometimes reviewed drafts before submission to journals. A trusted friend might read a paper and offer suggestions. This informal peer review helped strengthen arguments and catch oversights. It also provided emotional support, reassuring authors that their work had value. Researchers typically worked on several writing projects simultaneously. A paper describing a completed study might be in revision while another was being drafted, and a third was still just an outline with notes. This allowed them to shift between projects depending on energy and inspiration. Some days, writing flowed easily. Ideas connected naturally, arguments assembled themselves, and the right words appeared. Other days, every sentence required effort, and nothing seemed to come together properly. Researchers learned to accept this variation, working when writing came easily, and doing other tasks when it didn't. Evening writing sessions often included correspondence, letters to colleagues discussing research, responding to questions about published work, or simply maintaining professional friendships were common. These exchanges kept researchers connected to the broader community and provided informal feedback on developing ideas. The tone of letters was typically warm and personal. Researchers shared not just findings but also struggles, uncertainties, and questions. They offered encouragement and suggestions. They built relationships that went beyond purely professional interaction. Some researchers preferred dictating to assistants rather than writing directly. Speaking thoughts aloud sometimes made arguments clearer. Assistants would transcribe, then researchers would review and revise the written text. This collaboration was practical, but also shaped how ideas were expressed. Reading others' work was an essential evening activity. New journal issues arrived regularly, requiring review. Books from colleagues needed attention. Staying current with the field meant spending considerable time reading, considering others' methods and findings, and thinking about how they related to one's own research. This reading wasn't passive. Researchers took notes, wrote marginal comments, and sometimes drafted responses or critiques. Engaging actively with others' ideas helped clarify their own thinking. It also revealed gaps in the field that might suggest new research directions. Occasionally, reading sparked immediate inspiration. An article might mention a method that could be adapted or describe a finding that connected unexpectedly to the reader's own work. These moments of recognition felt valuable, worth the hours of routine reading that preceded them. Evenings also brought administrative work. Teaching needed preparation. Laboratory supplies had to be ordered. Students' papers required reading and feedback. These practical tasks interrupted intellectual work but were necessary parts of academic life. Despite these demands, evenings generally felt calmer than days. The pressure to produce immediate results eased. There was space for thinking that wandered beyond current projects, for considering larger questions about the field's direction, and for wondering about problems that had no clear solutions yet. Some researchers worked late into the night when particularly engaged with a writing project or interesting problem. Others maintained strict schedules, stopping work at a set hour regardless of what remained undone. Both approaches reflected different temperaments but similar recognition that sustainable work required boundaries. The physical setting of evening work mattered. A comfortable chair, adequate light, and minimal distraction all contributed to sustained concentration. Many researchers cultivated particular spaces for writing, places that felt conducive to focused thought. Temperature and air quality affected evening productivity. Rooms that were too warm made concentration difficult. Poor ventilation created stuffiness that interfered with thinking. Researchers learned to maintain comfortable conditions, opening windows or adjusting heating as needed. Some people worked better with complete silence. Others preferred soft background sounds. A few worked in cafes or libraries, finding that ambient activity helped them focus. Personal preferences varied, but everyone recognized that environment influenced work quality. Before sleep, many researchers spent time with non-professional reading or family activities. They recognized that stepping fully away from work helped them return to it refreshed. The mind needed variety, not just rest. Light reading before bed helped transition towards sleep. Nothing too engaging or thought-provoking, just pleasant material that didn't demand intense concentration. Novels, essays, poetry, anything that felt relaxing rather than stimulating. Evening routines often included reviewing the next day's plans. What experiments were scheduled? What writing needed attention? What meetings or teaching obligations existed? This brief preview helped organise thoughts and reduced morning uncertainty. The transition from evening work to rest was gradual rather than abrupt. Work intensity decreased in stages. Demanding writing gave way to lighter reading, which gave way to casual activities, which gave way to preparing for sleep. This gentle progression respected natural rhythms rather than fighting them. This evening rhythm of reflection, writing, reading, and gradual disengagement created continuity between active research and restorative rest. Work didn't stop abruptly, but transitioned through stages of decreasing intensity until sleep could arrive naturally. Sleep was understood as essential for mental function long before psychologists studied it systematically. Everyone knew that poor sleep made thinking difficult, and that adequate rest improved concentration and memory. This common knowledge shaped how researchers approached their work. Evening routines often included winding down deliberately. After finishing work, researchers might read something undemanding, take an evening walk, or engage in light conversation. These activities help transition from the focused attention of work to the relaxed state conducive to sleep. The importance of regular sleep schedules was recognised early. Going to bed at roughly the same time each night made falling asleep easier. Waking at consistent times made mornings less difficult. The body seemed to function better with predictable rhythms. Bedrooms were kept simple and comfortable. Heavy curtains blocked light. Bedding was clean and warm. Temperatures were kept moderate. These practical arrangements reflected an understanding that the environment affected sleep quality. Dreams were acknowledged as part of mental life, but remained largely unexplored. People remembered dreams with varying clarity. Some mornings brought vivid recall of strange narratives and images. Other mornings, dreams disappeared immediately upon waking, leaving only vague impressions. Researchers occasionally kept dream journals, recording what they remembered upon waking. Patterns emerged. Dreams often included elements from recent experiences mixed with older memories and impossible combinations. They felt real while happening, but became obviously irrational upon waking. What dreams meant or how they related to waking thought remained unclear. Some researchers suspected dreams might reveal something about how memory worked, showing how the mind combined information in unusual ways. Others thought dreams might simply be random mental activity during sleep, meaningful only in their meaninglessness. The content of dreams varied enormously between individuals and across nights. Some dreams felt coherent, with recognizable narratives and clear sequences. Others were fragmentary, jumping between scenes without connection. Emotions in dreams could be intense, sometimes more vivid than waking feelings. Recurring dreams were noted as curious phenomena. The same scenes or situations might appear repeatedly over months or years. These repetitions suggested some kind of significance, but what they meant remained mysterious. Nightmares occasionally troubled sleep. Most people experienced them occasionally. They typically involved threats or danger, creating anxiety that could wake the sleeper. Upon waking, the threat revealed itself as imaginary, but the emotional impact lingered. Without methods for studying dreams systematically, they remained personal experiences rather than scientific data. Researchers noted them with interest, but didn't build theories around them. The focus stayed on aspects of mental life that could be observed and measured during waking hours. The quality of sleep affected research directly. After a poor night's rest, experiments took longer, mistakes increased, and patience wore thin. Researchers learned to postpone difficult work when they felt tired, recognizing that forcing concentration when exhausted produced unreliable results. This meant treating sleep as a professional necessity rather than a personal weakness. Taking time to rest properly wasn't indulgence, but practical requirement for good work. Universities generally supported this through reasonable schedules that didn't demand constant availability. Seasonal patterns influenced sleep and work. Winter darkness meant longer evenings and later mornings. Summer light extended active hours but also invited more time outdoors. Researchers adjusted their schedules with seasons rather than fighting natural rhythms. The relationship between mental work and physical rest was noted but not fully understood. Thinking hard seemed to require physical recovery just as manual labour did. A day of intense mental effort left people genuinely tired, needing sleep as much as someone who had worked physically. Some researchers wondered whether different types of mental work required different kinds of rest. Did creative thinking deplete resources differently than memorization or calculation? Did some activities actually restore mental energy rather than consuming it? These questions were raised but not answered. What was clear was that regular sleep patterns supported better thinking. Going to bed and waking at consistent times made daily work easier. Irregular sleep disrupted concentration and mood, making routine tasks feel harder than they should. Physical activity during the day seemed to promote better sleep at night. Researchers who took walks or engaged in light exercise reported sleeping more soundly than those who remained sedentary. This suggested connections between physical and mental states that weren't yet understood. Diet affected sleep as well. Heavy meals late in the evening made rest uncomfortable. Stimulating drinks like coffee or tea interfered with falling asleep if consumed too close to bedtime. Moderation and timing mattered. Naps occasionally appeared in researchers' schedules. A brief afternoon rest could restore alertness for evening work. This wasn't seen as laziness, but as an efficient use of natural energy patterns. Some people felt renewed after 20 minutes of rest. Others needed longer, but the principle of midday recovery was widely accepted. The practice of napping varied by culture and individual preference. Some researchers found them essential, others never napped. Both groups recognised that what mattered was total rest quality over a full day and night, not adherence to any particular pattern. The transition to sleep was sometimes described in the research notes. People noticed the drift from waking thought to sleep's edge when ideas became less controlled and logic loosened. This transitional state felt distinct from both alert consciousness and full sleep, suggesting that mental states existed on a continuum rather than as sharp categories. Thoughts while falling asleep often had a dreamlike quality, more associative and less constrained than normal thinking. Images might appear spontaneously. Ideas might connect in unexpected ways. This state could occasionally yield insights that more focused thinking missed. Some researchers kept paper and pen beside their beds to capture late-night thoughts. An idea that seemed important while falling asleep might vanish by morning. Writing it down preserved it, though morning often revealed that the insight was less significant than it had seemed in the moment. Morning waking brought its own patterns. Some people woke alert immediately, others needed time for full consciousness to return. These differences seemed stable for each individual, another example of variation within general patterns. The first thoughts upon waking sometimes addressed problems that had been troubling the day before. The mind seemed to have worked on them during sleep, occasionally producing solutions or new perspectives. This wasn't guaranteed, but it happened often enough to be noticed and valued. The role of sleep in memory was suspected but not proven. Researchers noticed that material studied before sleep sometimes seemed clearer the next morning. This suggested sleep might help organise or strengthen memories, though the mechanisms remain unknown. Some evidence supported this. Information reviewed just before sleeping was often recalled better than information reviewed earlier in the day. Whether this reflected the absence of interference after sleep or some active consolidation process remained uncertain. Sleep deprivation experiments were rare during this period, as deliberately disrupting sleep seemed unethical and impractical. Researchers relied instead on natural variations, observing how performance changed after poor versus good sleep. The results were consistent. Sleep loss impaired everything. Memory, attention, learning, mood, and physical coordination all suffered when people didn't sleep adequately. Recovery required time. A single good night didn't fully reverse the effects of several poor ones. These observations reinforced the practical importance of sleep. Researchers who wanted to do good work needed to sleep well. This seemed obvious, but it was worth remembering when pressures to work longer hours appeared. Overall, sleep was treated with respect as a fundamental requirement for mental health and intellectual work. It wasn't something to minimise or overcome, but something to honour as essential. This attitude shaped how research was conducted and how academic life was structured. Psychology as a formal field didn't emerge through sudden revelation. Instead, it developed through decades of patient accumulation, with each generation of researchers building modestly on what came before while remaining uncertain about fundamental questions. By the early 1900s, psychology had established itself in universities across Europe and America. Laboratories existed, journals published regularly, and students could pursue formal training. Yet the field still struggled with basic problems that had plagued it from the beginning. Introspection remained unreliable. Despite refinements in method and training, people's descriptions of their thoughts continued to vary in ways that couldn't be fully resolved. This limitation pushed researchers toward approaches that didn't rely on self-report, emphasizing observable behavior and measurable performance instead. This shift happened gradually. No single researcher or moment created it. Different laboratories began emphasizing different aspects of mental life, some focusing on learning in animals, others on child development, and still others on perception and sensation. The field diversified as people sought areas where progress seemed more achievable. What united these varied approaches was commitment to observation and measurement. Even when studying something as internal as emotion or thought, researchers looked for external indicators. Behavior, physiological responses, performance on tasks, and anything that could be observed repeatedly and measured consistently became valuable. This emphasis on objectivity meant giving up some of the original ambition to understand conscious experience directly. You couldn't measure what it felt like to see red or remember your childhood. You could only measure responses, choices, and patterns of behavior related to those experiences. For some, this felt like a necessary compromise. For others, it seemed like abandoning psychology's most important questions. These tensions persisted, creating ongoing debates about what psychology should study and how it should proceed. Despite these disagreements, research continued steadily. Studies accumulated in journals. Findings were replicated, questioned, or extended. Slowly, reliable knowledge emerged about learning, memory, perception, development, and many other topics. The knowledge was limited and provisional, but it was also genuine progress from the near-total ignorance of 50 years earlier. Teaching psychology became more standardized. Textbooks appeared, organizing the field's findings into coherent presentations. These texts acknowledged uncertainty, while also showing how much had been learned. Students could now study psychology without feeling they were entering completely unmapped territory. Applications began to emerge. Psychological principles informed education, helping teachers understand how children learned. They shaped industrial practices, improving training and working conditions. They influenced clinical work with people experiencing mental difficulties. Psychology was becoming useful even while remaining incomplete. The methods developed during this early period established patterns that would persist. Controlled experiments, systematic observation, careful measurement, statistical analysis all became standard practices. These tools weren't perfect, but they provided structure for investigating questions about mind and behavior. Collaboration across institutions strengthened. Researchers shared methods, replicated each other's findings, and built on previous work. This collective enterprise made progress more reliable than isolated individual efforts could achieve. International cooperation continued despite political tensions. Scientific communication crossed national boundaries more easily than other forms of exchange. Researchers maintained contact with colleagues in other countries even when their governments were in conflict. The growth of graduate education created pipelines of new researchers. Students trained in established laboratories then started their own programs elsewhere, spreading methods and standards across institutions. This geographical expansion diversified the field while maintaining some coherence in approach. Women gradually gained greater access to psychology, though barriers remained significant. Their presence began changing the field's culture and expanding the range of questions considered worthy of study. Full equality was still far in the future, but progress was visible. Funding for psychological research remained modest compared to physical sciences. This limited the scale and complexity of studies, but also kept researchers focused on questions that could be addressed with simple methods. Creativity in designing informative experiments with minimal resources became valued. What early psychologists got right was their patience. They didn't rush to conclusions or claim more than evidence supported. They accepted uncertainty as part of scientific work. They revised ideas when observations demanded it. They collaborated across distances and traditions. They built institutions that could sustain research across generations. Their willingness to publish negative results and acknowledge failures created realistic expectations about scientific progress. Not every experiment succeeded. Not every theory proved correct. This honesty made the positive findings more trustworthy. The culture they established valued careful work over dramatic claims. Replication mattered as much as novelty. Clear description mattered as much as theoretical brilliance. These priorities helped psychology develop solid foundations even if they didn't produce exciting headlines. What they got wrong, or at least struggled with, was underestimating how complex the mind actually was. They hoped to find simple laws governing thought and behaviour, analogous to physical laws governing matter. Reality proved messier. Mental life involved layers of interaction between biology, experience, culture, development, and individual variation that resisted simple formulation. This complexity didn't invalidate their work, but did mean that grand unified theories remained elusive. Psychology would develop as a collection of specialized areas, each with its own methods and findings, rather than as a single coherent science with universal principles. The assumption that findings from studies of university students in Western countries applied universally proved problematic. Culture shaped cognition in profound ways that early researchers barely recognized. Expanding psychology beyond its limited cultural origins would take many decades. Ethical concerns about research practices weren't always adequately addressed. Some studies caused discomfort or distress to participants. Animals used in research sometimes suffered unnecessarily. These issues would eventually lead to formal ethical guidelines, but early psychology proceeded with less oversight than would later seem acceptable. The relationship between psychology and social issues remained underdeveloped. While some researchers believed psychology should address practical problems, others preferred focusing on basic science. This tension between pure and applied research would continue throughout the field's history. Later generations would introduce new approaches. Neuroscience would reveal brain mechanisms underlying mental processes. Computers would provide metaphors and tools for modelling cognition. Cultural psychology would show how context shaped thinking in profound ways. Each innovation added to understanding while also revealing how much remained unknown. The cognitive revolution in the mid-20th century would rehabilitate the study of mental processes that behaviorism had marginalized. Researchers would develop new methods for investigating thought, attention, and memory without relying on problematic introspection. This represented both the continuation and revision of early psychology's goals. Biological approaches would connect psychology to the broader sciences of the brain and body. Understanding neural mechanisms didn't eliminate the need for psychological explanation, but it provided complementary levels of analysis that enriched understanding. Developmental perspectives would show how psychological processes changed across the lifespan. What was true of adults wasn't necessarily true of children or infants. Age-related changes revealed how experience shaped mental capacities over time. Social psychology would demonstrate how profoundly other people influenced individual thought and behaviour. Many findings from research on isolated individuals turned out not to apply when social context was considered. Understanding minds meant understanding their social nature. Clinical applications would both benefit from and contribute to basic psychological knowledge. Practical work with people experiencing psychological difficulties raised questions and provided observations that informed theory. Theory, in turn, suggested new therapeutic approaches, but all these later developments built on foundations laid by early psychologists. Their methods, though refined, remained recognizable. Their questions, though reformulated, stayed relevant. Their commitment to empirical investigation over pure speculation continued guiding the field. The field they created was imperfect, limited by available methods and shaped by the assumptions of their time. Yet it represented genuine progress in humanity's long attempt to understand itself. Questions that once seemed purely philosophical became addressable through systematic investigation. As you rest now, you can think of those early researchers working in quiet laboratories, writing careful notes, discussing ideas with colleagues, and accepting the slow pace of discovery. They understood that knowledge comes gradually through patient accumulation rather than dramatic breakthroughs. Their work continues in laboratories around the world today, still pursuing the same fundamental questions about how minds work, still using observation and measurement, still accepting uncertainty as part of the process. The methods have improved, the questions have become more refined, but the basic approach remains recognizable. Psychology almost failed not because the researchers lacked talent or dedication, but because the task was harder than anyone imagined. The mind's complexity exceeded early expectations. Methods proved more limited than hoped. Progress came more slowly than anticipated. That psychology succeeded at all reflects the researchers' willingness to proceed without certainty, building understanding one careful observation at a time, trusting that patience and honesty would eventually yield insight. They worked within constraints, accepted setbacks, revised ideas, and maintained commitment to empirical investigation, even when dramatic breakthroughs remained elusive. The institutions they built survived their individual careers. Universities maintained psychology departments. Journals continued publishing. Research programs persisted across generations. This continuity allowed knowledge to accumulate despite the field's difficulties. Students trained by early psychologists became the next generation of researchers, carrying forward methods and standards while also introducing innovations. This transmission across generations created both stability and evolution, preserving what worked while adapting to new challenges. The community they formed provided mutual support and critical feedback. Researchers weren't isolated but connected through correspondence, conferences, and publications. This network helped sustain individual effort and maintain collective standards. Their legacy includes not just specific findings, but also approaches to studying the mind. The idea that mental processes could be investigated empirically, that careful observation and measurement could yield understanding, that patience and honesty mattered more than brilliance or creativity. These principles shaped psychology's development. The questions they raised often mattered more than the answers they found. How does attention work? What determines what we remember? How do we learn? Why do people differ? These questions guided decades of subsequent research, even when initial answers proved incomplete. Their humility about what could be known served psychology well. By acknowledging limits and uncertainties, they created realistic expectations. Progress didn't require solving all problems immediately, but merely advancing understanding incrementally. The rhythm they established, balancing active research with reflection and rest, recognized that intellectual work required the whole person. Sustainable productivity came from respecting natural limits, building in recovery time, and trusting that answers would emerge through patient engagement rather than forced effort. So sleep now, knowing that even the most complex questions can yield to gentle, persistent inquiry, that understanding develops through rest as much as effort, and that the slow accumulation of careful thought creates lasting knowledge that serves generations to come. The first psychologists worked within uncertainty, making room for what they didn't know, and in that patient space of not knowing, they began to understand. Picture England in the early 1500s, and try to forget everything you think you know about it. This isn't the England of empire and industry, of tea and parliamentary democracy. This is an island nation still finding its footing, still figuring out what it wants to be when it grows up. The morning light filters through the small, thick-glassed windows of a manor house in the Cotswolds, illuminating dust motes that dance in the cold air. You can smell the wood smoke from cooking fires, mixing with the earthier scent of rushes covering the floor. Rushes that need changing, but probably won't be replaced for another week. The herbs scattered among them, lavender, rosemary and mint, release their fragrance when you step on them, a medieval attempt at air freshening that works better in theory than in practice. England in 1509 is a nation of about 3 million souls, which means it has fewer people than modern Los Angeles spread across an entire country. Most of those souls live in villages so small you could walk from one end to the other in the time it takes to finish your morning coffee. The largest city, London, houses perhaps 50,000 people crowded along the Thames, their timber-framed houses leaning into narrow streets where the upper stories nearly touch across the way, blocking out the sky. The rhythm of life follows the church bells that punctuate each day with their bronze voices. You wake to the sound of prime, the first morning prayer, and move through your day guided by terce, sext, nun, vespers, and finally compline as darkness falls. The bells aren't just timekeepers, they're the heartbeat of a society where the church isn't separate from daily life, but woven into every aspect of it, like threads in the very fabric you wear. And what fabric it is! If you're wealthy enough, you might own woolen cloth in deep reds or blues, colours that cost more than a labourer earns in months. The wool itself tells a story. England's economy runs on sheep, those placid creatures grazing on every available hillside, their fleece transformed in workshops and sold across Europe. When you wear wool in Tudor England, you're wearing the nation's primary export, its economic engine, and its claim to international relevance. The Catholic Church dominates the landscape both literally and figuratively. Parish churches anchor every community, their stone towers rising above thatched cottages like parents watching over children. Monasteries and abbeys dot the countryside. There are nearly 900 religious houses in England, home to perhaps 10,000 monks, nuns and friars. These aren't just places of prayer, they're hospitals, schools, hostels for travellers, and landlords controlling vast estates. The abbey at Glastonbury owns land in several counties. The monastery at Westminster practically is a small town unto itself. Your relationship with the church isn't optional or occasional. It's as fundamental as breathing. You're born into it literally, with baptism washing away original sin within days of birth. You marry in it, the priest's blessing transforming a private arrangement into a public sacrament. You'll die in it, receiving last rites that determine your soul's destination. In between, you attend Mass regularly, confess your sins to a priest who knows all your neighbour's business too, pay your tithes, observe the fast days, and purchase indulgences to reduce time in purgatory. The Pope in Rome, that distant figure in his Vatican palace, holds more practical power over English daily life than you might imagine. He can annul marriages, legitimise children, and grant special dispensations for everything from eating meat on Friday to marrying your cousin. He appoints bishops who become major political figures. He can excommunicate anyone from king to peasant, which in this society means cutting them off from all social connection and condemning their soul to hell. It's a threat that carries real weight when everyone you know believes it absolutely, but there are grumbles. In the taverns, those dim, smoke-filled rooms where ale flows and inhibitions loosen, you might hear men complain about how much land the church owns while paying no taxes. You might hear merchants frustrated by religious restrictions on business practices. You might even hear whispers about church corruption, though no one speaks too loudly because heresy is a burning offence, literally. The political landscape is equally complex. England has a king, Henry VII, who won his crown by killing the previous king on a battlefield, and who spent his reign consolidating power and filling the treasury. Parliament exists, but it meets irregularly when the king needs money. Local administration happens through a patchwork of nobles, bishops, sheriffs, and justices of the peace, a system that works mostly because everyone's known everyone else's families for generations. England's place in the wider European world is complicated. It's not quite the backwater some continental scholars dismiss, but it's not a major power either. Spain and France are the real players, with their larger populations, stronger economies, and more assertive kings. The Holy Roman Empire sprawls across Central Europe, a complicated patchwork that makes England's administrative system look elegantly simple. The Italian city-states control trade and banking. England makes good wool and occasionally causes trouble when its kings remember they technically claim the French throne. Technology is beginning to stir. Printing presses are starting to appear, though books remain expensive and most people can't read anyway. Navigation techniques are improving, making longer sea voyages possible. Gunpowder is changing warfare, though knights in armour still ride to battle as if nothing has changed. It's a world caught between medieval traditions and something new trying to be born. In this England of 1509, no one imagines the transformation coming. The monasteries seem eternal, the Pope's authority unquestionable, and the rhythm of Catholic life as unchanging as the seasons. If you could tell an English villager that within 30 years their local abbey would be torn down, their Latin Mass replaced with English prayer, and their spiritual connection to Rome severed forever, they would think you mad. But change is coming, carried not by armies or philosophers, but by one young man's desperate desire for something he cannot have. A legitimate son. On an April day in 1509, 17-year-old Prince Henry became King Henry VIII, and England got a ruler who looked like he'd been ordered from a royal catalogue, featuring only the most impressive specifications. Picture him at his coronation, 6 feet 2 inches tall in an era when most men barely reached 5.5 feet. Shoulders broad enough to fill out the elaborate doublets he favours, legs muscular from years of hunting and jousting. His hair catches the light through Westminster Abbey's stained glass, reddish gold, worn long enough to curl at his neck. His face hasn't yet acquired the jowly heaviness of his later years. Instead, it's all youth and confidence, with blue eyes that sparkle when he's pleased and turn cold when he's not. Henry moves through his coronation ceremony with the grace of someone who's been preparing for this moment his entire life, which isn't quite accurate. He was actually the spare heir, the insurance policy, while his older brother Arthur was groomed for kingship. But Arthur died at 15, 7 years earlier, leaving Henry to inherit not just a crown but also Arthur's widow, Catherine of Aragon. The young king is what we might call a Renaissance man, though that term won't be coined for centuries. He speaks Latin fluently, reads French, knows enough Spanish to charm his wife, and is learning Italian because educated people should know Italian. He writes poetry, not particularly good poetry, but enthusiastic poetry that scans properly and occasionally hits on a decent metaphor. He composes music, playing the lute, virginals, and recorder with genuine skill. His song Pass Time with Good Company will still be performed 500 years later, though mostly by people who enjoy singing in period costume. Henry jousts with the aggressive confidence of someone who's very good at sports and knows it. He hunts almost obsessively, sometimes riding for 8 or 10 hours straight, wearing out horses and companions with equal ease. He dances with the kind of vigour that makes watching him exhausting. At his coronation celebrations, he reportedly went through multiple partners because he kept wearing them out. But Henry's most impressive feature might be his mind. He's genuinely intelligent, with that particular kind of intelligence that loves learning new things and showing off that knowledge. He can debate theology with scholars, discuss tactics with military commanders, and hold forth on everything from architecture to astronomy. He's also convinced he's right about everything, which will become more problematic as he ages, but at 17 just seems like confidence. His father left him a full treasury, unprecedented for an English king, and young Henry approaches spending this money with the enthusiasm of someone who's just discovered their parents' credit card has no limit. He throws tournaments that cost more than the annual income for small counties. His coronation festivities last for days and include enough food to feed a small army, which is appropriate since he's essentially feeding his entire court plus hundreds of guests. The new king's household is a world unto itself, a mobile village of hundreds of people who exist solely to maintain royal comfort and dignity. There are gentlemen of the privy chamber who help him dress, grooms who manage his extensive wardrobe, servers who bring his meals, musicians who provide entertainment, chaplains who lead prayers, physicians who monitor his health, and countless others whose jobs have titles like Yeoman of the Mouth and make perfect sense in context. Henry's daily routine would exhaust most people. He rises around 6 or 7, hearing Mass almost immediately because religious devotion and political display conveniently overlap. He conducts business in the morning, signing documents, receiving ambassadors, consulting with counsellors, but never so much business that it interferes with dinner at 10 or 11. After dinner comes the real joy of his day: hunting, hawking, tennis, or jousting. depending on weather and mood. Supper arrives around 5 or 6, followed by entertainment, music, cards, dice, dancing, that can continue until midnight. His marriage to Catherine of Aragon seems initially quite successful. Catherine is 23 to Henry 17, which makes her practically an older woman in an era where most royal brides are teenagers. She's intelligent, educated, deeply religious, and genuinely seems to love her young husband. Henry appears equally devoted, calling her his true wife, and clearly enjoying her company. They're crowned together, rule together, and seem to share both affection and respect. Catherine comes from impressive stock. She's the daughter of Ferdinand and Isabella of Spain, the monarchs who completed the Reconquista and funded Columbus's voyage. Her upbringing emphasized education and piety in equal measure. She reads Latin, speaks multiple languages, and understands politics with the sophistication of someone raised in one of Europe's most powerful courts. She's not just decorative, she's competent, which Tudor England actually values in its queen consorts. The court Henry creates around himself is magnificent by English standards. The continental observers sometimes find it a bit provincial. The great hall at any of his palaces fills with courtiers wearing their finest clothes. Doublets in rich fabrics, gowns with the elaborate sleeves, and hats sporting feathers that cost small fortunes. The tables groan under roasted meats, pies, elaborate sugar sculptures, and wine from France and Spain. Musicians play from galleries while jesters and acrobats provide entertainment between courses. But beneath the magnificence, Henry's court is also a place of careful calculation. Every favour granted creates obligation. Every position filled affects the balance of power between competing noble families. Every smile or frown from the king can make or break careers. The men and women surrounding Henry are playing a complex game where the rules aren't written down but everyone knows them, and the penalty for mistakes can be severe. Henry's approach to kingship in these early years is energetic but not particularly focused. He wants to be a great king, certainly, but his understanding of greatness comes partly from medieval romance, and partly from his father's example. Great kings go to war, so Henry will go to war. Great kings are learned, so Henry will be learned. Great kings are pious, so Henry will be pious. It's kingship as performance, and Henry is a natural performer. His counsellors, particularly the brilliant Thomas Wolsey, who rises rapidly to become Lord Chancellor and Cardinal, handle most actual governance. Wolsey is everything Henry isn't: low-born, detail-oriented, and willing to do the boring administrative work that keeps a kingdom functioning. He's also ambitious, clever, and completely devoted to managing Henry's affairs in ways that keep his royal master happy while accumulating power for himself. The relationship between Henry and Wolsey works because it satisfies both men's needs. Henry gets to play king, fighting wars, hosting tournaments, impressing foreign ambassadors, while Wolsey runs the country. Wolsey gets wealth, power and influence far beyond what his butcher's son background would normally allow. It's a partnership that will last for 2 decades and accomplish remarkable things until the moment it doesn't. In these early years, Henry occasionally mentions his desire for a son. Catherine becomes pregnant multiple times, but the babies don't survive. A stillborn daughter, a son who lives only weeks, and more heartbreak. This is common in the 16th century, when infant mortality claims at least 1/3 of all babies, but it's particularly significant when you're trying to secure a dynasty. Still, Henry and Catherine are young. There's time. Everyone says there's time. Henry's England in these early years hums with optimism. The king is young, energetic, and generous. The treasury is full. The wars with France, while expensive and not particularly successful, at least make England feel important on the European stage. The monasteries continue their centuries-old routines. The parish churches anchor their communities. The Pope's authority remains unquestioned. Everything seems stable, permanent, and part of a natural order that will continue indefinitely. No one yet imagines that this golden young king, so devoted to his Spanish Catholic wife, will become the man who breaks England away from Rome. No one suspects that his desperate desire for a son will reshape English religion, politics and daily life. The revolution is coming, but it approaches quietly, disguised as personal frustration rather than ideological conviction. As the 1520s unfold, you might notice subtle changes in how England's king speaks about authority and power. It's nothing dramatic at first, just a young man in his 30s growing more confident about his own judgment and less interested in deferring to others, even others wearing papal tiaras. Henry's theological education is impressive for a king. Most monarchs content themselves with attending mass and letting clergy handle the complicated stuff, but Henry actually reads theology. His library contains volumes by church fathers like Augustine and Jerome, medieval scholars like Thomas Aquinas, and contemporary humanists. He doesn't just read them, he makes notes in the margins, arguing with long-dead theologians as if they're sitting across from him at dinner. In 1521, Henry writes a book defending the 7 sacraments against Martin Luther's attacks. Yes, writes, not commissions, not takes credit for, but actually writes, complete with crossed-out sections and revisions that scholars will examine centuries later. The book earns him the title Defender of the Faith from Pope Leo X, which is deliciously ironic given what's coming. Henry is genuinely proud of this title, wearing it like a teenager wears their first varsity letter. But here's what makes Henry dangerous. He's smart enough to understand complex theological arguments, but convinced enough of his own righteousness to believe that when he understands something differently than traditional interpretation, tradition must be wrong. It's the Dunning-Kruger effect in a crowd, and it's going to reshape a nation. The issue of his marriage to Catherine begins gnawing at Henry like a persistent toothache. By the mid-1520s, Catherine is in her 40s and unlikely to have more children. Their only surviving child is Princess Mary, and England has never successfully been ruled by a queen in her own right. Henry starts wondering if perhaps his marriage was cursed from the beginning. He finds his answer in Leviticus, that Old Testament book of laws that most people skip over. Chapter 20, verse 21. If a man shall take his brother's wife, it is an unclean thing. They shall be childless. Never mind that he has a daughter. The Hebrew word, Henry decides, really means sonless. Never mind that the Pope granted a dispensation specifically allowing him to marry his brother's widow. Henry has convinced himself that God is punishing him for violating divine law. This conclusion isn't entirely self-serving, though it conveniently aligns with his desires. Henry genuinely believes in divine judgment and biblical authority. He also genuinely wants a legitimate male heir to prevent the civil war that could erupt if he dies without one. And he very definitely wants to marry Anne Boleyn, the dark-eyed lady-in-waiting who has captured his attention and refuses to become his mistress. Anne Boleyn is not the conventional beauty you might expect. Contemporary descriptions suggest she's interesting-looking rather than pretty. Long neck, dark hair, dark eyes, and an extra finger on one hand that she carefully conceals with long sleeves, but she's sophisticated, having spent years at the French court, educated beyond most women of her time, and possessed of that quality that's impossible to define but instantly recognisable. She's fascinating. More importantly, Anne refuses to sleep with Henry without marriage. Her sister Mary had been the king's mistress and had been discarded when he lost interest. Anne has observed this lesson and drawn conclusions. She'll be queen or nothing, which drives Henry absolutely mad with desire and frustration in equal measure. Henry's approach to solving his great matter, as the proposed annulment becomes known, reveals both his intelligence and his limitations. He deploys theologians to argue his case, commissions scholarly opinions from universities across Europe, and has his agent search libraries for precedents. He's treating his marriage like a legal case to be won through superior argument and evidence. Cardinal Wolsey, that brilliant administrator who's managed England for years, finds himself tasked with accomplishing something nearly impossible, convincing Pope Clement VII to annul Henry's marriage to Catherine, who happens to be the aunt of Charles V, the Holy Roman Emperor who recently sacked Rome and has the Pope essentially under house arrest. It's like asking someone to convince their captor to anger their captor's aunt. Wolsey tries everything: negotiation, persuasion, legal arguments, implied threats. But it's a chess game where the opposing player controls most of the board. The annulment process drags on for years, and during these years, you can feel England beginning to shift. It's subtle at first, like the change in air pressure before a storm. Henry starts questioning papal authority in ways that would have shocked his younger self. If the Pope won't grant what Henry knows is just, perhaps the Pope's authority isn't as absolute as everyone assumed. Protestant ideas have been filtering into England like water seeping through cracks in a dam. Merchants travelling to the continent bring back books by Luther and other reformers. University scholars debate new theological concepts. Someone keeps smuggling English translations of the Bible into the country, though possessing them is heresy. These aren't mainstream views. Most English people remain thoroughly Catholic, but they're creating intellectual space for questioning traditional authority. Henry's personal piety remains intense even as he questions papal power. He still hears multiple masses daily, still observes fasts and holy days, and still makes pilgrimages to important shrines. But he's developing a distinction in his mind between the eternal truths of Christianity and the institutional structures of the Catholic Church. If those structures stand between him and what he's convinced God wants, perhaps the structures need adjustment. The English clergy finds itself in an impossible position. They owe allegiance to both their king and their pope, which works fine until those two authorities want opposite things. Some clergy, particularly those who've studied Reformed theology, start suggesting that perhaps national churches should govern themselves. Others remain firmly committed to papal supremacy, which is brave but increasingly dangerous. Thomas Cranmer, a Cambridge scholar with quiet manners and radical ideas, enters Henry's circle during this period. Cranmer suggests that instead of asking the Pope for permission, Henry should simply declare that English religious matters should be decided in England. It's a revolutionary idea wrapped in reasonable-sounding language, and Henry loves it. Here's someone telling him that he's not rebelling against proper authority. He's claiming authority that was rightfully his all along. The break with Rome, when it comes, won't happen in a single dramatic moment. Instead, it will unfold across several years through a series of parliamentary acts and royal declarations, each one taking another step away from papal authority while claiming to restore ancient English liberties. It's revolution disguised as restoration, radical change presented as a return to proper order. But before the formal break, you can feel English society recalibrating. Conversations in taverns include speculation about the king's marriage. Sermons from pulpits begin carefully exploring questions about religious authority. Nobles calculate which side they should support. Families divided by religious conviction navigate increasingly awkward dinners. The foundations are shifting, though the building still looks solid from outside. Henry himself becomes more unpredictable during these years of frustration. He's in his 30s now, no longer the golden youth of his coronation. His leg, injured in a jousting accident, troubles him increasingly. His temper, always quick, becomes quicker. He's used to getting what he wants, and the continued resistance to his annulment offends him both politically and personally. He's the king. Shouldn't that mean something? The thing about Henry that makes him particularly dangerous as a religious revolutionary is that he doesn't think of himself as revolutionary. In his mind, he's defending proper order against papal overreach. He's claiming rights that English kings always possessed but previous generations failed to exercise. He's not breaking with Catholic doctrine. He's breaking with papal authority over England, which in his increasingly firm conviction are entirely different things. The transformation of England's religious life doesn't happen with trumpets and proclamations announcing that everything has changed. Instead, it arrives quietly, almost apologetically, disguised as administrative reform and legal clarification. In 1531, Henry has Parliament declare him supreme head of the Church of England, with the careful qualifier as far as the law of Christ allows, which is just vague enough to let everyone interpret it however they need to. Clergy who find this uncomfortable can focus on the qualifier. Reformers can focus on the main clause. Henry can present it as simple recognition of existing reality. The Act of Supremacy in 1534 removes the qualifier and makes it official. The king, not the pope, is the supreme head of the church in England. If you're a parish priest reading this proclamation to your congregation, you might notice the awkward silence that follows. Your parishioners aren't sure how to react. Nothing looks different. Same church building, same vestments, same Latin Mass. But somehow everything has changed. Thomas Cromwell, who has become Henry's chief minister after Wolsey's fall, approaches the transformation of England with the efficiency of a modern corporate restructurer. Where Wolsey was a cardinal first and an administrator second, Cromwell is purely practical, a blacksmith's son who understands that power comes not from noble birth or church office, but from controlling information and process. Cromwell sends commissioners across England to inventory church property, a process called the Valor Ecclesiasticus. Imagine teams of men with paper and pens visiting your local monastery, counting every candlestick, measuring every acre of land, and calculating every pound of income. They're creating a database of ecclesiastical wealth, though nobody uses that term yet. The monks and nuns watch this inventory process with growing unease, sensing that you don't count things this carefully unless you're planning to take them. The dissolution of the monasteries begins in 1536 with the smaller houses, those with annual incomes under $200. The official justification involves moral failings, laziness, and corruption, though most monasteries probably function no better or worse than they have for centuries. The real reason is simpler. Henry needs money. Wars with France have depleted his father's carefully accumulated treasury, and hundreds of monasteries collectively own somewhere between a quarter and a third of England's land. If you're living near a monastery in 1536, you watch with mixed feelings as the commissioners arrive. The monastery provided employment for local people, bought supplies from local merchants, operated a hospital that treated anyone who showed up, ran a school where boys learned to read and write, and gave food to the poor every week. It's also wealthy while paying no taxes, holds ancient rites that sometimes burden the community, and houses monks whose behaviour isn't always as spiritual as their vows suggest. The dissolution process is surprisingly bureaucratic. Commissioners inventory the property, pension off the monks and nuns, and sell the valuable items: gold and silver plate, lead from the roofs, bells from the towers, and even the stone from the buildings themselves. Local people sometimes buy chunks of monastery to build their own houses, which means 600 years later, someone will be living in a cottage whose walls include stones that once echoed with Gregorian chant. The speed of physical transformation is startling. A monastery that stood for 400 years can be stripped and partially demolished in months. Visit the site a year later, and you'll find ruins open to the sky, ivy already beginning to reclaim walls, and locals using the old chapter house as a sheep pen. The destruction is so complete that people will later assume these ruins must be ancient. Surely nothing so recent could look so thoroughly lost, but the transformation goes deeper than dismantling buildings. The dissolution eliminates the entire monastic network that provided social services across England. Hospitals close, schools disappear, the regular distribution of food to the poor stops. Travellers lose their free accommodation. Monasteries that copied manuscripts and preserved learning are gone. It's like simultaneously shutting down hospitals, hotels, schools, libraries, and social welfare offices across an entire nation. Some communities resist. In northern England, the Pilgrimage of Grace brings together thousands of people. Not just monks, but farmers, merchants, and local nobles, demanding restoration of the monasteries and the old ways. It's the largest popular uprising of Tudor England, and Henry handles it with his characteristic combination of promises and ruthlessness. He makes concessions, waits for the rebels to disperse, then arrests the leaders and executes them. By the time he's finished, nobody else wants to lead a rebellion. The larger monasteries fall between 1538 and 1540. Even the great houses like Glastonbury Abbey, that once seemed as permanent as the hills themselves. The dissolution transfers an enormous amount of property into royal hands, which Henry immediately begins selling or granting to loyal supporters. It's the largest redistribution of property in England since the Norman conquest, and it creates a class of landowners whose wealth depends on the religious changes continuing. You can't go back to the old system without dispossessing thousands of newly wealthy families who now have strong interests in maintaining the new order. Religious practice itself changes more gradually. The Latin Mass continues in most parishes, looking and sounding almost identical to what it's always been. But small changes appear like cracks in familiar surfaces. Certain feast days are eliminated. Shrines to saints are dismantled and their treasures seized. Pilgrimages, once a standard part of religious life, are discouraged. The veneration of relics, those bits of bone and cloth supposedly from saints, is criticised as superstition. English Bibles begin appearing in churches, enormous volumes chained to lecterns so nobody can steal them. For people who can read, this is revolutionary. They can now check whether the priest's Latin sermon actually reflects what the text says. For people who can't read, which is most people, someone in the community usually can, and Bible reading becomes a communal activity as people gather to hear scripture in their own language. The theological changes are more subtle. Henry insists he's maintained Catholic doctrine even while rejecting papal authority. The 6 Articles of 1539 reaffirm traditional beliefs about transubstantiation, clerical celibacy, and confession. But the door has been opened to questioning, and once you start questioning one form of authority, it becomes harder to insist on unquestioning acceptance of others. Thomas Cranmer, now Archbishop of Canterbury, begins carefully, cautiously, pushing England toward more Protestant positions. He's a brilliant politician who understands that Henry won't accept dramatic changes, so he works incrementally. A modification to the liturgy here, a revised prayer there, slowly shifting the service away from medieval Catholic practice towards something more reformed. The chantries come under scrutiny next. These are endowments for priests to say masses for the dead, based on the Catholic doctrine of purgatory. Wealthy people have for centuries left money to pay for prayers that will shorten their time in purgatory's purifying fires. If you question purgatory's existence, these endowments become pointless, and the property supporting them becomes available for other purposes, like funding the king's government. Daily life for ordinary English people becomes religiously confusing. Your grandparents taught you to pray to saints, to make pilgrimages, and to purchase indulgences. The old priest emphasised these practices as essential for salvation. The new priest says they're superstition. You're supposed to stop venerating relics, but continue believing in transubstantiation. You should read the Bible in English, but maintain traditional liturgy in Latin. It's like trying to follow rules that keep changing without anyone quite explaining the new system. The destruction of religious art represents a particularly visible loss. Parish churches contained centuries of accumulated beauty, painted walls showing biblical scenes, stained glass windows depicting saints, elaborate wooden screens carved by local craftsmen, and statues that children had always known. Commissioners order this art destroyed as idolatrous, and people watch as beauty accumulated over generations is whitewashed, smashed, or carted away. Something about this destruction feels wrong even to people who support reform. Must transformation require such comprehensive elimination of the past? The religious upheaval reshapes English daily life in ways both obvious and subtle, like water changing course and cutting new channels through a familiar landscape. Your morning still begins with bells, but fewer bells than before. The monastic hours that once punctuated each day with their bronze voices have fallen silent, leaving only parish church bells to mark the passing time. The absence is like missing teeth in a smile. You don't notice until you do, and then you can't stop noticing. The calendar itself has changed. Those feast days that once dotted the year like raisins in a pudding, giving breaks from labour and reasons for community celebration, have been drastically reduced. The new religious authorities consider many saints' days to be superstitious excess, but to working people, they will welcome breaks in the grinding routine of labour. Fewer holy days means more work days, which pleases employers but not employees. Food culture shifts in unexpected ways. The Catholic Church required fasting on Fridays and during Lent. No meat, though fish was permitted. This created a huge market for fish, supporting coastal communities and providing nutrition to people who might not otherwise afford protein. As Protestant ideas spread and fasting requirements are questioned, the fish trade suffers. Parliament eventually has to pass laws requiring fish consumption on certain days for purely economic reasons, which creates the odd situation of enforcing religious dietary rules for commercial purposes after abandoning them for spiritual reasons. The poor feel the dissolution of monasteries most acutely. That weekly distribution of food from the abbey is gone. The hospital that treated anyone who arrived no longer exists. The monks who provided education to clever children from poor families have dispersed. The travellers' accommodation has closed. The result is more people with nowhere to turn when times are hard, which in the 16th century is frequently. Parishes find themselves responsible for poor relief without the resources monasteries once provided. The parish has to care for its own poor, which sounds reasonable, until you realise poor people can't travel to find work without losing their parish residence, effectively trapping them in poverty. It's like deleting the social safety net and replacing it with a smaller, less effective local version, while pretending you've improved things. Education transforms from religious to secular control, though the transition takes decades and leaves gaps. Monastery schools have vanished. Cathedral schools continue but with different emphasis. Grammar schools begin appearing, funded by merchant money or wealthy individuals rather than religious houses. The education is still heavily religious. You can't escape that in Tudor England, but its purpose shifts from training clergy to training gentlemen and professionals. The English language itself begins changing as religious vocabulary transforms. Words like priest acquire different implications depending on whether you're Protestant or Catholic. Church might mean the building, the community of believers, or the institutional structure, and which meaning you intend says something about your religious position. The Bible in English introduces Hebrew and Greek concepts directly into common speech, enriching the language even as religious controversy divides communities. Women's roles shift in complex ways. The dissolution of nunneries eliminates the one respectable option for women who didn't want to marry, or whose families couldn't provide dowries. Before the dissolution, an educated woman could become a prioress or abbess, managing substantial property and wielding real authority. After the dissolution, that path no longer exists. Marriage becomes more thoroughly compulsory, which isn't liberation even if Protestant theology emphasises companionate marriage over Catholic acceptance of celibacy. Architecture begins changing, though gradually. New houses built by families who bought monastery lands look different from medieval styles, more Renaissance influence, more classical proportions, and larger windows now that clear glass is becoming more available. The country houses rising on former monastery land represent a new class of gentry, whose wealth comes from royal favour and land speculation rather than ancient inheritance. The art of dying changes significantly. Catholic tradition included elaborate rituals surrounding death, last rites, prayers for the dead, and masses purchased to shorten time in purgatory. Protestant theology questions purgatory's existence, which removes the urgency around deathbed preparations while also eliminating the comfort many people found in believing they could help deceased loved ones through prayer and paid masses. Guilds and confraternities, those medieval organisations that combined professional organisation with religious brotherhood, find their religious functions questioned. The guild still regulates who can practice certain trades, but the shared masses, the processions on patron saints' days, and the religious obligations that bound members together, these are increasingly problematic. Some guilds adapt, others decline, and urban community life becomes somehow more commercial and less communal. Publishing explodes as religious controversy creates demand for books and pamphlets arguing different positions. Print shops in London and other cities churn out Bibles, prayer books, theological treatises, and controversial pamphlets. The government tries to control this through licensing and censorship, but books are small and smuggling is easy. Ideas spread faster than authorities can suppress them, which is both thrilling and frightening depending on which ideas you support. Music in churches shifts from elaborate polyphony sung by trained choirs to simpler hymns that congregations can actually sing together. The glorious complexity of late medieval church music is being replaced by something more participatory, but perhaps less transcendent. If you loved that soaring polyphony, this feels like loss. If you always felt excluded by Latin hymns you couldn't understand, sung by professionals you couldn't match, the change feels like finally being invited to participate. The rhythm of the week changes as Sunday becomes more strictly observed. Protestant emphasis on Sabbath rest means fewer of the entertainments that once accompanied holy days. No dancing, no plays, and no excessive merrymaking on the Lord's Day. This creates a peculiarly English Sunday, quiet, sober, and boring to children then and now, but also theoretically a day of rest that even servants and apprentices should receive. Legal changes ripple through daily life. Church courts, which once handled cases involving morality, marriage, wills, and defamation, lose jurisdiction to secular courts. This sounds technical until you realise it affects where you go if your neighbour slanders you, how you contest a will, or how you prove your marriage is valid. The familiar systems people relied on for generations are being replaced with new structures that work differently and require different expertise. Market days continue as always. The need to buy and sell predates any religious controversy, but the character of markets shifts subtly. Fewer religious festivals means fewer special market days. The dissolution of monasteries eliminates major institutional buyers of agricultural products. Former monastery land being converted to sheep pasture by new owners changes what's being produced. The invisible hand of the market is adjusting to religious upheaval in ways economists won't theorise about for centuries. Travel becomes simultaneously easier and harder. Easier because you no longer have to coordinate pilgrimages around the religious calendar or obtain permissions from church authorities. Harder because the network of monastic guest houses has vanished, leaving travellers dependent on commercial inns that cost money. The highways are more crowded with people seeking work after losing positions in dissolved religious houses, which makes roads both busier and potentially more dangerous. Family life absorbs these changes like a sponge absorbs water, gradually pervasively changing texture in the process. Parents who grew up in thoroughly Catholic England must raise children in this new, confused religious landscape. Do you teach your daughter to pray to the Virgin Mary as you were taught? Or is that now a dangerous superstition? Do you tell your son about purgatory, or has that been definitively rejected? The answers depend on which priest is currently preaching, which faction is currently dominant, and how willing you are to risk being labelled either heretic or papist. The English language of religion is creating unexpected intimacy with Scripture. When you hear the Bible in Latin, it sounds sacred, mysterious, and authoritative. When you hear it in English, it sometimes sounds strange or even shocking. The Song of Solomon is quite explicit once you understand it. The prophet's complaints about Israel's unfaithfulness use metaphors that make sense but aren't exactly polite dinner conversation. Suddenly, Scripture is both more accessible and more difficult to explain to children. Neighbourliness grows complicated as religious divisions cut through communities. Your neighbour with whom you've lived peacefully for years turns out to hold different views about transubstantiation, which shouldn't matter except that it increasingly does. Do you associate with known Catholics at risk of being suspect yourself? Do you shun reformers even though you've known them since childhood? These aren't theoretical questions. They're the stuff of daily social navigation in a time when religious positions carry political consequences. Clothes don't change dramatically, but they become markers of religious affiliation in subtle ways. Sober colours and simple cuts suggest Protestant sympathies, while elaborate decoration might indicate Catholic leanings, though these associations are fluid and unreliable. Looking too Catholic can be dangerous, but looking too Protestant can also attract negative attention. Fashion becomes a negotiation between personal preference and political prudence. Entertainment adapts to the new religious landscape. The mystery plays that once dramatised biblical stories during religious festivals are increasingly problematic. They're religious instruction but also performance. Catholic in origin but popular with everyone. Traditional but potentially heretical depending on current theological position. Some continue with modifications, others disappear, leaving gaps in community life that nothing quite replaces. Furniture in homes gradually changes as Protestant theology emphasises word over image. That small altar in the corner where your grandmother kept candles and a picture of the Virgin becomes awkward. Do you remove it and risk offending older family members, or keep it and risk visits from officials checking for Catholic sympathies? Many families compromise. The altar is quietly dismantled, but the picture is kept in a drawer just in case. The pub, that essential English institution, becomes more important as church-centred community life diminishes. When holy days no longer provide regular community gatherings, people need other places to meet, talk, and maintain social bonds. The alehouse serves this function, though religious authorities frequently complain about how much time people spend drinking instead of attending services or reading scripture. Children growing up in this era of transformation experience a different England than their parents knew. They learn English prayers instead of Latin ones, read English Bibles in church, and never know a world with monasteries. To them, the changes their parents describe sound like fairy tales about a lost world. They can't quite imagine what was lost because they've only known what replaced it. Seasonal rhythms shift as agricultural practice adapts to new land ownership patterns. The great monastic estates, once managed for long-term sustainability and community support, are being divided, sold, consolidated and managed for profit. Former common lands are being enclosed, and former monastery fields are being converted to more lucrative uses. The landscape itself is being reorganised according to economic logic, rather than traditional usage rights. Death, always a constant companion in the 16th century, becomes religiously uncertain. The elaborate Catholic funeral rites, the prayers, the paid masses, the belief that the living could help the dead, provided both comfort and structure for grief. Protestant theology offers different comfort. The deceased is in God's hands, prayer can't change their fate, which some find liberating and others find cold. Grief remains, but the approved ways of expressing and addressing it have changed. By the time Henry VIII dies in 1547, England has become something unprecedented. A nation that's Catholic in doctrine but Protestant in governance, traditional in practice but radical in theory, conservative by royal decree but unsettled in popular opinion. The England Henry leaves behind is thoroughly confused about its religious identity, which is partly his doing and partly the inevitable result of trying to maintain Catholic theology while rejecting papal authority. It's like trying to follow a recipe while substituting different ingredients and insisting the result is the original dish. But something deeper has shifted beyond the specific theological positions. England has discovered that it can exist independently of continental approval. For centuries, English kings looked to the Pope for legitimacy, to France for cultural standards, and to Rome for intellectual authority. Henry's break with Rome, whatever its motivation, has forced England to develop its own answers to religious and political questions. The English Bible, which Henry authorised despite his conservative theology, proves transformative in ways nobody initially anticipated. Now that ordinary people can read scripture themselves, they start developing their own interpretations. Religious authority becomes less about receiving instruction and more about individual understanding, which is fundamentally Protestant even when the reader doesn't identify as Protestant. The dissolution of monasteries has redistributed so much property that thousands of families now have vested interest in preventing Catholic restoration. They've bought monastery lands, built houses on them, and established their fortunes through Henry's religious policies. Going back to the old system would impoverish them, so they become committed defenders of the new order even if they don't particularly care about theology. Parliament has grown stronger through its role in authorising religious changes. Henry needed parliamentary acts to break with Rome, dissolve monasteries, and establish royal supremacy. Each act increased Parliament's importance and set precedents for legislative authority over matters that were previously considered royal prerogative. England is accidentally developing constitutional government while trying to manage religious transformation. The English language has gained prestige through its religious use. When the Bible, prayer book and religious instruction all appear in English rather than Latin, The language stops being merely vernacular and becomes worthy of serious literature and scholarship. This linguistic nationalism will eventually contribute to an extraordinary flowering of English literature, though Shakespeare is still decades in the future. National identity is forming around these religious changes in ways that will last centuries. To be English will increasingly mean to be Protestant, while to be Catholic will seem somehow foreign. This association is unfair to English Catholics, who are as thoroughly English as anyone, but it becomes embedded in national consciousness. English patriotism and Protestant identity become intertwined in ways that shape everything from politics to poetry. The Royal Navy, which will eventually make England a global power, is growing during this period partly because Henry's break with Rome makes continental Catholic powers potential enemies. Island nations need strong navies, and England is learning this lesson through religious controversy. The ships being built during Henry's later years will defend England against Spain and eventually control sea lanes that connect continents. Education is expanding even as its religious character shifts. Grammar schools are being founded, sometimes on the property of dissolved monasteries, teaching Latin, Greek and increasingly English to boys whose fathers can afford to send them. These schools will produce the next generation of administrators, clergy, lawyers and writers who will run Elizabethan England and create its cultural achievements. The printing press, which arrived in England just decades before Henry's break with Rome, has become a tool of religious transformation. Every theological pamphlet, every English Bible, and every prayer book represents technology enabling religious change. In an era without electronic media, print is revolutionary, making ideas portable, permanent, and reproducible in ways that oral culture never allowed. English cooking loses some of its medieval complexity as fish days are reduced and spices become less essential for preserving meat. The elaborate cuisine of the late Middle Ages, with its emphasis on strong flavours and exotic ingredients, gradually gives way to something simpler, heartier, and more focused on the quality of basic ingredients. English food is developing its reputation for plainness, though whether this is progress is debatable. Architecture is creating a distinctly English style that combines medieval Gothic traditions with Renaissance classical influences and Protestant simplicity. The great houses being built by Henry's courtiers and their successors will define English architectural taste for centuries. Those long galleries, those symmetrical facades, and those elaborate gardens designed for entertaining rather than monastic contemplation. Music is diverging from continental Catholic traditions while developing its own character. English composers are creating works that reflect the Protestant emphasis on text comprehension, while maintaining the sophisticated musical tradition that England has always possessed. The music of Thomas Tallis and his contemporaries sounds distinctly English, in ways that earlier church music, based on continental models, did not. The concept of loyalty is being redefined. For centuries, English people owed allegiance to king, country and pope, in a hierarchy that usually didn't conflict. Henry's break with Rome forced a choice. When king and pope disagreed, which authority was supreme? England chose the king, establishing a pattern of national loyalty over religious obedience that will shape English identity through future centuries. Women's literacy is slowly increasing as Protestant emphasis on Bible reading extends to daughters as well as sons. If everyone should read scripture, then girls need education too, at least enough to read the Bible and prayer book. This isn't equality. Girls' education remains limited compared to boys, but it's a foundation that future generations will build upon. The merchant class is growing wealthier and more confident. The men who bought monastery lands, who trade with the continent, and who finance ventures to the Americas, are developing economic power that will eventually translate into political influence. Tudor England is accidentally creating the conditions for capitalism while trying to solve religious controversies. Regional distinctions are becoming more pronounced as religious changes affect different areas unevenly. The North, more conservative and more attached to monasteries, resists changes that the South accepts more readily. Wales and Cornwall, with their distinct languages and cultures, experience religious transformation differently than England proper. Unity is more aspiration than reality. The legal profession expands as religious changes create endless litigation. Questions about property rights from dissolved monasteries, validity of marriages under changing rules, and enforcement of religious conformity all require lawyers. The Inns of Court training lawyers in London are becoming more important, creating a professional class that will influence England's political development for centuries. Henry's personal life continues chaotically through these years of national transformation. He marries Jane Seymour, who gives him the son he desperately wanted, Edward, but dies shortly after childbirth. He marries Anne of Cleves in a political alliance that fails immediately because Henry finds her unattractive. He marries Catherine Howard, who is young enough to be his granddaughter, then executes her for adultery. Finally, he marries Catherine Parr, who manages to outlive him partly through extraordinary tact and partly through luck. Each marriage, each divorce, or each execution reinforces that the king's personal life and England's religious policies are inseparable. Henry wanted an annulment, couldn't get papal permission, broke with Rome, and in the process transformed a nation. It's cause and effect operating on a scale usually reserved for wars or plagues, except the catalyst was one man's desperate desire for a legitimate son and his equally strong conviction that God supported his claim. As you settle deeper into your comfortable spot, perhaps refreshing that warm drink, let's contemplate what Henry VIII left behind. Not just the obvious political and religious changes, but the subtle ways his reign reshaped how England thought about itself and its place in the world. Henry died in January 1547, enormously fat, probably weighing over 300 pounds, in constant pain from his ulcerated leg, and convinced of his own righteousness until the end. His will provided for elaborate prayers for his soul, despite Protestant questioning of prayers for the dead, because Henry never stopped being Catholic in his own mind, even as he destroyed Catholic institutional power in England. His son Edward VI, that desperately wanted male heir, ruled for only 6 years before dying at 15. During Edward's brief reign, Protestant reformers pushed England further from Catholic practices than Henry ever intended. The Latin Mass disappeared, replaced with English prayer services. Priests were allowed to marry, church interiors were whitewashed and stripped of remaining decoration. Henry's attempt to maintain Catholic theology while rejecting papal authority collapsed into something much more thoroughly Protestant. Then came Mary, Henry's daughter, by Catherine of Aragon, who tried desperately to reverse her father's religious policies and restore England to Catholic obedience. Her 5-year reign saw the return of papal authority, the restoration of some monasteries, and the burning of Protestant heretics, which earned her the nickname Bloody Mary, and ensured that her religious policies would die with her. You can't reverse a generation of change through force, especially when so many people have economic interest in maintaining the new system. Finally, Elizabeth I, Henry's daughter by Anne Boleyn, created what became known as the Elizabethan settlement, a moderate Protestant church that retained some traditional practices while firmly rejecting papal authority. Elizabeth understood what her father, brother and sister had not, that most English people wanted religious stability more than doctrinal purity. They were exhausted by change, frightened by religious violence, and ready for someone to simply make decisions and stick with them. The Church of England that emerged from this Tudor tumult was something unique. Protestant in theology but Catholic in structure, reformed in doctrine but traditional in practice, independent of Rome but connected to Christian history. It was Henry's compromise, extended and elaborated, made workable through Elizabeth's political genius, and the English people's practical acceptance that this was preferable to continued turmoil. The dissolution of monasteries permanently altered the English landscape. Those ruins you can still visit, Rievaulx, Fountains, Tintern, are monuments to this transformation. 600 years of Benedictine, Cistercian and Augustinian life ended in a decade, and the physical remnants became romantic ruins that later generations would paint and photograph, forgetting they represented the violent destruction of an entire way of life. The land redistribution created a gentry class that would dominate English politics for centuries. The families who bought monastery lands became the country's governing class, serving as justices of the peace, sitting in Parliament and providing local administration. English governance became less centralised and more based on local elites who had both authority and property, a system that worked surprisingly well until it didn't. English national identity crystallised around these religious changes in ways that Henry couldn't have predicted. To be English came to mean being Protestant, being independent of continental Catholic powers, and being loyal to the crown over the Pope. This identity would shape England's conflicts with Spain and France, its eventual overseas expansion, and its internal politics for centuries. The Act of Supremacy established the principle that Parliament could legislate on religious matters, which was revolutionary even if nobody quite realised it at the time. Religious authority came from law rather than tradition or divine appointment. This principle would eventually extend to all areas of governance, making Parliament supreme and establishing the constitutional monarchy that England still technically maintains. The English Bible proved perhaps the most lasting of Henry's unintended legacies. He authorised it for political reasons, but once ordinary people could read scripture themselves, religious authority could never be purely hierarchical again. Every reader became potentially a theologian. Every interpretation created potential controversy. Authority had to be justified through persuasion rather than simply imposed through position. The destruction of Catholic art and religious culture left gaps that took generations to fill. English music, visual art and literature had to develop new forms that reflected Protestant values while satisfying human aesthetic needs. This eventually produced extraordinary achievements. Shakespeare's plays, the King James Bible, English madrigals, but represented a break with medieval artistic traditions that was both liberating and costly. The social welfare system never recovered from the dissolution of monasteries. England developed poor laws that made parishes responsible for their own poor, but this system was less comprehensive and less generous than what monasteries had provided. The poorest English people were probably worse off after the dissolution than before, which is an irony given the Protestant emphasis on charity and social responsibility. Women lost options without recovering equivalent alternatives. The convents that once provided respectable life choices for women who didn't marry disappeared, while Protestant emphasis on marriage made spinsterhood more problematic. Some women gained from the Protestant emphasis on Bible reading and spiritual equality, but institutional opportunities actually decreased. Henry's personal reputation underwent fascinating transformations over the centuries. To Protestants, he became the hero who freed England from papal tyranny despite his conservative theology. To Catholics, he became the villain who destroyed England's Catholic heritage for personal reasons, despite his initial defence of Catholic doctrine. To moderns, he's often that fascinating monster, brilliant, charismatic, ruthless, and ultimately tragic in his desperate quest for dynasty. The historical debate about whether Henry was a reformer or opportunist, a hero or villain, and a visionary or egotist continues because he was genuinely all of these things. He broke with Rome for personal reasons but created space for genuine religious reform. He brutally suppressed opposition but was sincerely convinced of his righteousness. He destroyed monasteries for money but believed he was correcting religious error. His motives were selfish. His consequences were transformative. The Tudor period's religious turmoil taught England lessons about tolerance that wouldn't be fully learned for generations. The burning of heretics under Mary, the persecution of Catholics under Elizabeth, and the continued conflicts over religious conformity all demonstrated that religious uniformity enforced through violence creates resentment rather than genuine agreement. Eventually, centuries later, England would develop religious tolerance, though the path would be long and painful. The expansion of literacy that began with English Bibles and prayer books created a reading public that would eventually demand more than religious texts. By Elizabeth's reign, printing presses were producing plays, poems, histories, and practical manuals. The culture of literacy that emerged from religious controversy laid the groundwork for England's literary achievements. architecture and landscape design reflecting Protestant values, simpler, more focused on function, less concerned with religious symbolism, created distinctly English aesthetic preferences. The great houses with their long galleries and Protestant simplicity, the gardens designed for pleasure rather than contemplation, and the churches stripped of statuary but retaining their basic Gothic structure, all reflected this Protestant transformation of physical space. The Royal Navy's development during and after Henry's reign, partly motivated by the need to defend Protestant England against Catholic powers, eventually made England a global power. The same religious controversies that destroyed monasteries and persecuted dissenters also built the ships that would defeat the Spanish Armada and eventually create a worldwide empire. Legal developments during Henry's reign, particularly Parliament's increased authority and the expansion of secular courts at the expense of church courts, laid foundations for English common law's development. The legal system that emerged from Tudor religious controversies would eventually be exported to England's colonies, influencing legal traditions across multiple continents. The scientific revolution that would flourish in 17th century England was partly enabled by Henry's religious changes. Once religious authority became questionable, all authority became potentially questionable. The habit of questioning established truths in religion transferred to questioning established truths in natural philosophy, creating intellectual space for scientific inquiry. As your warm drink cools and your eyes grow heavy, consider one final thought about Henry VIII and his transformation of England. The changes he initiated continued evolving long after his death, creating consequences he never imagined and solving problems he didn't know existed. The Church of England he created became the foundation for worldwide Anglican communion, spreading across continents as England expanded overseas. Churches from Nigeria to Australia to Canada trace their institutional ancestry to Henry's break with Rome, though they might emphasise Thomas Cranmer's theology over Henry's politics. The English language he elevated through biblical translation became a global language, carried by English speakers across oceans and continents, eventually becoming the international language of business, science, and diplomacy. The King James Bible, published 60 years after Henry's death, shaped English prose style for centuries and remains in print today. The principle of parliamentary supremacy he accidentally strengthened by using Parliament to authorise religious changes became the foundation of English constitutional government. When American colonists argued that Parliament had no authority to tax them without representation, they were invoking principles that emerged partly from Tudor religious controversies. The nationalism he fostered by making England religiously independent contributed to England's resistance to various continental threats: the Spanish Armada, Napoleon's empire, and Hitler's invasion plans. English identity formed around this idea of independence became a resource during times of crisis, but Henry's legacy also includes religious divisions that persisted for centuries. Catholics faced discrimination and legal disabilities in England until the 19th century. The tensions between Protestant and Catholic in Northern Ireland trace partly to the Tudor transformation of religion. Religious strife that Henry's actions initiated killed thousands across multiple generations. The destruction of monasteries and religious art represents cultural loss that can never be fully calculated. We'll never hear the music that was lost, read the manuscripts that were burned, or see the art that was smashed. Every whitewashed church wall represents not just religious transformation, but cultural impoverishment, however necessary reformers considered it. The social welfare gaps created by monastic dissolution took centuries to address through alternative institutions. Modern social security systems are attempting to solve problems that Tudor England created when it destroyed medieval Catholic social infrastructure without providing adequate replacements. Yet without Henry's break with Rome, England might have remained a minor European power, culturally derivative and politically subordinate. The independence, political, religious and intellectual, that emerged from Tudor religious controversies created space for English achievements in everything from literature to science to political philosophy. Shakespeare's plays, written during Elizabeth's reign, emerged from a culture transformed by Henry's actions. The English identity Shakespeare explored and celebrated in his histories and comedies was partly created by his grandfather's generation's experience of religious transformation. The language Shakespeare perfected was enriched by religious controversy and biblical translation. The scientific revolution that produced Newton, Boyle, and other English scientists emerged partly from habits of questioning authority that began with religious reformation. Once people questioned papal authority, intellectual authority of all kinds became potentially questionable, creating space for empirical investigation over traditional explanations. England's distinctive political development, its constitutional monarchy, its parliamentary supremacy, its gradual extension of political rights, connects in complicated ways to religious controversies that began with Henry. Religious tolerance emerged slowly from religious strife. Limited government emerged partly from centuries of negotiating religious settlements that required compromise rather than absolute authority. As you drift towards sleep, you might reflect that Henry VIII never intended most of what his actions produced. He wanted a son and an annulment. Instead, he triggered changes that reshaped religion, politics, culture, and national identity across centuries. History rarely unfolds as anyone plans. Small decisions combine with structural forces to produce outcomes nobody predicted. The young king who loved theology and wanted to defend Catholic orthodoxy became the man who broke England from Rome. The desperate father seeking a legitimate male heir became the catalyst for a religious revolution. The monarch trying to maintain tradition while solving a personal problem became an agent of transformation. England before Henry was one kind of place, medieval, Catholic, looking to the continent for cultural leadership. England after Henry was something different, Protestant, independent, developing its own cultural confidence. The transition was painful and costly, independent, and produced winners and losers across every social class. But it created the foundation for the England that would eventually emerge as a global power, for better and worse. Tonight, as you drift off to sleep, you're part of a world Henry helped create. The English language you speak was elevated partly through his religious policies. The ideas about limited government and individual rights that shaped modern democracies emerged partly from the English experience of religious transformation. The scientific worldview that produced modern technology developed partly in the intellectual space created by questioning religious authority. Henry VIII died over 470 years ago, but his decisions echo forward into our present. Every time someone questions authority, reads scripture in their own language, or argues that national sovereignty matters, they're continuing conversations Henry helped begin, though usually without knowing it. Sleep well, knowing that history is made not just by great plans and noble intentions, but by human beings pursuing very human desires: love, legitimacy, authority, certainty, in ways that produce consequences far beyond their imagining. Henry wanted a son. Instead, he got a legacy. Whether that's tragedy or triumph depends on your perspective and which aspects of the legacy you're measuring. The bells that once marked monastic hours are silent now, but you can still hear church bells if you listen. The monasteries are ruins, but they're stones-built houses people still inhabit. The old faith disappeared officially, but traces remain in language, culture, and memory. Everything changed. Nothing completely disappeared. That's perhaps the real lesson of Henry's Reformation. Transformation is never as complete as revolutionaries hope or conservatives fear. Rest now, and dream perhaps of a younger, simpler England, where stone monasteries caught the morning light and bells marked the hours, where change came slowly and the old ways seemed eternal. Or dream of the England that emerged, confident, independent, finding its own voice and identity. Both Englands existed, one after the other, separated by a few decades of tumultuous transformation, led by an unlikely revolutionary king who never quite meant to revolutionize anything. Tomorrow when you wake, you'll rise into a world still shaped by those distant Tudor transformations, still wrestling with questions about authority, identity, and faith that Henry's choices made urgent 5 centuries ago. But tonight, rest. Let history become a story, and let the story become the gentle companion of sleep. You settle into your favourite spot tonight as we explore a story about understanding ourselves. Picture the early 20th century when a Swiss psychiatrist began noticing patterns that would later explain why you sometimes feel like you have met a stranger before, or why certain symbols appear in dreams across every culture. Carl Jung spent decades mapping the invisible architecture of the human mind, and his discoveries might explain more about your daily life than you ever imagined. The year is 1907, and you find yourself standing outside a substantial stone building in Zurich. The morning air carries the crisp bite of Swiss winter. You can almost feel the cold seeping through your coat as you imagine walking through those heavy wooden doors. The brass handle feels icy beneath your palm. The weight of the door requires effort to open, as if the building itself wants to ensure only serious visitors enter. Inside, a young psychiatrist sits across from patients in a consulting room. The room smells faintly of pipe tobacco and old books. Sunlight filters through tall windows, creating pools of warmth on the worn Persian rug. The floorboards creak softly with each subtle movement. You notice the way dust motes drift through the light beams like tiny wandering thoughts made visible. Carl Jung leans forward in his chair, listening with an intensity that makes people feel truly heard for perhaps the first time in their lives. His hands rest loosely in his lap. No nervous fidgeting, no glancing at the clock, just complete presence. The kind of attention that makes the rest of the world fade away. Jung does not look like someone about to revolutionize how we understand the mind. He wears a simple dark suit that has seen better days. His eyes hold a curious mix of scientific precision and something else. Something that suggests he sees beyond the surface of things. There is kindness in his face, but also seriousness. He takes the human mind as seriously as an architect takes load-bearing walls. You watch as he takes notes in his careful handwriting. He records not just what patients say, but how they say it. He notices when they pause. He pays attention to the words they choose when describing their dreams. He marks down the gestures they make unconsciously. Every detail matters because every detail reveals something about the hidden landscape of the psyche. Most doctors of his era would dismiss dreams as meaningless static from a sleeping brain. Random electrical activity. Nonsense that evaporates with the morning light. Jung suspects they might be messages written in a language we have forgotten how to read. He approaches each dream with the attention a translator brings to ancient texts. The consulting room becomes your refuge tonight. Picture yourself settling into one of those old leather chairs, the kind that holds the shape of everyone who has sat there before you. The leather is cracked in places but still comfortable. You can hear the scratch of Jung's pen on paper. Each stroke was deliberate and purposeful. Outside the window, snow begins to fall in soft, unhurried flakes. The city grows quieter under its white blanket. Jung had started his career following traditional psychiatric approaches. He measured reaction times with a stopwatch. He studied word associations with scientific precision. He created tests that revealed what people tried to hide even from themselves. The tests worked brilliantly. A person would pause for just a fraction too long at certain words. That pause revealed unconscious conflicts more reliably than any amount of direct questioning. But something kept nagging at him. Patients from completely different backgrounds would describe remarkably similar dream images. A woman from a farming village who had never travelled beyond her valley would dream of descending into dark waters. A wealthy banker from Geneva would have nearly identical dreams. Neither had read mythology or ancient texts, yet their dreams echoed stories thousands of years old. This pattern appeared too often to dismiss as coincidence. The farmer's daughter dreamed of a great tree connecting earth and sky. The banker saw himself climbing a cosmic mountain. Ancient Norse legends spoke of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Countless cultures had sacred mountains where earth touched heaven. How did these uneducated patients access symbolic vocabularies from traditions they had never encountered? You might recognise this feeling yourself. That moment when you encounter something supposedly new, but it feels strangely familiar. Like walking into a building you have never visited but somehow knowing where the stairs will be. That sense of recognition that goes deeper than memory. Jung started collecting these moments like a botanist collecting rare specimens. He filled notebooks with dreams, page after page of vivid imagery that patients brought to him. Visions that erupted during therapy sessions, symbolic patterns that appeared across cultures and centuries. He would sit late into the evening reading these accounts by lamplight, looking for connections that others might miss. The city of Zurich hums outside the consulting room windows. Streetcars clatter along cobblestone roads, making their endless circuits. Merchants set up their stalls in the morning markets, calling out their wares in Swiss German. The smell of fresh bread drifts from bakeries. Children play in the streets between errands. The modern world was accelerating rapidly during those years. Electric lights were replacing gas lamps street by street. Automobiles were beginning to outnumber horses, though both still competed for road space. Telephones connected distant cities. The pace of change felt breathtaking to people who remembered quieter times. Yet Jung sensed that beneath all this progress, something ancient and unchanging was still operating in the human psyche. He noticed that his patients were not just individuals struggling with personal problems. They were also connected to something larger. Their dreams contained images they could not have learned from their own experiences. A city clerk who had never left Switzerland dreamed of ancient Egyptian burial rites with startling accuracy. He described boats carrying the dead across water, scales weighing the heart against a feather. These were not vague approximations. The details matched temple reliefs Jung had studied in archaeological journals. A young mother who worked in a textile mill dreamed of symbols that appeared in Tibetan mandalas she had never seen. Perfect circles containing intricate geometric patterns, 4 gates opening to cardinal directions, the same sacred geometry that monks spent lifetimes perfecting in remote monasteries halfway around the world. How did her sleeping mind access this knowledge? Picture yourself in that consulting room as Jung begins to wonder whether the human mind might be like an old house. The rooms you live in daily represent your conscious awareness. You know these spaces well. The furniture is familiar. You can walk through them in the dark without stumbling. But beneath those everyday rooms lie cellars and sub-basements, spaces you rarely visit or have forgotten entirely. These deeper spaces connect to something much older. Foundations that link your house to vast underground networks stretching beneath every house, in every city. The bedrock on which all dwellings rest. Jung began to suspect that human minds shared similar foundations, that beneath individual consciousness lay something collective and universal. This idea would have seemed absurd to most of his colleagues. The mind was supposed to be a blank slate at birth. Everything you knew came from your personal experiences. Your memories belonged to you alone. You built your mental world from the ground up through learning and conditioning. The idea of inherited mental patterns made no sense in the dominant theories of the time, but Jung kept finding evidence that challenged this assumption. Too many dreams that drew on knowledge the dreamer could not possess. Too many symbols that crossed cultural boundaries. Too many myths that told essentially the same stories in radically different settings. The specifics changed, but the underlying patterns remained remarkably constant. You rest deeper in your chair. The leather creaks softly as you shift your weight. The snow continues falling outside. Each flake is unique in its crystalline structure, yet all follow the same basic form. Jung lights his pipe and the smoke curls upward in lazy spirals. The tobacco smell mingles with old books and furniture polish. The consulting room feels like a sanctuary from the rushing modern world. He is on the edge of a discovery that will reshape how we understand ourselves. But tonight, in 1907, he is simply a curious doctor who listens very carefully to what people tell him, when they stop trying to make sense of their experiences, when they just describe exactly what they saw in dreams or visions. That is when the real communication begins. The leather chair supports you perfectly now. Your breathing slows to match the gentle rhythm of snowfall. One flake at a time is drifting down. No hurry, no destination except Earth. Jung makes another note in his journal. The page fills with observations about recurring symbols, about images that appear in dreams from Munich to Moscow, about patterns that suggest the human mind might share a common foundation, like how all trees draw from the same earth, even while growing in different forests. An oak in Switzerland and a maple in Canada look nothing alike, but both send roots into soil. Both draw water and nutrients through similar cellular processes. Both reach towards sunlight with leaves designed to capture energy. The specifics differ, but the fundamental patterns remain constant. Jung wondered if human minds work the same way. Individual experiences varied wildly. Your life looked nothing like someone living in Beijing or Buenos Aires, but perhaps the deep structures of the psyche followed universal patterns. Perhaps certain symbols and stories resonated across cultures because they emerged from shared psychological bedrock. The idea both excited and unsettled him. It suggested humans were less isolated than they appeared, less unique in their psychological makeup. But it also meant that help and wisdom might be available from unexpected sources, that ancient texts might speak to modern problems, that dreams might carry ancestral wisdom along with personal messages. You can feel yourself drifting now. The boundary between Jung's consulting room and your own current location grows permeable. Time collapses a little. That young doctor in 1907 is trying to understand the same questions you grapple with today. Who am I really? What do my struggles mean? How do I make sense of experiences that seem to come from somewhere beyond my own history? The snow falls steadily outside. The city settles into evening routines. Lights appear in windows as families gather for dinner. Jung will work late tonight, as he often does, reviewing his notes, looking for patterns, trusting that if he pays close enough attention, the psyche will reveal its secrets, not all at once, but gradually. The way dawn reveals a landscape that was there all along waiting for light. You find yourself in a library unlike any you have visited before. This is not a building made of brick and mortar. No librarian staffs the desk. No fluorescent lights hum overhead. Instead, imagine a vast repository that exists beneath conscious thought, an archive of patterns and possibilities built into the very structure of your mind. Jung called this space the collective unconscious, and you carry it with you every moment of your life. It is not something you need to access through effort or meditation. You are always in it. The way a fish is always in water, even when it is not thinking about water. This invisible library shapes your perceptions and reactions more than you realize. Picture walking through endless corridors lined with shelves. These shelves do not hold books exactly. They contain something more fundamental, templates for experience, patterns that have proven useful for humans across millennia. The hero's journey, the nurturing mother, the wise guide, the trickster who upends expectations. All these patterns exist as possibilities waiting for the right circumstances to activate. The air in this library feels dense with meaning. Not the musty smell of old paper exactly. Something older and more organic. Imagine the scent of rain on ancient stone. The feeling of recognition when you see a face in the clouds. The strange comfort of hearing a lullaby in a language you do not speak, but somehow understand at a level deeper than words. Jung discovered this hidden library by accident, or perhaps by paying attention to accidents. He noticed that certain themes appeared in every culture's stories despite no possible contact between those cultures. Australian Aboriginal Dreamtime stories shared structural elements with Norse myths. African folk tales echoed themes from ancient Sumeria. The surface details differed wildly, but the underlying patterns repeated with uncanny consistency. The hero who must descend into darkness before finding wisdom. This story appears everywhere. In Greek myths about Persephone descending to the underworld, in Christian theology with the harrowing of hell, in shamanic traditions where the initiate must journey to the land of the dead. The specific imagery changes, but the pattern remains. Descent brings transformation, death leads to rebirth. Loss creates the space for new understanding. The trickster who breaks rules and creates chaos also appears universally. Loki in Norse mythology, Coyote in Native American tales, Anansi in West African stories. Each one disrupts order and causes trouble. But their chaos often serves a larger purpose. They reveal hypocrisies. They teach through negative examples. They remind settled societies that order always needs questioning. The Great Mother who nurtures and destroys appears in countless forms, Isis and Demeter, Kali and Coatlicue. The earth itself becomes the Great Mother in most traditions. She provides food and shelter. She receives the dead back into her embrace. Life and death flow from the same source. This pattern reflects the fundamental human experience of depending on forces beyond our control. You carry these same blueprints. When you watch a movie and instantly recognize who will betray the hero, you are reading from this ancient library. Your brain pattern matches the situation against templates refined over thousands of generations. When a song makes you cry even though the lyrics describe an experience you have never had, you are touching these deeper patterns. The specific content might be new, but it activates old recognition circuits. Think about your own life for a moment. How many times have you met someone and felt an immediate sense of knowing them? Not because they reminded you of someone specific, not because they shared obvious characteristics with anyone from your past, but because they fit a pattern you recognised without being able to name it. Jung would say you were perceiving an archetype expressing itself through this particular person. The collective unconscious operates like a common language spoken beneath all the different languages we speak aloud. You might think your dreams are purely personal creations, random assemblages of the day's leftover thoughts and images. But Jung found that the same symbolic vocabulary appears in dreams around the world, regardless of culture or personal history. Water represents the unconscious itself in dreams across every tradition. The ocean depths mirror the depths of the psyche. Drowning suggests being overwhelmed by unconscious contents. Crossing water signifies a transition between psychological states. These associations were not invented by any individual. They emerged naturally from the structure of human experience. Forests signify the unknown in countless stories and dreams. The dark woods where the path disappears, where familiar landmarks vanish and anything might happen. This reflects the actual human experience of forest for most of our history. Places beyond settlement where danger lurked but also where transformation occurred. The hero always enters the forest alone and emerges changed. Circles and mandalas point toward wholeness and completion. The eternal return, the cycle of seasons, the shape that has no beginning or end. You find circular patterns in Celtic knotwork and Tibetan sand paintings, in African shields and Native American medicine wheels, in rose windows of Gothic cathedrals. The circle speaks a universal language about unity and completion. You settle deeper into this invisible library. The shelves extend infinitely in all directions, up and down, forward and back. Each one holds knowledge that predates written history. This is where fairy tales come from, not from individual imagination but from the collective unconscious, expressing its patterns through whoever is receptive enough to listen and transcribe. This is why certain stories grab you immediately, while others leave you cold. The ones that resonate are speaking a language your deeper self remembers perfectly. They activate patterns already present in your psyche. The surface story might be new, but the underlying structure feels like coming home. Jung spent years exploring this territory. He did not just read about mythology and religion as interesting historical artifacts. He studied them as active maps to the psychological landscape, living documents that described actual territories of the mind. When medieval alchemists wrote about transforming lead into gold, they were not really talking about chemistry in the modern sense. They were describing the process of psychological transformation that you might recognise from your own life. The dark, heavy parts of yourself being refined into something precious through patient work. The alchemical stages mirrored stages of individuation, dissolution, separation, conjunction. Each phase had psychological correlates. The work happened in the vessel of the psyche, not in laboratory glassware. Picture yourself as a child hearing a fairy tale for the first time. You did not need anyone to explain why the youngest child succeeds where the older siblings fail. You did not question why the hero must complete 3 impossible tasks. You did not wonder why talking animals could dispense wisdom. These patterns made immediate sense because they were already written into your psychological DNA. The youngest child represents potential not yet corrupted by worldly success. The 3 tasks reflect the threefold nature of transformation. The talking animals embody instinctual wisdom that the rational mind overlooks. None of this required explanation because it matched templates already present in the collective unconscious. The collective unconscious is not mystical or supernatural. It is simply the inherited structure of the human brain shaped by millions of years of evolution. Just as you were born knowing how to recognize faces and feel fear when you sense danger, you were also born with these deeper patterns. They help you navigate the fundamental situations that humans have faced since consciousness emerged. Birth and death. Love and loss. Danger and safety. Transformation and renewal. These experiences have remained constant even as cultures and technologies changed. The human brain evolved structures for processing these universal situations. Those structures create the templates Jung called archetypes. Modern life tries to convince you that you are entirely unique, that your experiences are unprecedented, that no one has ever felt exactly what you feel. Social media encourages this illusion of uniqueness. Your carefully curated feed, your personal brand, your distinctive perspective on every issue. But Jung would gently suggest otherwise. The specific details of your life are yours alone. The apartment you rent, the career path you chose, the relationship problems you face. These particulars belong to you and no one else. But the underlying patterns connect you to everyone who has ever lived. The struggle to find meaning, the fear of death, the longing for connection, the search for purpose. These are not new problems, they are the oldest problems. You rest in this understanding. The library shelves glow softly with accumulated wisdom. Somewhere in these infinite corridors lies the pattern for every human experience you will ever have. The first day of school that felt like entering a forbidden forest. The job interview that echoed ancient trials of worthiness. The relationship that followed the oldest story of all, two people trying to become whole together. The temperature in this library feels perfect. Not too warm, not too cool. Just right for drifting between waking and sleeping. Between your individual consciousness and this deeper collective awareness. Jung knew that you never actually leave this library. You just forget you are in it. Your conscious mind gets absorbed in daily details and loses track of the larger patterns. Tonight, as you settle into rest, you remember. You're both a unique individual and a universal human. Your dreams tonight will draw from this vast repository. Ancient symbols will combine with today's experiences. The collective unconscious will work through your particular life circumstances. Processing, integrating, offering wisdom in the symbolic language that your deeper self speaks fluently, even when consciousness struggles to translate. The shelves continue into darkness in every direction. More wisdom than any individual could access in a lifetime. More patterns than the conscious mind could catalogue. But you do not need to know every book in this library. You just need to remember it exists, that you are connected to this vast inheritance, that the struggles and joys of your individual life echo across human history. Jung found this oddly comforting. Your problems are not strange or unprecedented. They follow patterns that humans have been navigating for thousands of years. The particular circumstances change, but the underlying challenges remain remarkably constant. How to live with integrity, how to love despite fear, how to create meaning in an indifferent universe, how to face death without despair. The library holds all of this, not as abstract philosophy, but as lived experience condensed into symbolic patterns. You can access this wisdom through dreams, through myths and stories, through art and ritual, through any practice that bypasses the rational mind and speaks directly to the depths. Jung devoted his life to creating maps of this territory. Tonight you walk through it yourself. Picture yourself at a movie theatre. The lights dim and the story begins. Within minutes you can identify certain characters without anyone explaining them. There is the mentor who guides the protagonist through unfamiliar territory, the trickster who disrupts plans with unexpected humour, the shadow figure who embodies everything the hero fears about themselves. You recognise these faces immediately because they are archetypes, and Jung spent years mapping their territory. Archetypes are not types of people exactly. They are more like roles that people step into, functions that need to be performed in the economy of the psyche. You have probably played several of these roles yourself without realising it. The same person who is the hero at work might be the caregiver at home. The friend who plays the jester in social situations might embody the sage when offering advice late at night. Think about a time when you gave someone advice that surprised even you with its wisdom. Words flowed out that seemed to come from somewhere beyond your usual understanding. In that moment you were channeling what Jung called the wise old man, or the wise old woman. The accumulated knowledge that exists in the collective unconscious was speaking through you. You became a vessel for archetypal wisdom. The room around you feels warm and safe as we explore these eternal characters. They appear in every story because they represent fundamental aspects of being human. The hero archetype drives you forward when you need to accomplish something difficult. It provides courage when you feel afraid. It offers determination when obstacles appear. You activate the hero whenever you face a challenge that requires your best effort. The caregiver archetype activates when someone you love needs help. Suddenly your own needs become secondary. You find energy you did not know you had. You make sacrifices that would have seemed impossible yesterday. This is not weakness or codependency when the archetype functions properly. It is a natural human capacity to nurture and protect. The mother is staying up all night with a sick child. The friend who drops everything to help you move. The archetypal caregiver in action. The explorer pushes you to try new experiences and discover unknown territories. This archetype appears when you feel restless with routine, when the familiar stops satisfying, when you need to break out of established patterns and see what lies beyond the horizon. Every person who ever left their village to see what existed in the next valley was following the explorer archetype. Jung noticed these patterns everywhere, not just in myths and movies, but in everyday life. Your boss, who seems to embody the ruler archetype, makes perfect sense from this perspective. Rulers control resources and make decisions. They establish order and maintain hierarchies. This is not personal tyranny necessarily. It is an archetypal function being performed. Someone needs to organise collective effort and distribute resources. The ruler does this work. Your friend, who always plays the jester, serves an equally important function. Jesters use humour to ease tension and reveal uncomfortable truths. They can say things that would get others punished because they do it through laughter. The court jester could mock the king when direct criticism would mean death. The function persists today. The friend who makes jokes at serious moments is not being disrespectful. They are performing the ancient role of using humour to make unbearable situations bearable. These are not choices people make consciously most of the time. They are ancient patterns expressing themselves through modern personalities. You step into different archetypal roles depending on what the situation requires. At work, you might need to be the warrior, fighting for your project or defending your position. At home, you shift into the caregiver, nurturing your family. With friends, you might become the sage, offering perspective on their problems. You might recognise the innocent archetype in yourself or others, the part that wants to trust and believe the best about people. This is not childishness or naivety exactly. It is a fundamental human pattern that allows us to form connections and maintain hope. Without the innocent archetype, we would all become cynical and isolated. We would never take the risk of loving because love requires vulnerability. When life batters this innocent part of you, something important gets damaged. The person who can no longer trust, who sees betrayal in every gesture, who assumes the worst about every situation. They have lost contact with a necessary archetype. Jung understood that each archetype serves a purpose in the economy of the soul. Losing access to any of them creates imbalance. The mother archetype appears in countless forms throughout human culture. Not just in biological mothers, but in anyone who nurtures and protects. Teachers who care about their students. Doctors who tend to the sick. Gardeners who cultivate plants. Anyone who creates conditions for growth and development embodies aspects of the mother archetype. The earth itself becomes the great mother in many traditions. She provides food and shelter. She receives waste and transforms it into nutrients. She maintains the cycles that allow life to continue. You might feel this archetype activate when you care for a pet or tend a garden. That deep satisfaction of feeding something and watching it thrive comes from a very old place in human experience. Picture walking through a gallery where each painting represents a different archetype. Here is the warrior, ready to fight for what matters. Strong back, clear eyes, weapons at hand. This archetype has kept humans alive for millennia. The willingness to fight when fighting becomes necessary. Not violence for its own sake, but the capacity to defend what must be protected. There is the lover seeking union and beauty. This archetype drives not just romantic relationships, but all forms of connection and appreciation. The lover archetype activates when you see a sunset and feel your heart swell, when music moves you to tears, when you want to merge with an experience rather than analyse it. The lover says yes to life, to beauty, to connection. Over there stands the magician, transforming reality through knowledge and skill. Every scientist and artist embodies this archetype. Anyone who takes raw materials and creates something new. Anyone who changes situations through insight and technique. The programmer writing code that did not exist before. The chef combines ingredients into flavours that surprise. The therapist is helping someone transform their relationship with trauma. All magicians at work. You have met every one of these figures. They appear in your dreams in various guises. They show up in the people you admire or fear. They live inside you, waiting for the right moment to emerge. No single archetype defines you completely. You contain multitudes. The key is learning which archetype the situation calls for and being able to access it. Modern advertising understands archetypes very well, though they rarely use Jung's terminology. Companies spend millions to associate their products with these powerful patterns. The car commercial showing rugged landscapes taps into the explorer and the hero. Buy this vehicle, and you become the person who conquers challenges and discovers new territories. The jewellery ad showing a wedding connects to the lover and the innocent. The belief that perfect love exists, that commitment creates lasting happiness, that beauty can be captured and preserved. These are archetypal themes that bypass rational thought and speak directly to the collective unconscious. The ad works not through logic but through symbol. The credit card commercial featuring a celebrity associates the product with whatever archetype that celebrity embodies. The rebel who breaks rules, the sage who knows what matters, the creator who builds new things. Buy our product and you acquire a piece of that archetypal energy. This is magical thinking, but it works because archetypes are real psychological forces. You might wonder why certain celebrities seem to captivate millions, while others with equal talent fade away. Often the difference is how clearly they embody an archetype. Some actors consistently play the outlaw, rebelling against social constraints. Audiences never tire of this because the outlaw archetype serves a necessary function. It questions authority. It challenges corrupt systems. It reminds us that rules are human creations, not natural laws. Other actors always portray the sage, offering wisdom and clarity. Think of the characters who serve as moral centres in stories, the ones who see through deception and speak uncomfortable truths. Audiences respond because these performances activate ancient recognition patterns. We know this figure. We have met them before in different forms across cultures and centuries. The interesting part is that no one is just one archetype. You contain them all in various combinations and proportions. The particular mix creates your unique personality. But the ingredients are universal. Jung found this oddly comforting. Your struggles are not strange or unprecedented. They follow patterns that humans have been navigating for thousands of years. Think about the last time you felt drawn to someone instantly. Often what you sensed was an archetype they were expressing that matched something you needed in that moment. The mentor who appeared just when you were lost. The trickster friend who brought playfulness when life felt too serious. The sage who offered perspective when you could not see beyond your problems. These encounters feel magical, but they are actually the collective unconscious, orchestrating connections through archetypal patterns. You rest deeper into your seat in the gallery. The paintings of archetypes surround you with familiar faces, wearing different masks across time and culture. Jung taught that recognizing these patterns helps you understand yourself and others with more compassion. When someone irritates you, they might be expressing an archetype that conflicts with the one you are currently inhabiting. The rebel clashes with the ruler because rebellion challenges order. The sage has little patience for the innocent, because wisdom comes from experience while innocence resists knowing. The creator feels confined by the caregiver, because creation requires self-focus, while caregiving demands attention to others. These conflicts are not personal failures. They are archetypal tensions built into the structure of human psychology. Modern life tries to convince you that you should be consistent, that you should have one identity and stick to it, your personal brand, your authentic self. But Jung knew better. You're a symphony of archetypal energies. Some days the creator takes the lead and you make beautiful things. Other days the shadow emerges and you grapple with your darker impulses. This is not inconsistency. This is completeness. The temperature in the room adjusts perfectly to your comfort. You've never been warmer or more at ease. Outside somewhere a city continues its evening routines. But here in this archetypal space you can simply rest in the recognition that you are both utterly unique and completely connected to every human who has ever lived. The same faces appear in different mirrors across time. The gallery extends further than you can see. More archetypes than we have named tonight. The orphan, the merchant, the destroyer, the creator. Each one serves a function in the economy of the psyche, each one appearing when circumstances require their particular gifts. You do not need to know them all intellectually. You just need to trust that you contain this full range of human possibility. Tonight you're remembering how to recognize them, in yourself, in others, in the stories that move you. This recognition brings compassion because you see that everyone is playing out archetypal patterns. The difficult person at work is not just annoying, they are embodying an archetype that challenges your preferred role. The friend who disappoints you is not simply flawed. They are working through archetypal tensions between conflicting aspects of personality. Jung believed that archetypal awareness could reduce conflict and increase understanding. When you see the patterns playing out, you take things less personally. You recognize the timeless drama unfolding through particular people and circumstances. This does not excuse harmful behavior, but it provides context that makes navigation easier. You can work with archetypal energies once you see them operating. You find yourself in that drowsy state between waking and sleeping. This is the threshold where Jung believed the unconscious mind speaks most clearly. Dreams rise from the depths like bubbles in water, carrying messages written in a language older than words. The logic of dreams follows different rules than waking thought. Images combine in impossible ways. Time moves strangely. People from different periods of your life appear together in places that never existed. Jung approached dreams differently than his mentor Sigmund Freud. Where Freud saw hidden wishes and repressed desires, Jung found something more expansive. He believed dreams were not trying to hide the truth but to reveal it. The problem was that the unconscious speaks in symbols, while your conscious mind prefers straightforward explanations. Learning to read dreams meant learning a new language. Picture your last vivid dream. Maybe you were flying or falling. Perhaps you returned to a childhood home that looked different, familiar but wrong in subtle ways. The furniture rearranged, rooms where no rooms should be. You might have encountered people who were somehow both familiar and strange. Your mother, but also not your mother. A friend who had different features, but you still knew who they were. These images were not random misfires of a sleeping brain. They were attempts by your deeper self to communicate something your waking mind needed to know. But the message came wrapped in symbol and metaphor, because that is the native language of the unconscious. Direct communication gets filtered by conscious defences. Symbolic communication slips past those defences and plants seeds that grow in their own time. The room around you grows softer and quieter as we explore this territory. The boundaries between inner and outer begin to blur. Jung would spend hours with patients exploring their dreams. He never imposed interpretations from above. Instead, he would ask what the symbols meant to the dreamer. A snake might represent danger to one person and transformation to another, healing to a third, sexuality to a fourth. The collective unconscious provides the symbolic vocabulary, but each individual speaks their own dialect. The snake carries ancient meanings that appear across cultures. Transformation because snakes shed their skin, healing because of the medical caduceus, danger because of venom, wisdom because of their association with earth and hidden knowledge. But which meaning matters depends on the dreamer's personal context and current life situation. You have probably had dreams that felt significant even though you could not explain why. That feeling is your unconscious trying to get your attention. The dream stays with you all day. Images from it pop into your mind during meetings or meals. This persistence signals importance. Your psyche is working hard to communicate something. Jung found that dreams often compensate for imbalances in waking life. If you are too rational and controlled during the day, your dreams might flood you with emotional or chaotic images. The psyche seeks equilibrium like the body seeks homeostasis. Too much order in waking life gets balanced by disorder in dreams. Too much chaos gets balanced by organising dreams of structure and pattern. Think about recurring dreams you have had. The same situation repeating with slight variations. You're back in school taking a test you did not study for. You're trying to run, but your legs will not move properly. You're in a house with endless rooms that keep appearing. Jung would say that is the unconscious being remarkably patient. It keeps sending the same message in different forms until you finally understand. Like a friend who calls and leaves voicemails when you do not pick up. The message grows more urgent, but the underlying concern remains constant. If you ignore recurring dreams long enough, they often manifest as symptoms in waking life. The anxiety you refuse to acknowledge in dreams becomes panic attacks. The rage you will not face becomes depression. The creativity you suppress becomes restless dissatisfaction. Some dreams feel prophetic. You dream of an old friend and then they call the next day. You dream about a car accident and then hear about one on the news. Jung did not dismiss these experiences as mere coincidence. He developed the concept of synchronicity to explain meaningful coincidences that bypass normal causality. The unconscious mind might detect patterns that consciousness misses, subtle cues about situations developing, early warning signs of coming events. The unconscious processes this information and expresses it through symbolic dreams, or perhaps in some cases the psyche extends beyond individual boundaries and touches a larger field of meaning. Jung remained open to both possibilities. The air grows thick with possibility as you drift deeper. You are floating now between different layers of awareness. Jung taught that you dream every night even when you do not remember. Your unconscious never stops processing experience and trying to communicate insights. Dreams are like letters from a wise correspondent who knows you better than you know yourself. This correspondent has access to everything you have ever experienced, every conversation you have forgotten, every image you barely noticed, every feeling you suppressed. The unconscious remembers it all and uses this vast database to construct nightly messages tailored specifically to your current needs and situations. Modern sleep science has discovered that dreams perform important psychological functions. They help consolidate memories, moving experiences from short-term to long-term storage. They process emotions, allowing you to work through feelings in a safe environment. They allow the brain to practice responding to threats without real danger. Jung anticipated all this decades before EEG machines could measure sleep stages. He knew instinctively that dreams were essential for psychological health. People deprived of REM sleep become unstable. They're waking life fragments. Reality starts feeling unreal. The boundary between inner and outer weakens. Dreams are not frivolous entertainment. They are necessary maintenance for psychological integrity. Picture yourself keeping a dream journal by your bed. Jung recommended writing dreams down immediately upon waking. The conscious mind forgets dreams rapidly because it finds their symbolic language uncomfortable. Dreams challenge rational order. They combine impossible elements. They break the rules of physics and logic. The waking mind dismisses them quickly to restore normal functioning, but capturing even fragments preserves something valuable. Over time, patterns emerge, recurring symbols, themes that weave through months or years. A personal symbolic vocabulary develops. You learn that certain images carry specific meanings in your dreams. Water might always represent emotions. Houses might represent your sense of self. Cars might symbolize how you navigate life. You might dream of water when facing emotional situations. Calm water suggests emotions under control. Stormy seas indicate turbulence. Drowning might mean overwhelm. Swimming could represent confidence in handling feelings. The specific imagery matters less than the pattern of association that develops through attention and recording. Houses often represent the self in dreams. Different rooms hold different aspects of personality. The basement might contain repressed material or instinctual drives. The attic could represent spiritual aspirations or neglected memories. The kitchen might relate to nourishment and sustenance. Bedrooms to intimacy and rest. These are not fixed rules, but common patterns Jung observed across thousands of dreams. The interesting part is that dreams do not just reflect your personal history. They also connect you to the collective unconscious. People who have never studied mythology dream of symbols that appear in ancient texts. A person with no religious background might dream of mandalas or sacred geometry. The deeper layers of the psyche speak a universal language that transcends individual learning. Think about nightmares for a moment. Jung did not see them as problems to eliminate. They were unconsciously using intensity to ensure you paid attention. What you fear in dreams often represents aspects of yourself that you have rejected or denied. The monster chasing you might be your own creativity that seems dangerous because it threatens your carefully constructed identity. The angry figure pursuing you could be your own unexpressed rage looking for acknowledgement. The catastrophe you witness might reflect the inner collapse of old structures to make room for new growth. Nightmares feel terrible, but they serve important functions. They force you to face what you would rather avoid. They create the urgency that gets conscious attention. You rest in the twilight between sleep and waking. This is a productive space where insights arrive uninvited. Jung called it active imagination, deliberately maintaining this threshold state to dialogue with the unconscious. Not analysing dreams from outside, but stepping into them and engaging with the images directly. You can practice this technique. Take a dream image that stays with you. Close your eyes and visualise it again. Then instead of analysing what it means, engage with it. If you dreamed of an old woman, imagine speaking to her. Ask what she wants. Listen for what emerges. If you dreamed of a dark forest, imagine walking into it. See what happens next. This is not making things up. It is allowing the unconscious to continue the communication it started in sleep. The images that emerge through active imagination often surprise you. They say things you would never consciously think. They take actions you would not plan. This surprise indicates that something authentic is happening. The unconscious is speaking in its own voice. Modern therapy has embraced many of Jung's dream techniques, though often without crediting him. Gestalt therapists ask clients to speak as different elements from their dreams. Take the perspective of the chasing monster. What do you want? What are you pursuing? This often reveals that the threatening figure carries a message rather than pure menace. Art therapists have people draw or paint dream images. The act of creating visual representation deepens engagement with the symbolic material. Things emerge through the drawing process that were not apparent in the original dream. Colours become important. Spatial relationships reveal hierarchies. The creative process itself becomes another form of active imagination. These approaches all honour Jung's insight that dreams are not puzzles to solve, but living symbols to engage with respectfully. You do not crack a dream like a code and then discard it. You develop a relationship with dream images over time. They become companions and teachers. Recurring figures gain depth and nuance through repeated encounters. The room around you has become permeable now. The boundary between inner and outer softens like watercolour edges bleeding together. You might notice your own dreams tonight feel more vivid. That is because paying attention to the unconscious invites it to communicate more clearly. The psyche responds to genuine interest like plants respond to light. When you study your dreams, they get richer and more instructive. More details emerge. More layers of meaning reveal themselves. Jung found this consistently in his practice. Patients who worked seriously with dreams received increasingly sophisticated communications from the unconscious. The psyche seemed pleased to be taken seriously, and rewarded attention with clarity. You settle into the comfortable darkness. Not the darkness of ignorance or fear, but the fertile darkness of potential. The darkness before dawn. The darkness of the womb before birth. Somewhere in the depths of your mind, the dream factory is already beginning tonight's production. Ancient symbols are being combined with today's experiences. The collective unconscious is preparing messages tailored specifically for you. Messages about what you need to know, what you need to face, what you need to integrate, what you need to release. All you need to do is sleep and listen. Trust that the communication will come in exactly the form you can currently receive it. Jung believed dreams were genuinely helpful. Not tricks or traps, but guidance from the wisest part of yourself. The part that sees your whole life arc, that knows your potential, that understands your struggles from a perspective wider than ego's narrow focus. This helpful unconscious companion works through the night while consciousness rests. Picture yourself standing in front of a mirror in dim light. The reflection shows your familiar face, but Jung would ask you to look more carefully, to see not just what is visible but what lurks at the edges. Behind your reflected eyes lives someone you prefer not to acknowledge. This is your shadow, and it contains everything you believe you're not. The shadow is not evil exactly. It is simply the repository of qualities that do not fit your self-image, the dumping ground for aspects of yourself that you learn to reject. As a child, you received countless messages about what was acceptable and what was not. Good children do not get angry. Smart people do not make mistakes. Strong people do not cry. Successful people do not fail. Each message created a choice. Accept this part of yourself or reject it. Express this quality or hide it. Most of us learned to hide aspects that brought criticism or punishment. We created an acceptable self for public presentation. Everything that did not fit got stuffed into the shadow. If you think of yourself as kind, your shadow holds your capacity for cruelty. Not because you have lost that capacity, but because you refuse to acknowledge it. If you pride yourself on rationality, your shadow contains wild irrationality. If you identify as independent, your shadow houses your neediness. The rejected qualities do not disappear. They accumulate in darkness, growing stronger through neglect. You might recognize your shadow in the people who irritate you most. You'll notice that we tend to project our disowned qualities onto others. That person at work who seems unbearably arrogant might be reflecting your own ambition that you have learned to hide. You hate their obvious striving because it mirrors the ambition you deny in yourself. The friend whose neediness annoys you could be mirroring your own dependency that you refuse to admit. You pride yourself on self-sufficiency, on never asking for help, on handling everything alone. But the need for others does not vanish just because you deny it. It goes into shadow and appears externally as your friend's clingy behaviour that makes you uncomfortable. The room feels slightly cooler now as we approach this uncomfortable territory. Jung did not suggest that you needed to eliminate your shadow. That would be impossible and undesirable. The shadow contains not just negative qualities, but also positive ones you never developed. The artist inside the accountant, the fierce protector hiding in the gentle person, the playful child buried under adult responsibility. Instead of elimination, Jung advocated for integration, acknowledging that you contain the full spectrum of human possibility, including the parts that make you uncomfortable. This is not an invitation to act on every impulse, it is simply recognition, seeing what is actually there rather than maintaining a polished but partial self-image. Think about times when you surprised yourself by acting out of character, saying something cruel when you normally value kindness, making an impulsive decision when you pride yourself on careful planning, behaving recklessly when you usually practice caution. These moments are often the shadow breaking through. The qualities you tried to lock away are finding expression anyway. The eruptions can be embarrassing or destructive, but they also carry information. What emerges from shadow reveals what you have been denying. That flash of cruelty might indicate anger you have never acknowledged. The impulsive decision could point to spontaneity you have suppressed. The reckless behaviour might reflect a need for freedom that your careful life never allows. Modern culture encourages you to present only positive traits. Social media demands that you perform happiness and success. Everyone posts their highlight reels while hiding their struggles. Job interviews require you to showcase only strengths while minimising weaknesses. Relationships often involve presenting your best self and hiding your worst. But this constant editing creates a psychological problem. The rejected qualities do not disappear. They accumulate in the shadow, growing stronger through neglect. Like plants growing in darkness, they become pale and twisted. The shadow does not go away when you ignore it. It just becomes more powerful and more distorted. Jung noticed that people at midlife often experience dramatic shadow confrontations. The person who spent decades being responsible and dutiful might suddenly behave recklessly, buying a sports car, having an affair, quitting a stable job. These are not random breakdowns, but the shadow demanding recognition. The parts of yourself that have waited patiently are no longer willing to wait. The career-focused individual discovers long-suppressed creativity. They take up painting or music after decades of pure ambition. The rational skeptic has spiritual experiences that their worldview cannot accommodate. The fierce, independent person falls deeply in love and discovers vulnerability. These are not midlife crises in the conventional sense. They are the shadow asserting its right to exist. You settle deeper as we explore this shadow territory. It sounds threatening, but Jung found it could also be liberating. Your shadow contains enormous energy, because you have spent years suppressing it. All that repression requires constant effort. When you stop fighting the shadow and start acknowledging it, that energy becomes available for more productive purposes. The fierce anger you suppressed can become passionate advocacy. The selfishness you rejected can become healthy self-care. The irrationality you denied can become creative insight. The qualities themselves are neutral. They become problematic only when denied and distorted through repression. Picture walking through a dimly lit corridor. Along the walls hang portraits of all the people you have judged or criticised. Jung would invite you to study these portraits carefully. Each one reveals something about your shadow. The qualities that disturb you in others often point to disowned aspects of yourself. This is not absolute. Sometimes a cruel person is just cruel. Sometimes an annoying habit is simply annoying. But strong reactions often indicate projection. When someone pushes your buttons effortlessly, they might be touching shadow material. The intensity of your reaction reveals the energy you're investing in keeping certain qualities at bay. The shadow appears frequently in dreams. The dark figure pursuing you through empty streets. The stranger whose face you cannot quite see. The menacing presence lurking at the edge of awareness. Jung taught that running from these figures in dreams only strengthens them. The more you flee, the more powerful they become. Turning to face them begins the process of integration. In dreams, this might mean stopping mid-chase and confronting your pursuer, asking what they want, looking at their face. Often the threatening figure transforms when directly encountered. The monster becomes a person. The demon becomes a teacher. The enemy becomes an ally. Think about the stories you love most. Often the hero must confront their shadow in some form. Luke Skywalker facing Darth Vader and discovering he could become his father. That lightsaber duel in the cave where he fights himself. Harry Potter learns he shares qualities with Voldemort. The piece of the Dark Lord living inside him. These narratives resonate because they mirror your own necessary journey toward wholeness. The external enemy reflects an internal struggle. The battle against evil out there mirrors the need to integrate shadow material in here. Every hero's journey includes shadow confrontation, because that confrontation is essential for genuine transformation. Modern psychology has validated Jung's shadow concept through research. Studies find that people who acknowledge their full range of traits tend to be psychologically healthier than those who maintain rigidly positive self-images. Accepting your capacity for both kindness and cruelty, strength and weakness, creates psychological flexibility. Rigid self-images create brittle personalities. When you only allow yourself to be kind, the first moment of cruelty shatters your sense of self. When you only permit yourself strength, the first experience of weakness devastates your identity. But when you acknowledge the full range from the start, nothing can shatter you. You already know you contain everything. You might notice your breathing has deepened, your body settling more completely into rest. Meeting the shadow is uncomfortable, but it is also a homecoming. The energy you spent denying parts of yourself becomes available for more productive purposes. The constant vigilance required to maintain a false image can finally relax. Jung warned about the collective shadow as well. Groups and nations project their disowned qualities onto other groups. This creates the dangerous dynamic of us versus them. We are civilized and rational. They are barbaric and emotional. We are peaceful and defensive. They are aggressive and threatening. Each side projects its shadow onto the other. This mechanism drives most conflicts. Nations that pride themselves on freedom fail to see their own authoritarian impulses. Religions that proclaim love demonize outsiders. Political movements that champion tolerance become viciously intolerant toward opponents. The shadow operates at every level from individual to collective. Understanding the shadow might be essential for reducing conflict. When you see the patterns playing out, you can interrupt the projection. That enemy out there might be showing you something about yourself. The qualities you hate in them might exist in you in different forms. This recognition does not excuse genuine wrongdoing, but it complicates the simple narratives that fuel division. The room around you holds this shadow wisdom gently. There is no rush to integrate everything tonight. The shadow has waited this long. It will continue waiting, but now you know it is there. That knowledge itself changes the relationship. The shadow loses some of its power when you simply acknowledge its existence. Picture yourself extending a hand to that dark figure from your dreams. Imagine saying hello to the parts of yourself you have denied. This is not an invitation to act on every impulse. A civilized life requires containing certain drives, but containment is different from denial. You can acknowledge anger without punching someone, recognize selfishness without becoming narcissistic, see your capacity for cruelty without becoming cruel. The difference is awareness. The shadow that remains unconscious controls you. It erupts at inopportune moments. It sabotages your intentions. It creates compulsions and addictions. But the shadow brought into awareness becomes just another part of yourself to work with. Still challenging, but no longer overwhelming. You rest in this expanded understanding. The shadow is not your enemy. It is your unrealized potential, the parts of yourself that wait patiently for acknowledgement. Jung spent his life learning to dialogue with his own shadow, not conquering it, but befriending it, making room for the full range of human experience within one personality. His Red Book contains records of his own shadow encounters, visions and dialogues with figures that represented rejected aspects of his psyche. He drew them, painted them, wrote down their words. This was not mental illness, but deliberate shadow work. He knew that as a therapist helping others integrate their shadows, he needed to do his own work first. The book remained private during his lifetime, published only decades after his death. But it reveals the depth of his commitment to wholeness. He did not just teach these concepts, he lived them. He faced his own darkness and integrated what he found. This personal work gave his professional insights their authenticity and power. Tonight you have glimpsed your own shadow. Tomorrow it will still be there. The work of integration happens gradually, one small acknowledgement at a time, one moment of seeing clearly instead of looking away. One choice is to own the disowned. The journey of a lifetime compressed into nightly recognitions that accumulate into transformation. You find yourself at a crossroads in half-light. Neither dawn nor dusk, but that ambiguous hour when day and night hold equal claim. Behind you stretches the path you have travelled, marked by achievements and roles you have mastered. The dutiful child, the good student, the responsible employee, the reliable friend. Each role well performed but somehow incomplete. Ahead stretches unknown territory, without clear markers or guarantees. This is the landscape of individuation, Jung's term for the lifelong process of becoming who you truly are. Individuation is not about becoming special or unique. Paradoxically, it is about becoming whole. It means integrating all the scattered parts of yourself into a coherent unity. The person you show at work is their competence and professionalism. The self you are with family with all its complications and history. The version that emerges when you're alone without an audience or performance. Jung believed the goal of life was to gather these fragments into something genuine and complete. The room around you feels spacious now. Walls that seemed solid grow permeable. Individuation often begins in midlife when the strategies that worked for the first half of life stop functioning. The career that once satisfied feels empty despite continued success. The relationship that provided security begins to chafe against parts of yourself you have been denying. These are not problems to fix quickly with new strategies. They are invitations to a deeper transformation. Picture yourself as a tree. You spent the first half of life growing upward, reaching for success and achievement, stretching toward light and recognition, building a visible structure that others could see and admire. This upward growth is necessary and good. But at some point healthy trees also grow downward, developing deeper roots. They anchor themselves in earth. They access water and nutrients from layers their saplings' roots never reached. Individuation is this downward growth. It means exploring the depths of your own psyche, rather than just reaching for external goals. It requires excavating layers you barely knew existed, acknowledging parts of yourself that do not fit your polished self-image. This is not regression or navel-gazing. It is the necessary work of developing psychological roots strong enough to support genuine maturity. Jung noticed that people who avoided individuation often faced crises, depressions that seemed to come from nowhere despite favourable life circumstances, anxieties that no amount of success could relieve, relationships that collapsed despite everyone's best efforts, physical symptoms that medical tests could not explain. These difficulties were often the psyche's way of forcing growth when the conscious self resisted change. You might recognise this in your own life. Times when everything seemed fine on the surface but something felt fundamentally wrong. When achievements brought no satisfaction. When you looked in the mirror and barely recognised the person staring back. When the scripts you had been following suddenly felt like costumes that no longer fit. These moments signal that individuation is calling. The process is rarely comfortable. It requires letting go of identities you have worked hard to construct. The successful professional might need to acknowledge vulnerability and doubt. The self-sufficient individual might have to learn dependency and ask for help. The rational thinker might have to make room for intuition and emotion. Each release creates space for something more authentic, but the releasing itself feels like loss. Think about the masks you wear in different situations. The competent professional who has all the answers, the caring friend who always knows what to say, the responsible family member who holds everything together. None of these are false exactly, but they are partial, fragments of a larger whole. Individuation means finding the person who exists beneath all these roles, the essential you that remains constant across different contexts. Jung used the term self with a capital S to describe this core identity. Not the ego that navigates daily life with its goals and anxieties, but something deeper and more fundamental. The self is both the centre and the circumference of personality. It organises your psychological life the way a magnet organises iron filings into patterns. The ego is important. You need it to function in the world. But ego is not the whole story. Individuation involves establishing the right relationship between ego and self. The ego stops trying to be in total control. It learns to listen to promptings from deeper levels, to follow guidance that comes from sources beyond its own planning and willing. The room feels perfectly calibrated to your comfort now. The temperature is ideal, light, soft, but adequate. You could stay here indefinitely. Individuation is not a destination you reach. It is an orientation you maintain, a commitment to becoming more conscious and more whole over time. Some days you make progress, other days you backslide. The direction matters more than the speed. Picture yourself gathering pieces of a broken mirror. Each fragment reflects a different aspect of yourself. Some pieces are polished and gleaming, qualities you developed and refined. Others are tarnished with neglect, capacities you never explored. Still others are jagged and sharp, aspects you actively rejected. Individuation is the patient work of assembling these fragments into a more complete reflection. Not perfect. Perfection is not the goal and never was, but more honest, more whole, containing both light and shadow, both strength and weakness, both achievement and failure. All of it was recognised as part of the same person, rather than split into acceptable and unacceptable parts. Modern life often works against individuation. Social media encourages you to perform a curated identity. The carefully selected photos, the witty captions, the life that looks enviable from outside. Consumer culture promises that purchasing the right products will complete you. The perfect car, the ideal vacation, the transformative gadget. These external solutions cannot touch the real work that happens in the depths of your psyche. The transformation that occurs when you stop performing and start being. When you quit trying to be who you should be and investigate who you actually are. This investigation takes courage because you might not like everything you find. But Jung believed that wholeness matters more than perfection. Better to be completely human than partially divine. Individuation often involves reconciling opposites. The thinker is learning to feel. The feeling person is developing thinking. The extrovert discovering introversion. The introvert is learning to engage the world. These are not compromises where you meet in the middle and lose both sides. They are integrations where both poles become available rather than one dominating. Think about an ambidextrous person. They can use either hand with equal skill. This is not the same as being mediocre with both hands. It is mastery of both. Psychological integration works similarly. The thinking person who develops feeling does not become less intelligent. They become more complete. The extrovert who discovers introversion does not lose their social skills. They gain access to inner resources. You might notice that you breathe more easily now. There is relief in giving up the exhausting work of maintaining a false self. Individuation allows you to relax into authenticity. You stop worrying about whether people will accept the real you because you have accepted yourself. This acceptance is not resignation. It is recognition that you are larger and more complex than any single role or identity. Think about older people you admire. Often they possess a quality of integration that younger people lack. They seem comfortable in their own skin, less concerned with performance and more interested in genuine connection. They can laugh at themselves. They acknowledge their limitations without shame. They no longer need to prove anything. This is what successful individuation looks like. Not the absence of problems, not perfect mental health or endless happiness, but a deeper relationship with the full range of human experience. The capacity to meet both joy and sorrow with equanimity. To hold contradictions without demanding instant resolution. To be both strong and vulnerable, confident and uncertain, accomplished and humble. The journey continues as long as you live. New layers always wait to be explored. Shadow material you have not yet acknowledged. Archetypal energies you have not yet expressed. Potentials you have not yet realized. Jung believed that the unconscious is essentially inexhaustible. There is always more to discover, always deeper levels to explore. There are always new integrations to achieve. This might sound exhausting, but Jung found it energizing. The work is difficult but meaningful. Each integration brings increased vitality. Each shadow fragment acknowledged releases energy that was locked in repression. Each new capacity developed expands your range of response. You become more rather than less through individuation. You rest in the quiet satisfaction of this understanding. Individuation is not a luxury for people with too much time. It is the fundamental human project. Learning who you are beneath all the conditioning and expectations. Finding your own voice among the chorus of voices telling you who to be. Discovering your particular path through the common human landscape. This is the journey Jung mapped, with his concepts and insights. Tonight you are walking it. Not in theory, but in the actual territory of your own experience. Each breath takes you deeper into yourself. Each moment of honest recognition is a step toward wholeness. The destination remains distant, but the direction is clear. Jung knew that individuation could not be rushed. Decades of work stretched before him when he first glimpsed the path, but he also knew that the work itself was the point. Not arriving at some final perfected state, but engaging with the ongoing process of becoming more conscious, more integrated, more whole. The journey itself was the reward. You open your eyes to a world Jung never saw. Smartphones and social media, global connectivity and information overload, artificial intelligence and virtual reality, technologies that would seem like magic to someone from his era. Yet the patterns he identified persist beneath the technological surface. In many ways, modern life makes his insights more relevant, not less. Consider how you curate your online identity, the photos you choose for your profile, the thoughts you share on social platforms, the reactions you seek from strangers and friends alike. Jung would recognize this as persona work. The persona is the mask you wear in public, the acceptable face you present to the world. Social media has simply made this process more visible and more demanding. You craft your persona with each post. The witty comment that shows you are clever, the vacation photo that demonstrates you live well, the political opinion that signals your values, the achievement that proves your worth. None of this is necessarily false, but it is partial. Selected aspects of a larger reality edited for public consumption. The room around you holds both past and present. Jung's consulting room in Zurich feels remarkably close to your own lived experience. The fundamental questions remain unchanged despite technological transformation. Who am I really? What do my struggles mean? How do I become whole in a fragmented world? The phones in our pockets have not altered these essential human concerns. Think about the mental health crisis of our time. Anxiety and depression rates are climbing despite material prosperity. People feeling isolated despite constant connection. Burnout epidemics sweeping through workplace after workplace. Jung would point to the neglect of the unconscious. Modern culture demands that you live entirely on the surface, always producing, always performing, never descending into the depths where real transformation happens. You scroll through feeds but starve the deeper hunger. You accumulate followers but feel increasingly alone. You document experiences but forget to have them. The technology facilitates connection while somehow making genuine contact more difficult. Jung would see this as the natural result of privileging persona over substance, of investing everything in the mask while neglecting the face beneath. The collective unconscious manifests everywhere in contemporary life. Superhero movies tap into ancient archetypal patterns with stunning effectiveness. The hero's journey plays out in franchise after franchise. Audiences respond not because these stories are original, but because they speak the old language fluently. They activate recognition patterns buried in the collective psyche. Marvel and DC Comics create billion-dollar industries by dressing archetypes in modern costumes. Thor and Wonder Woman are gods literally, but even human heroes embody archetypal patterns. Batman as the Dark Avenger transforming trauma into purpose. Spider-Man as the innocent thrust into responsibility. Captain America as the pure hero serving something larger than himself. You might notice how certain symbols proliferate across modern culture. The mandala appears in company logos and meditation apps. The circular pattern that Jung associated with wholeness and the self. Starbucks uses it. Target uses it. Countless brands deploy circular symmetry because it resonates with something deep in human psychology. The Ouroboros shows up in environmental messaging. The snake eating its own tail represents endless cycles and sustainability. This ancient alchemical symbol now decorates eco-friendly products. The image works because it speaks directly to the unconscious. No explanation needed. The symbol carries its meaning visually and immediately. Jung anticipated our current struggles with meaning. He lived through 2 world wars and witnessed the collapse of traditional religious frameworks. He saw people losing connection to sources of depth and purpose. Science displaced old certainties without providing new ones. Material progress failed to deliver the psychological satisfaction it promised. Modern society has accelerated this process. We have more information than ever, but less wisdom. More connection, but more loneliness. More entertainment, but less joy. More possessions, but less satisfaction. Jung would say we are succeeding at the wrong things. We are building elaborate structures on the surface while ignoring the foundations crumbling beneath. Picture yourself scrolling through social media late at night. That restless hunger driving you to keep checking, keep refreshing, keep consuming content. Jung would ask what you are really seeking. Often it is connection to the collective, a sense that you are part of something larger than yourself. The collective unconscious provides this connection more reliably than any technology, but accessing it requires turning inward rather than outward. The shadow appears dramatically in modern discourse. Political polarization reflects collective shadow projection on a massive scale. Each side sees the other as embodying everything they refuse to acknowledge in themselves. The left projects their authoritarian impulses onto the right projects their chaos and disorder onto the left. Neither sees their own shadow because they're too busy seeing it in their opponents. Social media amplifies this process by creating echo chambers where shadow projection intensifies without correction. You surround yourself with people who share your views. They reinforce your certainties and validate your projections. The algorithm feeds you content that confirms your biases. You never encounter genuine otherness that might reveal your own shadow material. You rest in the complexity of these observations. Jung did not offer simple solutions. He provided maps for navigating complexity, tools for understanding yourself and others with more nuance. His work suggests that psychological maturity involves holding contradictions rather than resolving them prematurely. Both and thinking rather than either or. Think about the pursuit of self-improvement that dominates modern culture. Productivity hacks, optimization strategies, biohacking, meditation apps, fitness trackers, sleep monitors, every aspect of life quantified and optimized. Jung would see both the value and the danger. The desire to grow is healthy and appropriate, but constantly trying to improve yourself can become another way of avoiding yourself. Another strategy for keeping the unconscious at bay. Another method of staying on the surface where everything can be measured and controlled. The deepest growth often comes through descent, not ascent. Through facing what you would rather avoid. Through embracing limitations rather than transcending them. Modern therapy often incorporates Jungian concepts without naming them explicitly. The focus on meaning rather than just symptom reduction. The attention to dreams and symbols. The recognition that psychological health involves integration rather than elimination. Jung's fingerprints are everywhere, even when his name is not mentioned. Therapists help clients dialogue with different parts of themselves. This is shadow work, though they might use different terminology. The room feels timeless now. Past and present merge into a continuous exploration of what it means to be human. Jung provided language for experiences that modernity tried to dismiss as irrational or unscientific. The sense that life has meaning beyond material success. The intuition that your dreams carry wisdom worth attending to. The feeling that you are connected to something larger than your individual existence. You might notice how Jung's concept of synchronicity helps make sense of meaningful coincidences. You think of someone and they call. You need information, and it appears. You ask a question, and the universe seems to answer. Modern science struggles to explain these experiences. Statistical probability does not capture their felt significance. Jung simply observed them and took them seriously. He trusted that the psyche operates according to principles we do not yet fully understand. That consciousness and matter might interact in ways that bypass normal causality. He remained open to mystery while maintaining scientific rigor. This both-and approach feels increasingly relevant in an age that demands certainty while producing endless complexity. Picture yourself in a therapy session addressing burnout. A Jungian approach would not just treat symptoms with better time management or stress reduction techniques. It would ask what your exhaustion is trying to tell you. What aspects of yourself are you neglecting? Which archetypal energies are demanding expression? What does your psyche need that your current life cannot provide? The body keeps score as modern trauma research confirms, but the psyche writes the ledger. Your burnout might reflect the shadow demanding acknowledgement, the creative part of yourself that your corporate job never uses, the spiritual dimension that endless productivity denies, the relational needs that constant achievement ignores, symptoms as messages from parts of yourself you have been denying. The individuation process Jung described seems especially crucial now. In a world that constantly tells you who to be, finding out who you actually are becomes an act of resistance. In a culture that demands constant productivity, taking time for inner exploration becomes revolutionary. In a society that values surfaces, cultivating depth becomes essential for survival, not just flourishing. Modern neuroscience has discovered that Jung was right about many things, though they express it in different language. The brain does seem to have inherited structures that predispose us to certain patterns. Dreams do perform important psychological functions beyond random neural firing. Symbolism activates brain regions associated with meaning-making that bypass verbal processing. Science is slowly catching up to insights Jung reached through clinical observation and self-exploration. You settle into this moment between history and now, between Jung's world and yours. The specifics have changed, but the patterns persist. Jung's ideas survive because they address something permanent in human experience. Technologies transform, societies reorganize, but the fundamental structure of the psyche remains remarkably consistent. The collective unconscious still speaks in dreams and visions. Archetypes still shape behavior and attraction. The shadow still demands acknowledgement. The self still organizes experience toward wholeness. These realities operated in 1907, and they operate today. They will operate in 2107, assuming humans still exist. The forms change, but the patterns endure. Think about what Jung would say about your life specifically. Not generic advice, but observations based on your particular patterns. The roles you play and how they fit or chafe. The dreams you remember and what they might mean. The people who trigger strong reactions in you and what that reveals. He would invite you to see these not as random events, but as meaningful patterns, opportunities for deeper understanding, invitations to greater wholeness, clues about the work your psyche wants you to do. The modern world bombards you with distractions, but beneath the noise your unconscious continues its patient work, trying to communicate, trying to guide, trying to move you toward integration and wholeness. The challenges we face collectively seem overwhelming. Climate change, political polarization, technological disruption, economic inequality. These problems cannot be solved at the same level of consciousness that created them, as Einstein supposedly said, though Jung would agree. They demand the kind of deep psychological work Jung championed. Individual transformation and social transformation are inseparable in Jung's view. You cannot change the world without changing yourself, and you cannot change yourself without affecting the world. The work of integrating your shadow reduces the shadow projections that fuel conflict. Your engagement with the unconscious adds depth to a surface-obsessed culture. Your journey toward wholeness contributes to collective healing. You rest in the recognition that you are part of this larger story. Your individual struggles matter not just for you, but for everyone. Your willingness to face what you would rather avoid, to acknowledge what you prefer to deny, to integrate what you have rejected. This work ripples outward in ways you cannot measure but Jung knew were real. The psyche is not isolated. Individuals are not separate atoms bumping randomly. We share psychological foundations the way we share biological structures. What happens in one psyche affects others through mechanisms we barely understand. Your growth creates possibilities for others. Your integration opens paths that others can follow. Your wholeness contributes to collective wholeness. You find yourself back in that invisible library we visited earlier, the collective unconscious with its infinite shelves extending in every direction. But now you understand it differently. This is not just a metaphor or interesting concept. It is the actual structure of your psychological inheritance, the foundation upon which your individual consciousness rests. Every human who has ever lived contributed to this library. The first person to kindle a fire, the first to tell a story, the first to paint on cave walls. Their experiences became part of the collective inheritance, and you are adding to it right now through your own experience, your particular combination of joy and suffering, success and failure, insight and confusion. All of it becomes part of the ongoing human story. Jung spent his life exploring this territory. He created maps for journeys he knew he could not complete. The work of individuation continues across generations, each person taking it a little further, understanding themselves a little more deeply, integrating one more shadow fragment, expressing one more archetypal possibility. The work never ends, but that is the point. The room around you has become a sanctuary now, a place where past and present merge into timeless exploration. You carry Jung's insights with you, not as intellectual concepts to remember, but as living tools to use. Ways of understanding the dreams that visit you tonight and every night. Methods for recognizing the archetypes that move through your life in different costumes. Strategies for befriending your shadow rather than fighting it endlessly. Picture yourself closing a book but knowing the story continues. Jung gave you permission to take your inner life seriously, to trust that your dreams mean something, to believe that your struggles serve a purpose in your growth, to know that you are connected to every human through the collective unconscious that we all share. The world outside this room continues its restless motion. Cars pass on streets, messages accumulate on screens, the relentless pace of modern life that Jung never knew but somehow anticipated. But you have found a centre that remains still regardless of external circumstances. This is the self Jung spent his life trying to describe, not your ego with its endless demands and anxieties, not your persona with its careful performance and curation, the deeper organising principle that remains constant through all changes, the part of you that was there when you were 5 and will be there at 90, the essential you beneath all the roles and identities you have tried on. You might wake tomorrow and forget the specifics of this journey, the particular examples or concepts, but something will remain, a slight shift in how you see yourself, a new patience with your own complexity, a recognition that you are both individual and universal, unique in your particulars, but connected through patterns that span human history. Jung believed that the unconscious is wise. It knows things your conscious mind cannot access directly. It sees patterns you miss. It remembers what you forget. It speaks in symbols because symbols carry meanings that transcend language and logic. It sends dreams because dreams bypass your defences and deliver messages directly to your deeper self. Tonight, as you sleep, this communication continues. Ancient symbols will combine with today's experiences. The collective unconscious will work through your particular life circumstances, processing, integrating, offering wisdom in the symbolic language that your deeper self speaks fluently, even when consciousness struggles to translate. Think about what Jung gave the world beyond his specific concepts. He gave permission for mystery, room for the irrational without abandoning reason, space for the spiritual without requiring religious belief. He validated inner experience in an age increasingly focused on external measurement. He trusted the psyche when science wanted to reduce it to chemistry and conditioning. The room grows softer now as we near the end. The boundaries between conscious and unconscious blur in that productive way that happens as you drift towards sleep. You carry Jung's library with you, all those archetypal patterns waiting to be activated. All the inherited wisdom is ready to be accessed. All the resources your deeper self can draw on when you need them. Picture yourself as both reader and book. You're studying the patterns Jung identified across his decades of work. But you're also writing your own chapter in the ongoing human story. The choices you make, the dreams you explore, the shadow material you integrate, all of this adds to the collective wisdom available to future generations. Modern life will resume tomorrow with its demands and distractions, email and meetings, responsibilities and obligations, the surface concerns that consume so much attention and energy. But tonight you rest in deeper currents, the collective unconscious that connects you to all humanity past and future, the archetypal patterns that give structure to experience, the ongoing individuation process that unfolds across your lifetime. The shadow was waiting patiently for acknowledgement, the self organising everything into meaningful patterns, the helpful unconscious working through the night while consciousness rests. All of this continues whether you pay attention or not. But attention changes the relationship. Awareness creates partnership, consciousness and unconsciousness working together rather than at cross purposes. Jung knew that psychological work never ends. There is always another layer to explore, another symbol to decode, another dream to engage, another shadow fragment to integrate. But this is not discouraging when you understand it properly. It is the adventure of being fully human, of using consciousness to illuminate unconscious depths, of becoming whole rather than perfect. You settle into the perfect darkness now, not the darkness of ignorance or fear, but the darkness of potential, the fertile void from which new consciousness emerges. Jung trusted this darkness. He knew it as the source of creativity and transformation, the place where the ego dissolves enough to let something larger emerge. The collective unconscious cradles you now like water, supports a swimmer. Ancient patterns support your individual existence. The same forces that moved through shamans and mystics move through you. The same archetypes that shaped every human story shape your story. You're never truly alone because you carry this vast inheritance, this library, this foundation, this shared psychological bedrock. Think of Jung sitting in his consulting room in Zurich. Snow is falling outside, patients arriving with their dreams and struggles. He listened with such care because he knew each individual story connected to something universal. Your story does the same. The particular details are yours. The underlying patterns belong to everyone. Both things are true simultaneously. The library shelves glow softly in the darkness. Knowledge accumulated over millennia. Not books, but living wisdom. Not theories, but maps of real territory. Jung spent his life exploring this landscape. Tonight you have walked a small portion of it. The journey continues whether you are awake or asleep, whether you pay attention or remain unconscious. But awareness makes all the difference. You can rest now in the understanding that you are larger than you thought, more complex than your self-image, more connected than your isolation suggests. Jung gave you language for experiences you might have dismissed or feared. He validated the inner life in a world that only values external achievement. He trusted that meaning exists even when it cannot be measured. As you drift towards sleep, the distinctions blur and merge, past and present, individual and collective, conscious and unconscious. These are not opposites, but partners in an intricate dance. Jung spent his life learning the steps. Tonight you have felt the rhythm pulsing beneath experience. Tomorrow you will dance your own version with your own particular style. The room has become infinite and intimate simultaneously, as vast as the collective unconscious spanning all of human history, as personal as your own breath moving in and out. Jung knew this paradox well. We are each utterly unique expressions of universal patterns, both individual and archetype, both separate and connected, both conscious actors and unconscious processes. Picture Jung himself as an archetype now, the wise guide who maps inner territory, the explorer of psychological depths, the healer who trusted that wholeness is possible even through fragmentation. He joins the countless guides who have helped humans understand themselves more deeply across cultures and centuries. His particular contribution endures because it addresses permanent features of human experience. You rest completely now. The journey inward and outward is complete for tonight. Jung's insights have become part of you. Not memorized, but absorbed. Not learned, but recognized. Tomorrow you will face modern life with ancient wisdom supporting you. The collective unconscious beneath the surface noise. Archetypes beneath the personalities. Meaning beneath the chaos. The possibility of wholeness beneath the fragmentation that tries to define contemporary existence. Sleep well now. Dream deeply. The library never closes its infinite doors. The collective unconscious never sleeps or stops its patient work. Jung showed you where to find it through decades of careful observation and courageous self-exploration. Now you know it was never far away. It was always right here, in your dreams, in your symbols, in your journey toward becoming who you actually are beneath all the roles and personas and protective strategies. The snow falls gently on Zurich in 1907, and on your window tonight. Time collapses. Past and future meet in the eternal present of the psyche. Jung lights his pipe one more time, makes one final note in his journal, then closes the book, knowing the work continues, in his patients, in his readers, in you. Good night. Imagine that you are in a warm bed with an electric blanket that is quietly humming. The temperature in your home is a perfect 72 degrees. Now picture taking away everything, like the temperature, the warm air circulating through the vents, and any electrical parts. Welcome to a Victorian winter night, where the challenge of staying alive until morning was not so much about being cosy as it was about avoiding becoming a human icicle. Some might say that Victorian families were tougher than ours, and there were times when they were. However, they were not superhuman. They just found creative ways to stay warm that would make current safety inspectors faint. Over the course of the 1800s, Jack Frost did more than just nip at noses. He made himself at home for the winter. In the 1800s, the average Victorian home used about as little energy as a submarine's screen door. That kind of big room with high ceilings that looks so classy in period dramas? They were monsters that ate heat. It would get warm up to those fancy carvings and stay there, making everyone below shiver like a bunch of chihuahuas in the snow. A single pane of glass could have been made of paper because it kept out so much cold. But this is where Victorian creativity came in handy. These families didn't just put up with it. They came up with a huge number of ways to stay warm that would make current survivalists look weak. In our climate-controlled world, they understood that merely turning up the heat isn't the only way to stay warm. You also need to utilise available resources and think creatively. In Victorian times, most families started getting ready for winter, like they were getting ready for battle. In October, they would start the Great Move, but not to warmer places. Instead, they would go to warmer rooms in their own homes. In the summer, the lobby would be empty, like a ghost town, and everyone would cram into the room with the best fireplace or stove. The kitchen turned into mission control for staying alive in the winter. Not only because that's where the food was made, but also because the cast iron range was basically a small fire that cooked food. In Victorian times, smart mums would bake during the coolest parts of the day so that the bread would heat the whole family. For hours the oven would stay on, warming the room and making something beneficial at the same time. In terms of being useful, nothing was thrown away when it was used for making heat. Instead of going down the drain, the hot water used to wash dishes would sit in tubs around the room and slowly warm the air. Even the family dog made money as a living, breathing foot warmer. By December, he was everyone's best friend. Families would sit around the kitchen table for everything, not just meals. They would do their chores, sew, read, and even do their dentistry if Uncle Herbert had been putting off that toothache again. The kitchen table turned into the family's main meeting place, a place where people could hang out, and a safe place to be. The real test, though, came at night, when the sun went down and the temperature dropped even more. That's when Victorian families had to make a choice. Do they try to heat the bedrooms or just accept that going to sleep is like going on an Arctic hike? Most chose the second option, resulting in inventive solutions that would make your great-grandmother proud and your heating bill envious. In a Victorian home, the evening routine began hours before anyone went to sleep. It was kind of like getting ready for a siege, but with a lot more flannel and a lot fewer guns. From the youngest child to the family father, everyone had a part to play in the big project of keeping warm every night. One could presume that Victorian families endured the cold in their separate bedrooms, each member confronting the chill in isolation, like thermal martyrs. But you'd be wrong, and that's a good thing, as that would have been a recipe for disaster that even Charles Dickens wouldn't wish on his worst characters. Victorian households innovated what could be termed strategic bedroom consolidation. Consider it the antithesis of social isolation, aimed at survival rather than indulging in Netflix consumption. When temperatures fell below tolerable levels, the family would forsake their dispersed summer sleeping arrangements and convene for a substantial slumber party in the room that retained heat most effectively. The master bedroom, typically the most spacious and therefore the warmest, transformed into a shelter for family members escaping the frigid conditions of their individual quarters. Parents often share not only their bed, but also their entire bedroom with children, grandparents, and occasionally the family cat, which has an extraordinary talent for occupying the hottest spot while maximising area usage. This practice extended beyond mere body heat, although that was certainly advantageous. The focus was on concentrating all heating efforts in a single area, rather than attempting to warm the entire house. Consider it akin to indoor camping, albeit with greater decorum and far superior bedding. The evening migration would commence around dinner time. Initially, the warming pans would be retrieved, these clever copper or brass devices resembling a frying pan with a cover and an extended handle. One would load them with hot coals or heated stones, then insert them between the sheets to mitigate the frigidness of the bedding. It resembled a rudimentary heating pad, but it could potentially ignite your residence if not handled with caution. Children alternated in transporting these warming pans from bed to bed, a task that encompassed elements of duty, adventure, and the challenge of preventing a fire hazard in the household. The warming pan procession was a matter of great importance. Fail to synchronise properly, and an individual would discover themselves in a bed that was either still frigid or bore actual burn marks on the linens. The warming pans were only the initial step in the process. The true protagonists of Victorian bedtime warmth were the hot water bottles, although referring to them as bottles is charitable. These were often composed of stone, ceramic, or subsequently rubber, and they retained heat akin to little thermal batteries. Families would operate several bottles simultaneously, creating a continuous production line of warm comfort that necessitated precision like that of a Swiss timepiece. One would heat water on the stove, meticulously fill the bottles without inflicting burns, encase them in flannel to avert scalding, and subsequently distribute them across the bed as comforting warmers. You would have one for your feet, one for your torso, and perhaps one to embrace if you felt especially cold. It felt like sleeping with a small army of warm companions, each gradually releasing heat throughout the night. The astute families would heat their hot water bottles in succession. Boil water to achieve optimal initial heat. Thereafter, as the first bottle cools, prepare a second one for immediate use. By morning, you may find 3 or 4 tepid bottles strewn around the bed like thermal casualties, yet you would have remained warm throughout the night. Subsequently, there came the bricks. Yes, they were real bricks. Victorian families would heat standard construction bricks in the oven, or by the fire, encase them in towels or flannel, and utilise them as bed warmers. These items retained heat exceptionally well and could maintain warmth for your feet for hours. What are the drawbacks? If you shifted improperly during sleep, you may awaken with contusions resembling bricks on your shins. However, at least they would be warm contusions. The bed-sharing arrangements became rather innovative as well. Children would be organised by size and thermal output, the warmest positioned centrally, with the tiniest nestled between their siblings, filling in a human heat sandwich. Parents would act as external barriers, preventing the children from rolling out and providing the initial defence against the chilly air that invariably infiltrated even the thickest blankets. If you've wondered why your grandmother loved flannel, you're about to learn Victorian textile strategy. These families built sleep systems for heat retention, with flannel as their secret weapon. Discuss flannel first. This was not the mall-style flannel that looks like fluffy paper. Victorian flannel was strong and durable like medieval armour. Wearing a vintage flannel nightgown was thermal warfare, not just a bedtime routine. Modern outdoor enthusiasts would envy the layering system. Start with a flannel chemise or undershirt, then a nightgown and possibly a dressing robe. You looked like a mobile textile experiment once you were dressed for bed. The main goal was to be a warm, movable textile experiment, which you achieved. Women's nightgowns were technical marvels. These gowns had more fabric than modern bridal gowns, with long sleeves that could cover the hands, high necklines that reached the chin, and a large skirt that could fit a small family. One of these flannel fortresses wraps you like a toasty tent when you lie down. However, creating the bed was the real highlight. Victorian beds were thermal systems designed to retain heat. The base was usually a rope bed or metal springs with a straw or horsehair mattress to insulate the cold floor. Feather beds arrived next. The phrase feather bed conjures up visions of something airy and delicate. Yet Victorian feather beds were like sleeping on a down mattress. These items may be 6 inches thick and weigh a small person. You sank into the feather bed like a warm, lovely cloud when you went to bed. The fundamentals behind feather bed warming are brilliant. Feathers and down created tiny air spaces that kept your body heat close. It was like sleeping in soft, comfy insulation, not harsh and pink. Once comfortable, the feather bed's weight kept one motionless, which was beneficial for heat retention, but detrimental if one needed to get up throughout the night. Sheets made of non-cotton were laid on the feather bed. Winter bedding was usually made of flannel or linen that had been carefully brushed to retain heat. Some households used wool winter bedding, which was harsh yet comfortable after acclimatization. The blankets were the real highlights. Victorian families arranged their blankets to resemble a winter shelter. Start with a lightweight wool blanket, then a larger one, a quilt, another wool blanket, and finally a large coverlet with several sewn layers. Some blanket systems weigh over 20 pounds. Stepping into the bed was akin to receiving a warm embrace from a friendly elephant. The layers made mobility a theoretical concept rather than a practical one. You chose your position carefully because changing it would require major building work. The weight was useful, not decorative. The thick blankets caused deep pressure stimulation, which is why weighted blankets are used for anxiety and insomnia. Victorian families accidentally discovered the sleep-promoting benefits of many pounds of wool and cotton in their mattresses. If all else failed, bed curtains were provided. Four-poster beds managed temperature and were status symbols. Thick draperies around the bed created a separate sleeping chamber to retain body heat. One can create a separate warming chamber several degrees warmer than the room by closing the drapes. Victorian households' last defence against the cold was the bedroom, whereas the kitchen was their proactive hub. These homes went beyond meal preparation to strategically use every calorie, flame and unit of heat from feeding a household. Your Victorian kitchen, resembling a thermal power plant, regarded dinner as a secondary concern. The home's heating system relied on the cast iron range, which burned wood or coal to heat the air while baking bread, roasting meat and heating water. Military tactics were used to schedule meals. Breakfast fed everyone before they left, and they started the stove early to heat the home as people got ready. Morning porridge was nutritious and filled the cooktop for an hour, warming the kitchen as the family gathered around the table like moths to a welcoming flame. The real magic happened at dinner. Victorian mums transformed meals into a decorative heat source. The Sunday roast was practical, not routine. The kitchen became cosy and provided enough food for multiple meals, while a large piece of beef was baking in the oven. The leftover heat from roasting would be used to make bread, heat water, or warm the kitchen at night. When each lit burner signified warmth, batch cooking took on new meaning. Families may cook multiple dishes at once for convenience and to justify burner use. One burner would boil soup, the oven would bake bread, water would heat for washing, and tea might be brewing for beneficial measure. While the rest of the house looked like a walk-in freezer, the kitchen was busy and warm. This soup was the classic Victorian comfort food for more than taste. A big pot of soup can simmer for hours, filling the kitchen with warm, humid air and warming you. The soup's vapour injected dampness into the dry winter air, warming the space despite an unaltered temperature. It looked like a tasty, drinkable humidifier. Astute families coordinated their cooking and heating needs throughout the day. Morning baking heated the kitchen for breakfast and dressing. Midday cooking warms lunch and preps for afternoon activities. Dinner-time preparation would warm the family gathering. The food plan looked like a heating timetable. Hot beverages became internal heaters instead of refreshers. Tea was a social drink, a way to warm oneself, and a soothing object to hold. Victorian families warmed cups of tea, coffee, or hot chocolate by wrapping their fingers around them and breathing the steam. Families prepared hot spiced cider, or wine for wassail, a survival ritual. The alcohol and spices like cinnamon, cloves and ginger gave these drinks internal warmth. Victorian medics called it internal warmth. A pot was kept warm on the stove for hours to make wassail, boosting the kitchen's heat output. Baking became wintry. Bread making, which requires several hours in the oven, was conducted during the coldest hours. Kneading generates heat through physical strain. Rising dough demands a heated atmosphere, conveniently supplied by the kitchen, and baking heats the space for hours. Many families baked multiple loaves at once to justify keeping the oven hot. Some families even invented thermal cooking dishes that keep cooking and produce heat after being removed from the stove. Pot roast or stew would start on the fire and then simmer in a warm kitchen area, releasing heat. It evolved into a supper from a portable warmer. The kitchen became the family's unofficial winter living space. The warmth inevitably prompted socialising beyond cooking. Children did their homework at the kitchen table, elders read and mended, and the family talked in the evening. The stove's constant heat and the warmth of family gatherings made the kitchen table the centre of winter family life. Victorian families were geniuses. They turned themselves into human heating systems without comprehending the science. These people used medieval knowledge but got findings that would impress modern thermodynamics specialists. The Victorian approach to body heat management was simple. Heat yourself if you can't heat the air. This led to brilliant and dangerous answers, frequently within the same home. Exercise became about internal combustion rather than fitness. Victorian households engaged in warming activities before bedtime, which were practical exercises that stimulated blood circulation rather than jumping jacks or yoga poses. Women may brush their hair harder, males may chop more firewood, and youngsters may play more active games indoors. The idea wasn't to sweat, but to heat your internal furnace for the night. Victorian thermal science excelled in garments. Modern outdoor lovers would envy this family's layering skills. They understood loose layers held more warm air than tight ones. Natural fabrics like wool and cotton breathed better than synthetic materials, though they didn't know why. And covering your extremities was essential for core body warmth. It was an advanced undergarment game. Long underwear was the warming system's base, not merely for show. Victorian long johns were constructed of wool or cotton flannel to trap warm air adjacent to your skin and wick away moisture. Women's chemises and men's undershirts created a microclimate under garments. The true invention was strategic warming. Victorian households discovered that heating certain body sections was more effective than warming up everywhere. Warm feet made you feel warm even if the rest of your body was cold, so they learned to keep your feet warm. Creative foot warming solutions resulted. Families warmed their feet before bed using heated bricks, hot water bottles, or stones in addition to thick wool socks and slippers. Some folks soaked their feet in warm water before bed to boost circulation for hours. Hand warming was crucial, and Victorian families invented many methods. Hand muffs were handheld heaters that held heated stones or little metal warmers with hot embers. Many individuals carried little metal hand warmers, heated by the fire, which they slipped into their gloves or pockets. Victorian households intuitively grasped thermal mass, even without the scientific name. They recognised that some materials retained heat longer, and that pre-warming objects may keep them warm overnight. Thus, clothes were warmed by the fire before wearing, pillowcases before bed, and even the chamber pot, which was practical. Breathing techniques were discovered accidentally. Victorian households discovered that breathing into their hands, blankets, scarves, and mufflers created warm air pockets that heated their surroundings. Kids learned to breathe slowly and deeply when cold, not for the physiology, but because it worked. The buddy method was probably the best body heat management strategy. Warmth was shared for survival, not romance or family. A couple under the same blankets can keep their sleeping space warmer than apart. Non-related guests sometimes shared beds for thermal efficiency because body heat sharing was so common. Victorian households also discovered thermal bridging, that heat follows lines of least resistance. Instead of metal bed frames, they used rugs and carpets to limit heat loss to cold floors and moved away from windows and exterior walls where heat loss was highest. Timing for warming was important. Victorian families realised that creating heat before you needed it was better than trying to warm up after being cold. Warming hands by the fire, feet with warm water, and bed garments at night was smart preparation for preserving body heat without external heat sources. Victorian families quickly realised that winter required community, resource sharing, and even creative reinterpretations of social boundaries. As temperatures dropped, etiquette gave way to necessity, creating unique social arrangements that modern families may find endearing and challenging. Winter gave calling hours a new meaning. Families visited neighbours for social and thermal reasons. You might want to stay longer if the Johnsons had a better heating system. If your family had heated the kitchen for baking day, you would naturally ask the neighbours to assist with the bread, which kept everyone warm and allowed socialisation. House parties pretended to be social events but were survival techniques. A crowded room was heated entirely by body heat. Long evening assemblies with many families in one room were a Victorian social ritual that also conserved heat. 15 people in one room can be warm without heating, yet the same 15 people in different homes would feel cold. Church attendance often increased during the coldest months, not always due to spiritual rebirth. Churches were often the community's largest heated venues, providing hours of warmth and socialising with neighbours facing similar thermal issues. In winter, extended sermons kept the congregation warm, as well as demonstrating the minister's dedication. Community baking became social. Families coordinated bread making and baking, sharing oven space and fuel costs. In winter, people gathered around the bakery's ovens long after their purchases. It was socially acceptable to await your bread longer than baking time. Victorian boarding houses pooled heating costs and offered affordable rooms. A home with paying guests provided warmth, shared fuel expenditures, and social involvement to combat the long cold evenings. Boarding house parlours were often the warmest and most social places in a community during winter. Quilting bees and sewing circles provided thermal endurance support and needlework. As women collaborated, body heat would provide comfort while manufacturing comforters, blankets, and warm clothing. Cooperative quilting provided blankets for cold locations and fostered camaraderie among makers. Barn raisings and other community work often took place on the harshest winter days due to the cold. Since physical exertion required intimacy, it would warm everyone. The social dynamics also allowed many families to gather in one region, reducing heating costs and strengthening community relationships. Winter made sitting up with sick neighbours more important. Accompanying someone during an illness went beyond medical aid to include giving warmth and reducing heating costs during recovery. Neighbours alternated helping and warming during these vigils, which often became community gatherings. Many children's winter activities promoted community warming. Groups of children playing indoor sports together stayed warm due to their physical exertion and the heat generated by their bodies. Storytelling by the fire united people in the cosiest part of the home and provided midnight entertainment without lighting or heating. Reading clubs and literary groups thrived in winter because they justified long stays in warm places. During long winter evenings, body heat kept a house full of people discussing the latest novel warm, providing cerebral stimulation. Heat altered courtship behaviours. Young couples spent more time in family parlours with relatives, not just because of chaperoning customs. Large families, coal stoves, and proximity-induced social friction exacerbated many Victorian romances. Visiting relatives or acquaintances during the winter for their better heating became a social norm. If a relative had a functioning fireplace, it was fine to stay there for weeks or help extended family with heating costs. The visits were social, but everyone understood thermal math. Winter survival in Victorian times wasn't only about sleeping. What occurred as you left your comfortable blanket cocoon to confront a frigid winter morning? This everyday activity required ritual, performance art, and extreme athletic methods. Imagine being covered in 20 pounds of wool blankets and hot water bottles. You spent all night creating the perfect warm air pocket. Then you hear the church bells or your neighbour's rooster signalling morning. You must rise and face the world, where your breath will fog and your feet will go numb. Morning prep in the 1800s was like a planned dance while freezing. First rule, never stand up at once. You could just as well leap into a cold lake. It would jolt the system and erase all your warm work overnight. Instead, you'd slowly transform from a warm horizontal to a functional upright. While you slept, it started. Move your arms and legs under your sheets to get blood flowing. It resembled horizontal exercises. Instead of just warming up, you have to switch on your heaters inside before letting the cold air in. Even though Victorian families didn't understand metabolism and circulation, they understood that movement warmed things. A planned clothes arrangement followed. Victorians were sophisticated. Some put clothing beneath the covers and in a precise order adjacent to the bed the night before to warm it up with their body heat. Dressing became a military operation. They put on their underwear first, they often slept beneath the sheets, and added layers quickly to avoid becoming cold. Smart families invented a relay system to stay warm in the morning. The first family member up and best able to endure the cold would start the fires, heat the water, and warm the shared areas. The family's thermal advance scout ensured that everyone could get out of bed and into a safer world. Breakfast became about staying warm rather than eating. The morning meal was designed to warm you internally. Hot milk, cereal, tea, or coffee was almost too hot to drink. Due to the necessity to feed your internal fire all day, Victorian breakfast dishes were high in calories and kept you warm. Doing laundry in the morning was brave. Heating enough water for cleaning required forethought and fuel since there was no hot water. Many families used strategic hygiene by washing the most critical areas with warm water and saving the remainder for warmer weather or special events. Chamber pot etiquette became more complicated in the cold morning. In addition to convenience, this thermal survival equipment kept you from leaving the warm house to use the restroom. Victorians covered chamber pots for more than aesthetics. They kept the contents heated at night to prevent freezing. Kids needed rewards, excitement, and warmth to wake up on frigid mornings. Children's garments were warmed by the fire before going to bed. Dressing became a game where each item was a warm treat. Some families created morning rhymes or songs to keep kids moving and warm while getting dressed. In the morning, the kitchen was the hub for cooking and finishing the heat before leaving. Families would gather around the stove for last-minute warm-ups, outfit changes, and mental preparation before opening the door and venturing out into the frigid winter weather that could cause eyes to water and lungs to burn. The most interesting thing about Victorian winter mornings may have been the sense of success they offered individuals. Not living in a heated home or taking hot showers today makes getting out of bed, dressing, feeding and getting ready for the day a daily win hard to conceive. People were proud of their frigid morning survival skills. In your climate-controlled home, you may dial down the thermostat to save electricity, but think about the Victorian family who survived the cold with imagination, teamwork, and a big collection of flannel. They survived winters that would send modern families to the nearest hotel. They did it gracefully, with laughter, and with a tenderness we rarely remember. They planned for winter warmth, family and neighbourhood bonds, and personal fortitude that would last. Victorian families discovered that taking care of each other in cold weather provides warmth that contemporary central heating cannot. Consider the Victorian family that made winter an art while you switch on your electric blanket and smart heater tonight. They proved that family love and creativity can overcome the harshest nights.